Cricket here in Barcelona, 7 days into our 20-day tournament, the final ECS of the year. We saw the record book getting rewritten across the weekend. The first ever ECN cricketer to 3,000 runs. We'll see him first up this morning. Former European champions Pak I Care ruling the roost, but the Jags, well, they're here to play as well. We'll see them tomorrow, but right now, 5 matches coming your way. I'm Mr. Maximo. I'm back. Rico here as well. This is the ECS Spain, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Buenos días y bienvenidos a Semana Nueva de European Cricket. Welcome to a new week of European Cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back with you, take you into week 2 of this ECS, and really looking forward to what's to come as well. Of course, you have 10 teams here. So we've got 3 undefeated teams, well 4 if you include Bengal that we haven't actually seen yet. We'll see them a little bit later in the week. But we are going to start the day with the first match, of course, which is match number 36, and this will see Pak I Care Barcelona taking on Catalunya Red. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Got the match referee, which is Tyrone Peters, with the 2 captains.
Pak I Care to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. And it's a head.
We'll be ball first.
They're going to bowl.
So it is Pak I Care that win the toss, and they've elected to field. Well, they sure have been pretty crazy on the chase, haven't they? In fact, yesterday they provided the biggest power play ever in ECN cricket, and I mean ever, 94. It was a record that they held jointly with Dreux, the current European champions, of 82 in 3 overs yesterday, 94 in 3 overs. And also a bit of a red letter day for Mohammad Ihsan yesterday, as he became the first ECN cricketer to achieve 3,000 runs here on the European Cricket Network. So expect to see him out there, but you know, cricket's a great leveler. Last time we saw him out here in the middle, he actually went for a golden duck. So Pak I Care undefeated in 8 matches at the moment. They will be big favourites in this one, no doubt about that. But Catalunya Red, I mean, they showed signs. They were competitive, lost a couple of tight ones. They were 2 and 8 in their first 10 matches. Having said that, still 8 matches ahead of them. Can they make a run? I suppose they just need to try and claw their way into the top 8, and then at least they have some sort of a chance of making an impression when the knockouts begin. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, I think it's been a bit unpredictable over the last few days while I was away. But right now, we've had a little bit of light rain this morning, but not too much at all. I think it'll brighten up. We're expecting a maximum temperature of around about 15 degrees. Currently, it's about 10 to get this one going. Well, this guy is quite a machine. El Machina of his own in the commentary box. Rico Full has been holding the fort all weekend. Looking forward to joining you over there shortly, but I can tell you right now, in match 36, the news from the toss is that Pak I Care, they've won the toss. They're going to field, so who knows how long this game is going to last. Let's see if Red can find another gear here against one of the top dogs of Spanish cricket. Rico, it's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball of the day.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Great to have him back. Muy buenos días, mi familia. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Happy Monday. Well, before we focus on this one, why don't we take a look back to what, as Vinny already mentioned, was quite a historic day yesterday. I mean, that's the thing with Barcelona. Records broken, history in the making. We started with Magic CC taking on Barcelona International. Barcelona International yet to win the first match in the European Cricket Series. They came close yesterday, though, didn't they? 105 they were chasing, which Magic CC put on the board. But they couldn't get there, despite the efforts of Tom Coulthard, 42 of 28. A win by Magic CC by 20 runs. Shakil Ahmed played the match with 25 of 9 deliveries. Those runs turned out to be valuable. Magic CC then had the difficult task of going up against Pak I Care Barcelona. They once again managed to get to 105. This time it was Zain Ishan, 41 of 14. But Pak I Care Barcelona, they made light work of it as Mohammad Ishan scored another half century, 57 of 20. Wasn't playing the match though. It was Hassan Ali, 2 for 8, who was their star. Spartans Hospitalet then were taking on Barcelona International. Barcelona International hoping that maybe this one was going to be their first win, but it was not to be, because Ibrahim Hussain from the Spartans was in good form, 66 of 23. Player of the match performance from him, and despite the efforts of the likes of Imran Farid and James Bentley, they couldn't get there, could Barcelona International. Spartans winning by 26 runs. Then, of course, it was time once again to welcome Pak I Care Barcelona up against the Spartans. The Spartans did battle and battled well to get to 93. And then Pak I Care Barcelona, well, they got there. But first, all eyes were on Mohammad Ishan. Would he get the 4 runs he needed to get to 3,000? Oh, he would. He'd go all the way and notch up his 5th half century on the spin. And what a magical moment that was. Ishan getting to 3,000. And also, as Vinny touched on there already, we saw the highest score in a power play, as we saw 94 knocked off, and the match won in just 18 balls. Quite incredible. And then towards the end of the day, we had the low scoring one, Barcelona International, once again not quite being able to click against Pak I Care Barcelona. But the surprise was, well, we learned that Ishan, well, he wasn't Superman after all. He dropped the catch behind the stumps, and he was out for a first ball royal duck, a golden ball. That's the way things work on the European Cricket Network. But they will mark the 3rd of December as Ishan Day here in Barcelona. Pak I Care Batting going on to win that one by 9 wickets. Player of the match was Mohamed Wasim. This is how things look then. So Pak I Care Batting, they're looking to extend the lead at the top of the table with that victory there yesterday, and they're looking to make pretty easy work of Catalonia Red. Catalonia Red, a team that have won just twice. Both those victories were up against the Spartans, so they're hoping that they can start to fire here. Problem that they've had though is they haven't been able to bowl well. It's simple as that. Sometimes the batting has clicked. I mean, they're missing some key players in this one. There's no Ula, so I think that puts a lot of pressure on a man who started all things off here in terms of the centuries, Ali Hassan. So I think a lot depends on him. Maybe the captain, Imran Sandal. Depends where he bats. He's been up and down that batting order like a yo-yo. He could be pretty key in that as well. And then maybe something like ex-Spanish international, Tanvir Iqbal. Good to see him still playing. He made good impact last time we saw him. He picked up the wicket of Hamzat Salim Dar, so he could be pretty key in it. But they've got 11% chance. But Pak I Care Batting, no surprises there. They're odds-on favourites to win this one quite handsomely. Our match officials are ready to lead the players out there. We've had an interesting start with the weather, actually. It was pretty clear on the way up here, and then that we had a bit of rain since, but nothing really is going to cause too many problems. Majid and Ijaz will lead the players out, and Cameron is the 3rd umpire. And speaking of the match officials, they make their way out there now. So yeah, that's the question on everybody's lips. What will the day bring? Yeah, because there's always something. I want to say good morning to some of the folks on the chat already. A very good morning to Christopher Ward, Dia Maria, Rob Thompson, and KG1's there as well. I think a lot of people expecting another fantastic day. This is the way things looking at the moment. Batting second seems to be what most teams want to do. That's why Pak I Care Batting, again, winning the toss. They could bat first and try and pile on lots of runs, but they're focusing on winning. 72 the lowest score we've seen, 216 the highest, 131 the average score. I think that's what I've been saying all the way along. I think for me the par score between 130 135. That 216 of course was a record-breaking opening partnership with Naresh Kumar, another centurion here at the Montjuic Olympic ground, and it was his captain Omar Ali who was there with him for that partnership. Thank you to the likes of Ravi Shazad for providing us with all of these stats. And well, talking of stats, the stats just keep on coming here in Barcelona. What I'd like to see is how we are at the moment in terms of number of sixes in a tournament, because I think Vinny will confirm this. I think Switzerland was high up there with the amount of sixes and that were being scored early in the year, because it's quite explosive action from there, wasn't it? That St. Gallen's cricket ground. But here in Montjuic, well, it is an Olympic stadium, and we have seen some Olympic performances, it has to be said. So we are ready to make a start. And, namaste, assalamu alaikum, sasriyakal, Aibo1, vanakum to all of our viewers tuning in via fan code as well. And great to have you with us, and I know that you're all expecting to see some more fireworks here today. And I get the feeling that we may, just talking about weather, I mean, the rain, the bit of drizzle we had has stopped. It's pretty clear, but pretty cold as well. Once again, temperatures this morning, 6 to 7 degrees. They'll, in an hour or so, go up to around about double figures. The highs expected around about 15, 16, but hopefully we'll get some more of that lovely Spanish sunshine. It always makes you feel a little bit warmer. So here we go. It will be Ali Hassan, and he would love to start this week the way he started last. Remember, it was last Monday, this time last Monday, that he went and smashed 135 in quite a crazy contest. I'll take you back. Catalonia Red, 179 for 2. Ali Hassan, 135 for 38. And then the Spartans, well, they made a good chase of it. Awais Ahmed, 126 for 41. So we knew kind of something special was on the horizon. Good morning to Twilight, who's saying hello to me, and to Maximo. Swing and a miss this time. So we're seeing Hassan Ali with the ball. No Atif Mohammed listed in this match. Matches that we've got today is going to be... I'll focus on this in a moment because a lot of people are thinking, who's doing their housework early in the morning? Yeah, matches today. Catalunya Red have got 3. Pak I Care Batting have got this one and 1 against Sohal Hospitalet. There's a lovely shot up in the air. Well, Maxi, you might as well go and take this catch. Well, he probably could if there wasn't some of the mechanics. Well, it's a one-hand one off the tent, so he gets it in the end. Well, I was going to say there's quite a bit of activity. First, let's focus on this. A beautiful strike from Ali Hassan. He does get the 6. Well, talk about multitasking. Well, Maximo had the old, I'm going to call it the Hoover. I know Hoover sucks rather than blows, but he had the Hoover out to blow up our tent. There's more problems with the tent, people. I'll give you an update on that in a moment. And then the ball's coming over, and Maxi had to, there was an obstacle of a step ladder in the way, another tent that is probably going to be erected over us pretty soon, but he came off the tent, and a one-handed take by Maximo. Good to have him back. Yeah, folks, and I was talking about this the other day. You have to keep reminders as pinch, and if I can pinch more than an inch, I'm going to have to pump this thing up. That was happening about every hour and a half the other day. This morning, unfortunately, we've got to do it every 10 minutes or it's going to come down on us. So Maxi was doing we got to pump it up. I tell you who else got to pump it up is Catalunya Red. And Ali Hassan hit the first boundary, and it is Imran Sandal, the captain, who's out there. Sandal, who's the cartwheel king. He gets off the mark as well. So it's going to be one of those days, folks. It's going to be one of those days. Hassan Ali bowled very well yesterday. The number of bowlers performed really well for Pak I Care Batting. I like the youngsters as well. That's a good-looking shot. Oh, it was crunched, though. That was motoring. Ouch, says the fielder. That's Umar Ahmed. Has the chance to take Ali Hassan early. Not easy this time of day. That's absolutely crunched. But Hassan, well, gets dropped on 7. He has to go down as a chance. And that is the end of the over as well. So 9 off the first. And what I can also tell you is there's 13 days to go to the Euros of women's cricket. I'm excited about it, and I know another guy's excited about it. Joins me back at the cube is Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's great to be back. And once again, great job over the weekend. It's quick into the action. One hand off the reserve tent. Yeah. Let's just say El Cubo is not in great shape. And we have confirmation now, the smoking gun. There is a proper puncture, which is that on one of its blowing away jobs, it's hit one of the screws. Anyway, this is going to be straight down the ground. Not really timed, but it'll be good enough. More fielding for us in the cube. Your turn this time, Rico.
My turn this time.
We've been kept busy so far. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, Hassan gave that chance in the first over, but I oversold the temperature. I said it's 10, and I looked actually again. It's only 8 degrees to start this one. So I think when they get hit that hard, you can excuse the fielders for not being able to hold on to the chart. This is Ali Ahmed, and he loses this one down the leg side, and it goes even further off the bat of Ali Hassan. Maximo! Getting some good movement there, but it's not controlling it. And Hassan, well, he's the one guy you feel could probably take this game away from Pak I Care and cause an upset.
Yeah, I mean, with the likes of Rahman Ullah not in the side, who's been pretty good with the bat, there's no Shiraz either. He becomes pretty key, doesn't he? I mean, all the others had the bat around him, but you're wanting him and needing him to bat deep and get plenty of runs on the board. It's going to be a big day for Red. They've got 3 matches. They play this one. They play also Royal Barcelona and finish the day with a match against Sohal Hospitalet. They really need to try and get some runs, and this will help as well. It will go all the way. Bolle, Ginna zona. Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, it's Afak Shah down there who will probably see, I think, in the 3 position. And he thinks he might be able to hit this one, but it goes well over his head on the trampoline Tortuga. Yeah, the cube deflating pretty quickly today. That was my first action in today's play was to start pumping it up. It's Hassan pumping the score up at the moment. 24 out of the 25 on the board. Slower ball. Don't think this pitch is in line. Change of angle makes that LBW pretty tough, but clever bowling nonetheless from Ali Ahmed.
Yeah, let's see where it pitches. I think pitching probably is more or less okay, but the height, this is always going to go over the stumps.
Bit of both. Yeah, I mean, it hits him very high with those slower balls. They typically do bounce a bit higher than other deliveries. But yeah, hello everyone. It's nice to be back. And good to see Rob Thompson in there from New Zealand. Hello to Twilight. Hello to Ken in there as well. To Siva. Now swing and a miss, and Isan cleans up behind the stumps.
Yeah, we're going to need, you sort of have a bakawala or a jawala. We need to pump it up, walla. Just sat in front of us, and every so often just keeps pressing that button.
Well, there's an invention. You know how, like, I only know this from movies. I'm not a big gun enthusiast, but you know how guns can have silencers? Can we have the pump with a silencer? Last ball of the over. There's a slow ball again, but this time it's slow and pickable, and it's also hittable. It's going to go all the way over the top, and Maximo to finish the over. So Ali Hassan gets going. He moves to 30, and it's 31 without loss after 2.
Well, there's not anything keeping him silent. And I've got to say here, you know where our reserve tent is coming from, don't you? Because those guys who were sitting under a tent earlier, it's gone. It's over here. Sorry, boys, but I think we need it more than you. They can always go into the dugout there, can't they? So they're all right. Don't worry. We're not making them sit out there. But I think we had that little bit of rain now. I think we're going to be all right now.
Should be okay. Hey, look at these teams that are... Oh, interesting. There's another ball's bowled in this over, and I got a feeling that was a 7th. Oh, no, hold on. No, we're back. It's a different left armour.
Yeah, this is the ball that you just missed.
A left armour in Hassan Ali. And, yeah, big full toss missed out by Sando. Wouldn't he love to have a slightly better week? Tough initiation for the cartwheel captain in week 1. Now, gets a decent bit of this drive, at least gets to the other end. So, yeah, looking at that table, you can see 2 and 8 for Catalunya Red, but there's still 8 matches to make an impression. So he's got to be thinking positive. Obviously, every game is winnable, but I suppose you need a combination of you playing out of your skin and Pak I Care having a slightly off morning.
Yeah.
Could happen, though, especially if Hassan can keep on this kind of pace. Just pokes this round the corner. But deep backward square leg should cover this, just a single. So, yeah, I was watching a lot on the weekend. Obviously, crazy with the record power play of 94. Would have been even crazier if they'd won that game a ball earlier, and they would have had the best power play ever and wouldn't have even been the full 3 overs.
Yeah.
They end up being 3 overs exactly in that win. And what else? Yeah, Isan, the race to 3,000. Hamza's not too far behind. We'll see him tomorrow. All right, turns this into a full toss and whacks at Sandal. This will be a confidence booster for him. Maximo. And then we're going to look at this for height, I think. I thought because he charged and it's coming down a bit, it would be okay. But no, maybe they're just signalling there's 2 to come. Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling at the crease that one's just below. But, yeah, what a good shot from Imran. And he's kind of started with a new kind of confidence, I suppose, which is always a good sign. Now beaten for bounce as Hassan Ali digs it in. Yeah, but you had some crazy weather as well, I noticed. The wind was up. At the moment, it's nice and calm. It's Barcelona, I suppose. The one thing about this field, if there is any rain, and I know it didn't really come...
I've got to pause you. You've got to pump it up. It's coming down. Quick.
All right.
Sorry, folks.
I've got to wait until he faces the ball. It's good etiquette.
Okay.
There we go, and we're away.
It might be wide. Yeah.
So the thing about the cube is, it's had a good run, and let's just remember that we thought it was gone.
Yeah.
We thought it was communicating from the dead. Remember about a week ago? So now we just make an agreement we do this after 3 and 6 overs.
Yeah.
I want to finally explode it. Let's just keep it on.
It's good. I can't pinch anymore.
This is driven down the ground, and that'll be the end of the power play, and I think that's enough power for the cube, so let's turn it off. It's 41 without loss. This is the crazy thing. I mean, I know we've done over 3,500 matches now on the European Cricket Network, but there's always something new, and I don't think we've been pumping up the cube live on air before to try and keep it alive.
No, you haven't. But it was weird the other day when I think it was Christopher Ward. It was Christopher Ward who was reminding me all the time, pump it up, because I had the chat involved. Said, keep reminding me because it did fall on me twice. And yesterday, though,
that was good TV
not a problem. Yesterday, not a problem. So it's obviously. But we have found the cause.
We found the cause. I heard it when we pumped it up in the morning, and then you could hear there's a leak coming somewhere. What had happened is one of the screws that was screwing it into the ground had come loose and punctured a bit of the roof. So we're hearing this little, like a snake, wasn't it?
It was first thing in the morning. Okay, Imran, he's made a pretty good start so far. Good partnership. Oh, shot.
That's a shot and a half from Imran, who goes up and over the top. Maximo! Jaffa Raza comes in, the youngster. But Imran just puts that big front foot down the wicket and slams him over the wall.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, look, Pak I Care Batting, they've got these youngsters, sort of under 19 players, and Jaffa Raza is one of them. Ali Ahmed as well has impressed as well. But that's a beautiful shot. It really is. So, okay, they are taking this match to Pak I Care Batting. Pak I Care Batting looking to get the breakthrough.
Can he double down here? He'll be trying. Does hit it down the ground and gets 4. So again, same kind of ball, same kind of a shot. This time straighter, a bit flatter. But 6 and 4 to start the 4th over. The 50's up and the 50 partnership for Catalonia Red.
Well, 6 and 4 and hungry for more is the captain. Well, Sundown. Hey, listen, he's a guy. Can you imagine him? I mean, this could be another one. If he gets up there and gets a half century, you know he'll be cartwheeling to celebrate with the pads and everything on, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, actually. Jaffa's been pretty good, the young player. 4 wickets to this point. But obviously being tested here. Field is back, not that it's mattered so far in the 4th over. Change of angle, round the wicket. And this one off the inside half of the bat, just loses his shape at touch. Now I've thought about how to pump up the cue most effectively. Probably a good chance for us to use our mute buttons while we pump it up.
Yeah.
Maybe at the end of the over or something like that. Just so people don't have to hear it. I mean, it does seem like we're keeping a very hygienic environment. It does sound like the Hoover, doesn't it?
It does, it does. It sounds like we're doing a little bit of housekeeping first thing Monday morning. Raza once again.
And this is dug out by Hassan. Well handled there by Asad Abbas. A player that always entertains us while he's out there. You can see that he feels the cold a little bit this morning as well.
Yeah, good to have him back. He was absent yesterday from the side, but comes in. And it's an opportunity. I talk about coming in, an opportunity for other players. Isn't it great to see Imran Mohammed out there?
Yeah, definitely. Sure is. All right, angled in. This goes pretty quickly into the gap, and that's going to be 4. And Imran is looking the goods at the moment. Now, Tyrone does the fielding there. I've heard that Shub has a little bit of a back injury that he picked up sleeping, and that could affect his ability to field in the technical area today.
Yeah, Shub is walking around very... In fact, I say walking around, he's sat. He's not often...
Isn't that going to make it worse?
When you see Shub sitting down, you know he's not right. He sat down there and he ain't moving.
This is hit straight to the fielder who holds on to the catch. That was a bit of a stinger for Hassan Ali. And you got to feel that Sandal's a bit unlucky to go in that fashion. But yeah, you can see at this stage of the day, what are we talking? 8 degrees. Hassan Ali, well, hopefully he's got at least 8 good fingers left after that. That was the one earlier that went into the gap, went for 4, but not too long after, Imran Sandal is going to go for 24, and it'll be a wicket to finish the over. So Jaffa Raza has something to show for it, 57 for 1.
Oh, that's a stinger though, isn't it? Oh, it is. He's saying, hey, where's my hand warmers? Shall I offer them to Ali Hassan? Because I think he could do with them. That was a good catch, but I think his hands are stinging.
That's the thing. Got to be courageous. I just don't think there's too many cricketers outside of cricket on ice that I played in Switzerland, which was -8.
Yeah.
This case is +8, but at this time of the day, yeah, it's uncomfortable catching conditions with these hard balls. But well done.
Yeah, it's a really good catch because it was well struck as well. But good little innings there from Imran as well. He's got his team to a good start. It's a nice 50-51 partnership. 57 those two bring up, but also good bowling, I'm going to say, for Jaffa Raza, because what he does, even though he's under attack, he keeps the ball pitched up. If you pitch it up, you're always going to get a chance.
Yeah, definitely. And so this does bring new bat to the crease. Afak Shah, as advertised, in the number 3 spot, and Asad Rabbani getting a bowl here in over number 5. And he gets horned up in the air, and this time no one's catching it. All the way over the fence as well. Maximo! Ali Hassan, century maker in the first match of the tournament, don't forget. Right now, he's looking very, very good on a Monday morning.
Isn't he just? He's hitting everything clean and crisply out the middle. And dare I say it? Well, there it is. Bring it back. Can we have a ball back? No, that's not ours. That's not ours. But at that time of the morning, where some of the locals are taking their beloved friends for a walk, Gandhi ball. I'm surprised he doesn't go for this. He just decides to leave it. There's nobody back there in the 45.
Was maybe slightly fooled by the fact it was a slower ball and didn't want to mistime it. Knew he would get it again because it was angled down the leg side. Yeah, well, some people can't stand Monday mornings. Ali Hassan, he loves Monday mornings. Last Monday morning, he scored 135 off 38 balls against Spartans Hospitalet. Now he top edges one, and it's going to go over the keeper. It'll be one bounce four, so a bit of luck there. Rabani puts the pace back on. Kind of has a moral victory, but still it'll go down as another boundary.
Yeah, opting to have the third man up, and that's always the issue with that. You get some of these, though I suppose you're not expecting the guy to Ali Hassan to miscue it.
I mean, that could easily have gone up in the air and been catchable for the keeper. That was the reason I think he left that previous one alone, because he just slightly misjudged the pace and could let it go. This time the ball flew. Hassan to 42. Rabani with a comeback. He goes with the angle this time, Hassan, and he gets 6. Maximo. Good batting. I mean, he's looking on right now. He's going 3 at ball pace. And Catalunya Red, something brewing here in match 36.
Yeah, definitely. He's looking like he was this time last week. He's playing everything out of the middle. He's looking to attack. He's looking positive. He's looking confident.
Now, good slower ball by Rabani. Gets it right this time. Hassan swings straight through it. But I suppose the thing with Pak I Care is how many do you need to score to beat them?
Yeah.
If they fight, okay, Ihsan's been dominating that top order, but it hasn't just been him. But yeah, Umar Ahmed's played some really nice shots yesterday and previously in the series. But yeah, that's the thing. You could score 170 in Pak I Care against Pak I Care, especially with Red struggling to contain opposition batting lineups. Might not be enough. Full toss this time is not really timed. Hassan will move to 49.
Yeah, it's a little bit high, but just okay, I think. We'll have a quick look at that. And the third umpire Cameron will say, yeah, he's all right with it.
Yeah, worth the second look, but yeah, it's an awkward ball to put away, especially if it's bowled at pace. So, Afak Shah gets his first delivery, last ball of the 5th. And grabs a bit of the thigh pad on the way through. End of the 5th over. And the score is 75 for 1. Gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, here with Rico Full. And, well, the cube is up for now. But we've had some issues. And if you want to know when we're pumping it up, this is how we're doing it. You'll be able to hear it.
There it is.
Like magic. It's going to just... So, I mean, don't say we're not busy here. How many commentary boxes in the world are have to be pumped up live on air? I'd love to know.
We're multi-skilling it. You better turn it off.
But listen, you know what I'll turn off? Okay, better really.
That's what I thought.
So, you know, if you're around your house and you feel like you should be doing some vacuuming, this will have the same effect.
There you go. That's
feel
probably.
busy.
I bet you that's reminded a lot of people that their kids didn't clean their room over the weekend.
That's true. Abid Mahboob leading the side, and first ball gets cut away of the 6th over. Hassan brings up his 50 in 19 balls. The runs keep on flowing. Ali Hassan, he's one of those players, I think, you know, he can win a game off his own bat. Right now, he's looking very, very good.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, showing that he can play to all parts of the ground as well. That's the other thing here. You know, you're not going to score big runs if you're just predominantly one-sided. And Hassan shows that he can cut pretty nicely as well. So Abid Mahboob, the captain, has been pretty successful. And this one is in the gap. It's well stopped out there. That's nicely done by Jafar Raza. And you get the feeling that every time you get the likes of Hassan on strike, then especially now with Imran Sandeh gone, you can start to slow things down. Best figures are 4 for 8.
And Mahboob provides some variety on the charge this time, but actually Yorks himself here, Shay. We'll get one, and we'll get Hassan back on strike. So an interesting little battle here in the 6th over. I feel if Pak I Care can get Hassan here, and obviously there's some batting to come, but perhaps the bottom could fall out of this batting order. We've seen that happen before for Red, but if they can't get him, could be expensive. And it'll be the latter here as Hassan lifts this one up over wide, long off. Maximo! 6 carreras más. Equipo Rojo looking good here so far.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. He just knows what. I think he knows what Abid is going to bowl, and he's ready for it. And this one, a bit shorter. He gets it. It's in the air. It's half a chance maybe. Oh, that's wonderful catch. That is absolutely sensational. Ali Ahmed has taken a humdinger. It really is. Ali Hassan is looking to really pump it up. He's played some outstanding shots on his way to 60. He gets this one, but he just doesn't quite get it right. But to take that catch in these conditions early in the morning, absolutely sensational.
Yeah, and look, at least this one's a little bit of an arc to it. It's not like a flat laser bullet. But what I will say is that he judged it perfectly. And catches are so important. Think about that as a potential turning point in this game. If Pak I Care do go on to win this and win it comfortably, they can look back at that moment from Ali Ahmed. So yeah, the importance of fielding once again laid bare as Ali plays a good innings. Ali Hassan, that is, 60 off 22, but he's got to go 87 for 2, and this will bring Wazarat Ali to the crease.
Yeah, also good bowling for Mahbub, showing his experience as well. He knows that Hassan is going to go big. Anything that's pitched up, so it's just a little bit shorter and outside the off and slow. So it had to do a lot to get it away. The new batter comes in, and now this is where Catalonia Red could struggle. With the likes of Ali Hassan gone, the captain who made a good brisk start is out the way as well. What can the other batters contribute? It's the end of the 6th over, score 87 for 2.
Yeah, Imran Sandal was good today, wasn't he? 24 off 11, gave them a start, but it's only a start. Hassan got them so far. Have a look at the discipline, though, from Pak I Care. Just 2 wides in the first 6 overs. One of them was kind of a slower ball gone wrong. So, yeah, trying something. But Catalonia Red, this is a huge 4 overs in the game. If they can go at a good pace here, say get 15 and over, get their middle order swinging, they could make 147. At least ask a decent question of Pak I Care. If they just kind of eke to 120 or something, you feel like that's not going to be enough. Hit down the field pretty firmly, but you can see that Southern Crossfield creeping into the club game as well, because Hassan's very straight there.
Yeah, we've seen a number of clubs take this approach. We saw the team that we'll see later, Sohal Hospitalet, they were doing a lot of it as well. Yesterday we used it, so it used a number of times, because, yeah, of course, batters, especially on a pitch like this, you basically say to your bowlers, right, get it up there, pitch it up. If you get hit straight, we'll set the field.
Now, yeah, edged and a big, thick edge. In fact, it's going to be the end of Wazarat Ali for a duck. Isan kind of sent the wrong way a little bit by the angle of the delivery, but he recovered well, took it to his right, solid as you like. So that'll be the 3rd wicket down, 88 for 3.
Yeah, we're going to see your first Derek in the morning as well. It's which tries to go for the big shot, but went for power more than timing, gets the edge. Good catch once again from Ishan, because he was wrong-footed. He was going the wrong way, but he adjusts quickly, takes the catch. Well, there's Ishan. Of course, yesterday was Ishan Day here in Barcelona. And, well, hello and good morning to Derek.
Don't mind that, though, from Wazarat Ali, because I think he goes down, he uses 2 balls, he's got the right approach, he's trying to keep things moving, doesn't burn a lot of balls in there. This will bring the experienced campaigner Tanveer Iqbal to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, Tanveer, ex-Spanish international. Lovely guy as well. I know he spends a lot of his spare time as well helping out the juniors with some coaching. So let's see how he fares here. Can smack it if he gets going.
He tries to smack this straight away, but he just flat bats it down to it's pretty straight long on for a single. So I want to know how everyone else's weekend was. I had a nice weekend, just kind of stepped away for 3 days, and obviously big finish to the year coming up. So I'm kind of owed a bit of time off. So I'm going to be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll be away for a few days, and I'll be back to finish the series. This one's lost to the offside, but and called. But yeah, I've got a special guest commentator coming in, because Corey obviously was meant to do a bit of this tournament, but he's had some issues he's run into that's kept him out of the box. But I know that Srinath from Switzerland, formerly of Crick Info, is going to step in for 4 days next weekend to give you a hand, Rico. I think you'll really enjoy him. Teammate of Andrew Ryan at Cossenay. In the air. Now this looks catchable, and it is. He's been solid down there, hasn't he? And like I say, I don't know how many good fingers he's got left there, Hassan Ali, but at the moment they're doing the job as another wicket falls. It's kind of what we feared, isn't it? The collapse is on at the moment for Catalonia Red. 90 for 4. Afak Shah goes for just 2.
Yeah, second wicket in the over for Ali Ahmed. But yeah, nice, straightforward, simple catch. Simple because he made it simple. He didn't faff around. He had a solid base, both feet firmly planted, and the right technique to take it. And I don't think this one stings as much. And he's got a smile on his face, and he's not hopping around saying, ooch, ouch, ooh la la, but he takes a catch. Once again, this is what I'm talking about. You know, when you're on a pitch, that's not going to give you too much. And this morning, the ball doesn't seem to be seaming around. The only thing you can do is get it up there, make the batters hit you straight, and then hope you got the fielders in the right place and those that can catch it. 90 for 4.
They have set their field well. And that's one thing. I think Pak I Care played more T10 cricket than anyone in the country, because of the fact they've played it at 2 ECLs, obviously been involved in a lot of European Cricket Series cricket as well. The national qualifiers, for example, as well. Now there's another skied ball. Don't think this is going to carry. Doesn't. So Hassan Ali, maybe if he had got the jump on that one a little bit more, he might have gotten there. But Russell gets a bit lucky, gets off the mark.
Yeah, I like the creativity of turning I think what it was, the 13 on the back of Ali's shirt to an 18.
The irony being there is no 13 playing in this game now.
But
previously taped.
I reckon it's superstitious.
He doesn't want the 13.
He says, I don't want 13 on my back. And, oh, well, he's very quick to just try and point out he hits bat onto this. Does 10 there. I get the feeling it probably wasn't hitting the stumps anyway. Let's have a look.
Nah, drifting. But let's see if there's any bat on it. Doubt it. But maybe it was just I'm not running. But, I mean, I think that Russell already knew that because his bat was tucked under his arm. He's trying to get his right batting glove on. Probably not the greatest basics. End of the 7th over. It's 91 for 4. Yeah, so under 2 weeks now until we'll be back at the Cartermore Oval for the first ever Euros of Women's Cricket. We have the Spanish national women's team there. Oh, we're back. That's a very quick changeover, and it's going to start with a wicket. Wow, credit to Pak I Care. They're hustling through the overs. Caught us a little bit unawares. Abid Mahboob, we'll see it on the replay. He pitches this one up, pitches in line, probably just straightens a touch, and the collapse continues. 91 for 5.
Yeah, good areas again, and he's trying to play a straight ball down the leg side. The umpire believes it's full straight. It goes right across, you see, so yeah. I can see, yeah, that's a fair call for me.
Yeah, I mean, it hits him slightly above the roll, so you'd be saying, is it going over? I don't think so. I think it's hitting the top of the stumps. And, yeah, clever bowling by Abid, as another wicket falls. 91 for 5. And, yeah, the prophecy is materialising before our very eyes here. Hey, I was just going to talk about Asjad Butt's 99 not out.
Yeah.
Second time we've had a 99 not out that I can remember on the network. And the first one was Naomi Hillman Bermejo in the ECIW at Cartermore early in the year. She scored 99 not out.
Did we not have one in Malta? I seem to think something like Varun Prastarth, maybe, or was that 98
I think
or
it was
something?
98.
Okay.
He may actually, maybe he he had a 98 out and a 99 not out as well, perhaps.
Yeah.
But that's the one that sprung to mind anyway.
Think about this one here, though, and I think you're probably going to touch on that. It was in his hands to get the 100.
True.
It was. I couldn't believe he hit the ball, the last ball of the 9th, for a 4 to tie the match. I couldn't believe it.
You can be too good. You know? That's the thing.
Whereas, of course, Yasser Ali, what about his knock?
Yeah.
I mean, he got it to perfection.
Yeah, you're right about that. Well, these last ball hundreds and near hundreds are crazy. But what I will say is this, and I said this to Naomi at the time. By the way, I believe there were several no balls in that last over that Naomi faced when there were too many outside the circle that weren't picked up. May or may not have cost her 100. Down the leg side, he blocks it. But I was going to say, how many hundreds have we had this year? 45. By the way, that's pretty crazy because we only had 13 hundreds in the whole of last year.
Still can't
I
believe
know there's been more games, but maybe 20% more games. But the fact we've had over triple the amount of hundreds is absolutely nuts. But yeah, what I said to Naomi at the time is that you'll probably score many hundreds in your life because you're such a good player. But you'll always remember the 99 not out. And even for us, with the fact that we're talking about 2 or 3.
Exactly.
You know, it stands out. And that's what I say to make him feel a bit better. Anyway, this is going to be a Tortuga job. And there you go. Sometimes you can see the future early. Like I said, Sami Ullah gets done. There's a little bit of Shane Warne about this one as it turns straight past him for a boundary.
Yeah, does it hit part of the baseball mound as well? No, he just gets it completely wrong. And he says, uh-oh, it's done me. I've been done a cropper, a bid, my boob. The captain will make a note of that in his little red book. He's bowled well, though, in Mahboob, 2 for 21. Also,
really well.
outstanding bowling with Ali Ahmed as well, especially that that last over. Only went for just 4, picked up 2 wickets in it as well.
Can you do a cube check, please? I've worked out every 4 overs as a cube check.
It's actually...
Hold on a second, because this is in the air. Speaking of air, and it's out of the ground. It's going to go over everyone. Tanvir Iqbal, he's dealing. Battle of the Veterans here. Maximo to finish the 8th over, 106 for 5. All right, tell me about the pressure.
It's good at the moment. This is what happened yesterday after having all those issues. He's all right, so maybe the old duct tape at the top put on there by Roberto. Roberto is just a star, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
But we do have a temporary standby, don't we? We have a standby to our right to take over. I think they might do that either in between innings or at the end of this match.
Here's a useless fact. You know that duct tape? Some places they call it duck tape, like quack quack, like a derrick.
Yeah.
And some places they call it duct tape.
Yeah.
And it varies by region. But when you say it quickly, you can't really tell which one they're saying. Anyway, this is Jafar Raza, who's coming back for his 2nd over. Young left armer.
We were talking about centuries. I mean, you mentioned that one of Yasir, which I think was just so brilliantly timed. But yeah, it also was pretty quick, wasn't it? That's the 2nd fastest I think we've seen.
Yeah, 24
on the network. 24 balls. Yeah,
and 100 out of 114 chase. Which I think the actual target was 111, right? So
yes,
the idea that someone could get 100 when you're chasing 111, it's absolutely insane.
I think it's only when he got into the 80s when I thought, hang on a minute. If he times this right, and the key thing here was his partner, okay, and that was Farouk Sohal.
Yeah.
If he timed it right and Farouk Sohal didn't go and hit a boundary, then it's on, and he timed it to perfection.
All right, in the air. This looks catchable to me, and it will be taken into the orbit of Asad Abbas, who just sidesteps to his left, well held, and so that'll be the end of Naeem Shah for 3 in the 9th. It's 108 for 6.
Yeah, Abbas. He's been giving all the advice to the other fielders when it comes to the catching. He's been having a chat there with the likes of Hassan as well. And now he was under pressure there, because if he put that down, he was not going to hear the end of it. Anyway, there is the wicket. Another one will go. 108 for 6. So what can they get to here? I mean, what have they got here now? 9 balls to go. Can they touch on the 120, 125?
They could also just get rock and rolled and get bowled out. That's very Catalonia Red, team that were bowled out in 7 overs. That was after they won their first game. They were back to earth with a thud, weren't they? I think it's against Magic in match 2. So this is kind of what we feared, wasn't it? And now, I'll tell you what, there's a bit of a timed out chance here. Still trying to get the helmet on. Shades of Angelo Matthews about this.
If they appeal, I think now the umpire might be thinking about helping him out. If they do appeal, he's going to be pretty close, because he's
spent a long time getting the helmet on. I wouldn't say he's 100% got it right. He's gone kind of medieval English knight style with the grill in front of the eyes. Anyway, an over and a half to go. Gets a full toss first up. This is Mateen Ahmed, and he would have got run out. And well,
you can tell when he's not ready. He wasn't ready to take the first ball. He wasn't ready to run, and if that hit, he would have been taking another slow walk back to the dugout. Watch this.
Curtains. I mean, almost like he's wearing concrete pads, but eventually does get down the other line, gets off the other end, gets off the mark. Now, pretty good kind of out-swinging Yorker from Raza, and now this would have been out as well. I mean, 2 pretty close calls in a row.
It looks like somebody needs to tap him on the top of the helmet, because I don't think that helmet's sitting properly. But yeah, he could have. They're having it's like a bit of ping pong happening here.
You know, I spend a lot of time at airports. I mean, if he was moving that quickly in an airport, they'd certainly send one of the cars to get him to his gate. Mateen Ahmed now plays a lovely shot, and well, don't worry about running for this. That's going to be 4. So they're just settling in maybe. So it goes 1-1-4 to finish the over. Catalonia Red after 9, 114 for 6.
Yeah, that's a nice looking shot. And I mean, we're talking about, of course, quick centuries. Of course, we got to touch on Ishan yesterday. I mean, he brings up, of course, in that match, he said 3,000th run, but he also gets a half century, and it ends up being the joint fastest that we've ever seen on the network as well. I mean, it's sensational hitting. It really was. He was just magnificent to watch. And, I had the privilege to see, of course, now the joint fastest 50. Of course, I was in Crefeld where Jamshid Khan scored the fastest century. And it was just explosive. And you know what was quite fascinating about that run chase? So they scored that 94 in the 3 overs.
Yeah.
That the next match, sort of the power play was like 50 odd, and you're thinking,
Bit slow.
yeah, but you're thinking, how did they get that 94? Because it's quite an amazing achievement.
Top
it really is.
of my head, because I was watching, I took a few notes yesterday. This is a big heave from Iqbal. Probably wants 2 here, but I don't see how he's going to get it on this surface. It's so tough to pitch a second. There was a no ball in the innings, so essentially it was 19 balls. There were 10 6s and 6 4s in there. So that's 16 out of 19 balls going for boundaries. That's pretty crazy. Then I think there was a 2 in there and a wide and a dot.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, this ball almost knocks out the stumps, but doesn't.
The interesting thing is, and I think a few people touched on this as well yesterday, is that, remember, like in this match as well, Pak I Care Barcelona winning the toss and deciding to field first, there's going to come a time when they're going to start thinking about batting first. That's when maybe things like the 229 are going to be under threat.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So the other record yesterday, apart from the biggest power play, by the way, I think I mentioned this earlier, but in case you missed it, Pak I Care did have the equal power play record already. 82 they scored against Bangladesh Kings in November 2022 in ECS. Also, Drew scored 82 against Tunbridge Wells in the 13 minutes of madness back in ECL 22. But, yeah, it was the highest run rate in a completed innings. And that beat Drew, who went at, I think it was 27 odd. So that's 270 pace. That was when they beat England, English club Tunbridge Wells in 3.1 overs.
Yeah.
This time, the completed run rate was 31.33. So theoretically, if they had batted the 10 overs, they would have scored 313. It's quite insane, isn't it?
It's just,
I keep using that word, but there's no other word
But
for
some
it.
of the hitting here is almost like where, I mean, I know you've touched on the fact that we are obviously higher up. We're what? Sort of we're about 100 and something meters above sea level. Is that making a difference? But the batters are just like, the balls are just flying, and sometimes you're watching and thinking, am I watching, is this real, or am I watching something, is it an arcade game? Because some of it's unreal.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy stuff. This one, probably, no, yeah, that's going to be called. I mean, it's there around the waist. I think Rabani gets it wrong and gets penalised the no ball. So, last chance to cash in here. Catalan, you're red.
Yeah, well, they are. Maybe could get to that 125. And big heave from Janvier, misses out on it, and he's quite disgusted with himself as he just walks away, puts the bat under his arm and starts marching off. But he makes a good contribution, 19 of 13 deliveries. So they get to the 120. The question is it enough? It's what we would say below par score here. So you'd expect Pak I Care Barcelona to knock those off. They got Ishan, they got Moshim, that's been in good form. Umar Ahmed, and also something like Hasan Abbas comes back into their side to mention, but a few, including their captain. This is the way it started, and it was a good start. It's a 41 without loss in the power play, and it was, of course, once again, Ali Hassan doing the damage, but he did get good support from the captain, Imran Sandal. Waxed that one out of the ground. Well, a little bit of advice for the younger bowlers to try and get them to get their lines right, but runs kept on coming. And we thought, hello, Catalonia Red. Last week on Monday, they scored 179, and Ali Hassan got a century. Was it going to be the same this time? Well, Imran was the first to go, but Hassan was still there and still hitting big. But he would finally go, and it was a superb catch to get him. And this is it here. It's a fielder had a lot of work to do, and that was Ali Ahmed, covered the ground well, takes the catch, and that was the end of Hassan. And then we knew things could slow down slightly. That one doesn't help when it was Ashraf that gets the edge there. Good catch from Ishan. He was wrong-footed, but he was able to recover and take a nice one. That was a comfortable one in the field there from Hassan Ali. He's a really good fielder. This one, for me, no doubt, as the captain, Abid Mahbub, comes and takes his first wicket. And what we'll see from the bowling figures, that a lot of the bowlers there were chipping in with a two-first. So it's a good combined effort in the field from Pak I Care Batting. And welcome back also to Asad Abbas, who takes a nice catch. He's a good fielder in that zone. And he's probably hoping that he gets an opportunity to have a knock out there as well. Let's have a quick look at the batting scorecard. Ali Hassan is 60 of 22, 57-run partnership between him and Imran Sandal, the captain, who scored 24. And then they needed that little sort of supporting role played there by Tanvir Iqbal. He had wickets falling around him, but he held his nerve and finished on 19 not out of 13. So 121 for 6. Not a bad score, but you just feel against Pak I Care Batting it won't be enough. Here's a look at the bowlers, and like I said, those that did get in the wickets took 2 wickets, 2 for 26 for Ahmed, and the young Jafar Raza did well as well, 2 for 24. And then we saw Abid Mahbub, the captain, with his bit of spin and his experience, taking 2 for 27, so 121 for 6. That the reply from Pak I Care Batting will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time. You're watching the European Cricket Network. It's the European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. Join us back for the reply from Pak I Care Batting in just under 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Just pumped it up just a little bit more. We're okay. We're ready to go. Well, we are in here, and it looks like we'll be ready to go out there as well as the umpires, Majid and Ijaz, come out there. Umpire Cameron is the third, and Tyrone Peters, we saw him earlier at the coin toss, is once again the tournament referee. So, Pak I Care Barcelona, the chase is 122, and I suppose the question is, how quickly? Now look, you know, this is one of those things, I know, and it's normal. You know, everybody's saying, right, how quick they're going to do it in this time, blah, blah, blah. But it ain't always going to be that way. The blip will happen the same way. You know, form can come and go. We saw that from Ishan. Speaking of Ishan, I wonder how he gets on to here today. Remember, the last time we saw him, that run of 5 consecutive 50s, one of which he went on to convert into 120. That came to an end yesterday, and it came to an end in, well, quite, I suppose if you were the opposition, quite glorious fashion when he went for a first baller. That's what Barcelona International were able to do. And it was Vishesh Gujar that got that wicket, and the scenes when that wicket went, it was almost like they'd won the tournament. They were celebrations all round. It was short-lived though, because it was the only wicket they would get, and Pak I Care Barcelona would knock the runs off, and Mushim was in good form there on that time and on that occasion. Okay, here we go. We are ready to start. First ball, it will be bowled by the experience, Tanveer Iqbal. Played a good part with the bat as well, scoring 19 runs, and he's ready to have a go at Ishan. Ishan will know all about Tanveer, of course. You see the non-striker there will be Imran Mohammed. So the man that we know really well, lovely guy, does a lot of great work here in Catalonia for the cricket. Also is the manager of Pak I Care Barcelona. We've seen him also with Cricket España. I think he's like the team manager for them as well. And now we're going to see him play a bit of cricket. Ishan goes big, and I don't know what the appeal is here from Tanveer. A huge appeal from Tanveer as he bowls, and it's just got an interesting. He's appealing, and now I wonder if he's trying to put Ishan off there. If he is, I think the umpires need to have a bit of word with this, because he's literally appealed as soon as he bowled this. Ishan says, I don't know what's the matter with you. Sort out the cough. Here, I've got something for it. It's called 6. Well, that has been absolutely blasted. Big hit. Smashed away. And now he goes 6 more. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And this is Ishan's turn to say, how is that? Well, that's 6 as well. So 2 balls, 2 sixes. Ishan, he's back. By the way, just in case you wanted to know, he starts the day on 3,060. So quickly moved on to 3,072 runs. Oh, it's another huge appeal from Tanveer. Now this time I suppose there is something to appeal about, but I don't think Ishan is anywhere near this. It's good movement. Ishan's head was, well, let's just say he was looking where he wanted to send it. And this is in the gap. It's a nice shot. Farla, says Tanveer. Grab it. Not going to grab it. That's a nice shot. He this time does go out on the offside, leans into it, gets it in the gap, gets 4. Ishan. Records are there to be broken. Well, he's broken a few, hasn't he? It's in the same area again, and it's 4 more. Well, he's testing the field, isn't he? And maybe testing the patience there of Tanveer as well. 2 sixes followed by 2 4s. The over has gone magical. Tanveer now looking maybe just a little bit dejected. He's probably saying to the fielder, oh, Captain Saab, parlinda, parlinda. Well, now Imran Sandal is strengthening up that area. Just get the feeling that Ishan now will go cow corner. That's the sort of way he plays. And no, he's he's watching the single, and I can see that Imran is just waiting, saying, no, I know what you want to do. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of taking a strike. I want to face a ball or two, you know. So the first over comes to an end, and it is 20 without loss as a welcome back into the cube to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Cube looking in good shape. Yes, seems to have settled down a bit. Hey, left you alone for 3 days. No golden balls. Trying to think of a few close calls. I mean, with Pak I Care out there, probably not as many as you might hope for. I think we're still about a week away from the Pak I Care versus Jaguars clash. So one thing we haven't had yet is the 3 undefeated teams that have played in those 2, and also Barcelona CC. They haven't locked horns with each other. So I think we're in for some pretty explosive contests as this group stage continues.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And the other thing is, and this is what sort of blows my mind a little bit as well, there's still a lot of players we need to come into. This is just unstoppable. Unstoppable. There's nothing, nobody can stop this, not even the best wicketkeeper in the world.
Ashraf, well, he's had his trials and tribulations at times. I mean, it's kind of full, wide, hits on the down slope. Ashraf just kind of watches it grub. Look at this. Yeah, it's probably not a wide, but what it will be, I think, is there's 4 byes. Let's see what the call was there.
Yeah, it just doesn't come up.
Yeah, 4 byes given. Tough one. This pitch has played pretty well, but that's not really the intended pitch surface. That's more of the extension beyond the stumps. Imran's a pretty good player. We've seen him once or twice opening the batting for Pak I Care. Does a lot of work behind the scenes, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And he's fantastic. Not just, of course, for Pak I Care, as I mentioned before, but he seems to becoming a key figure for Cricket Espana as well. He's always managing the boys really well when they're making their way to Cartama. And you're right. I mean, he's got a nice stance. I can tell you this: if he gets one away, we'll probably hear the biggest cheer.
He's immensely proud of his team as well. That's one thing that's very, very clear. I remember the celebrations after they won the ECL 2022. He uses the pace nicely here, just opens up the blade, and he gets 4. A popular 4 with his teammates.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. They were waiting to celebrate these first runs in this series, and he does it with 4. Nice looking shot, and it looks very composed, looks very relaxed, and no wonder he didn't want to take that single at the end of the first over.
Played 5 matches when we were here last year. Played just 1 in 2021, so makes the odd cameo. The gaffer comes up to face again, this time off the inside half of the bat. Isan trots through for 1. Imran's probably the one player who could bat with Isan but still be the senior player out there, isn't he?
Is this true? Okay, Mohammad Ishan now gets set. And of course, we've been talking about Ishan getting to that, what I think is a fantastic landmark, 3,000 runs. And I suppose you have to touch on that Hamza Salim Dar. He's not that far away, is he? I believe he needs something like 136 he needs. So I'm pretty sure that the next time that they've got a few games on the spin, he'll be looking to bring those up. As Ishan, he keeps going anyway. Well, that's the scoreboard. Add 4 more to it. There's a little bit behind at the moment. I suppose they're doing it at the end of the over, but that's cuatro queridas. Mas, somebody tries to stop it with the foot. Who was that there, by the way? Was that Shub? Have we got that again?
Hope Shub's not up and about. I love this graphic as well. I mean, it's a great moment in time. We've been making history here, been creating history on ECN.
Yeah.
3,000 runs in the 10 over format. It's quite incredible. And if you look at his numbers, you can. I might post his stats in the comment section right now, though. This one is over everything. And if you're out walking your dog, you might throw. Let's have a look at the fielding here, because Isan puts one out of the arena. It's a long throw back. Pretty well handled, but that was large, wasn't it? And almost effortless the way he hits this one so far, Rico.
Yeah, well, the human beats the four-legged pooch to this one. You can see the dog there being walked. Good job he's on the lead. Otherwise, he would have been after it. yeah, we've seen a few that have gone out of the ground. Of course, one of them the other day could have caused a nasty incident. Fortunately, we were lucky, though it did strike somebody. There was no serious damage done. But, yeah, you've got to be careful here in Barcelona if you're here at the top of Montjuic, because the Grizzlies are flying all over the place.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, that's one of the bigger hits we've seen, and it's just kind of par for the course for Mohamed Ihsan. 39 without loss after 2. As looks like we're going to get Tanvir Iqbal to bowl the 3rd over. Hit straight and pretty well by Imran. Bit of a battle of the veterans here, but Tanvir does get some good away movement to the right-hander. Let's see how he goes bowling to Ihsan.
Yeah, I mean, Tanvir is, I mean, in his day when he was in his prime, was a serious bowler. He could get the ball to move around both ways, and he, you know, there's no doubt about it. Those that will remember, you know, I know Mohamed Amagan Khan will back this up. He was, you know, he was an explosive bowler, always in the wickets. And he's now obviously lost some of that pace, but he's still got what it takes to get the ball to seam around a bit. But yeah, without that pace, up against somebody like Ihsan, who's at his best, he's always going to struggle. But the key thing he's got to do is just get the ball right up there and hope. I mean, he's got one to get past Ihsan. He was close to finding the edge. That's what he's looking to do. Get the ball up there, get Ihsan to play the wrong shot, and hope he can get a little snick and that the keeper Ashraf can take the catch.
Yeah, he's averaging 58 plus in T10 cricket this year, Ihsan. And now this is another one that isn't coming back easily. Maximo, as the 50 and the 50 partnership comes up. We're only halfway through the 3rd over.
Yeah, well, Ihsan now, I mean, the way he's going, and let me tell you that he needs, if he gets to 42, he'll get to the 500 mark in just this series alone. And there's still a lot of cricket to play.
I'll give you another one. If he gets to 69, he'll be 1,000 runs in the year on ECN. And I don't think that's ever been done before, 1,000 runs in a year.
Nah. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, all right, he's played a fair bit of cricket, of course, playing ECL, playing ECC, and of course this European Cricket Series. But still, yeah, I mean, amazing achievement.
36th match this year. Anyway, this is going to be hit through the offside, and Imran Mohammed showing that he can hold the stick as well. Reaches double figures.
Yeah, look, I like the way he gets into position early. He's not got a big movement before the ball is bowled, just a little small one. But it doesn't stop him getting into position to playing shots like that. So nicely played. A nice moment for, once again, the Pak I Care Batting boys. Tanvir. He's gone for 36. Last ball of his spell. And he finishes with a dot. He'll probably have a word or two with Imran. And they share a bit of a smile and a joke. That's the other thing, you know, that I love about Barcelona. These boys, they know each other so well. I think one thing that they know, and this is very important, is that we see the power play. Once again, 55. That's about average for Pak I Care Batting. But one thing really that they know is they know each other well. They know the lives that they live. They know that they're all working. So when they play cricket, they're making sacrifices to be there. So when they're there, they're going to be competitive, but they're going to enjoy themselves as well. That is so important.
Yeah, I was talking a bit before about when Pak I Care won the European Championship in 2022 and the celebrations that ensued after that. And Imran was obviously immensely proud of what he built at Pak I Care.
Yeah, I mean, there's exciting times, isn't it, for Spanish cricket at the moment as well. I mean, if you remember, there was a lot of publicity about the national squad playing at Khartoum, you know, and that was all over the national press. And, you know, this one, it would have been a wide, but he says, you know what, I'll take the runs. So it's Khan that comes on to bowl. He starts off with not the best of deliveries, and I saw the batter there. Ihsan probably thinks, shall I leave it? And the last minute says, you know what? Nah, I'll just whack it for 4.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it turned nicely, didn't it, onto the bat of Ihsan. He's going with the old Shane Warne into the footmarks tactics. I don't know how that's going to work out. I mean, that's okay because it kind of locks up Ihsan a bit. Couldn't get a full swing on it.
Yeah. So going back to that, so cricket really is the talking point in Spain at the moment. And the boys, every time they play, even playing in this series, it's always, you know, it's always grabbing some of the headlines. short, Gundy, smash, 6. Well, there you go. He does go past not only the 500 runs in this series, but he brings up yet another 50 as well. So he had that blip after 5 on the spin yesterday, but he's back, and he's back with a bang.
6 in 7. It's incredible consistency. But you got to say, that was a gift-wrapped delivery, wasn't it, from Sohal? It just sat up. And this is one he wasn't just thinking about hitting it for 6. He was trying to hit a monster here, Isan. And to be honest, he achieved his objective. Now goes to the skies. Now this one should leave the building as well. It does. Maximo Isan to 57. And yeah, yesterday became only the 3rd player to hit a 10-ball 50. Shiraz Ahmed of Pak I Care did it back in 2020, and Seamus Lynch did it for Ireland 11 in the ECC. But in a way, this was they weren't finished, but 51 off 10 they were. And his son was 52 off 10. Now he's going to be gone, so he won't reach 1,000 in the calendar year just yet. Still 12 for that milestone. Credit to Sohal, had a bit of a plan and stuck to it. But Pak I Care off to a screaming start as per usual. Pak I Care now 71 for 1.
Yeah, look, fair play to Khan here. He it's not, let's face it, it's not the best of deliveries. He's going down leg side, but Ishan, he commits himself to come down the pitch, and because he does, he has to play this shot. He gets beaten a little bit by the flight, doesn't get the power in it. Ishan will know himself. That's one that he really should have done what he's done already, just waited in his crease, and he should have been thumping it to the leg side. But he will go, and he departs, which means that it'll be a rare opportunity for another batter to come out and see how many runs he can put together. Imran looks pretty steady out there, looks quite stable, looks like he's there to stay the duration of the innings. So 71 for 1. As a new batter comes out, and there's going to be an opportunity for Samiullah.
And Wazir Ali with a good catch there to fail. Gets us pretty much on target. So that'll be the end of the 4th over. A successful one for Catalunya Red. Pak I Care 71 for 1.
Yeah, I'll take that, wouldn't you? You can go for 16, but pick up the wicket of Ishan. So that's a good moment for Tufel Khan. Catalunya Red now, they've seen the danger man at the equation. It's an opportunity, I think, for Pak I Care Batting to give some of the other players an opportunity. So Samiullah is the number 3 batter. And, let's see if he can add a good, valuable contribution into the scorebook. Yeah, the other thing, Vinny, I didn't know if you know, but not far from here, just as you go down the hill over to the other side, there's an area of land. I think you've actually been there and played there, because I know I have.
I've played there once, yeah.
They're doing that up. That's been turned into a ground which will be used for juniors and women's cricket. Isn't that marvellous?
Really good to hear. It was quite a unique ground, that one. Big swipe from Imran, misses out. Maybe Red's feeling that the shoe's on the other foot now. Can they roll through the Pak I Care middle order? And Umair, who's a regular opener, hasn't featured yet, giving an opportunity to Samiullah to come out and bat at 3. Still going to have to get a few and get through a few quickly, but yeah, perhaps a bit of a sniff. Now help round the corner. This doesn't help. Gets it wrong slightly. And Imran, well, now it's his highest score in ECN cricket. He moves to 14.
Yeah, Shaba to Imran. बहुत बताया अपने high score बना ली format the pitch. It's a nice shot. Just helps it along his way. You see what I mean? He's one of those batters, because he doesn't move a lot too early. He's always able to get himself in the right position to play the right shot to whatever the delivery may be. And that's good. We've seen him hit down the ground, a straight drive. We've seen him cut. And now the little flick off the pads for a boundary as well. Rasul just straying his line a little bit.
Now lifted up and over the top. It's going to be another 4 runs to Imran, who's toying with the field. So Pak I Care lost his arm, but they haven't lost too much momentum here.
Yeah, delightful shot. He plays for this as well. There's nothing streaky or lucky about it. Once again, gives himself a little bit of room. Is a little bit short from Rasul. So he's able to play it away. Well played. Nicely done. 4th of December today. And some of the holidays, well, International Cheetah Day is today. And just touching on that, it's not just International Cheetah Day, so it's also World Wildlife Conservation Day. So this is where not just thinking about animals and all kinds of animals, we're thinking about things like plants and trees, and we can all make a difference in that one, can't we? Better delivery. Oh, he's unlucky. He's unlucky this time. He doesn't want this to do anything but stay straight, but it just starts to come in and shape inwards, which means it misses the leg stick. Good comeback from Rasul.
Yeah, it is a good comeback. Still a couple to come here in the 5th over. Lift it up, and it's just going to get over for Nawaz at mid-wicket, who actually took a step in and regretted it immediately. Gets a fingertip to this. Imran, living a charmed life, survives.
Yeah, and this is where Rasul says, oh dear, because he thinks he was going to get the wicket. So now back to Ula.
Wow, hits that high, catchable, but not an easy one. And in the end, it's grasped by Naeem Shah, who got there, got 2 hands to it in the end, but couldn't quite get under it. So it'll be Ula that survives and retains the strike. End of the 5th. Pak I Care 82 for 1. I was just going to say, it's a big week for holidays here in Spain, because I know that it's Constitution Day on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then there's also a holiday on Friday. I'll come back to that in a second. Right now, we are in our final ECS of the year. Just 2 weeks to go here before we head to Malaga for the ECCW. 5 nations are competing in that. And the plan is to start season 2024 on the 15th of January. It's not an exact date, but that is the plan at the moment, which would mean a 3-week end-of-year break. So we have a bit of time off, but we won't have to wait too long. I suggest to everyone, if you're missing us, then you can message me on social media and I'll send you a link to a classic game you can watch.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Some people, they get a little bit of withdrawal symptoms. Some people are happy for the break. But, you know, keep you busy. There's a little edge on this. Yeah, there is. He's going to have to go. So Ula survived a catching opportunity in the last over, but the very next ball, he's going to go as Wasrat Ali gets a little feather out of the bat of Sami. Well taken behind, 82 for 2.
Yeah, well done for Ashraf. Takes the catch. And also, Wasrat Ali gets brought back into the attack. Remember, he did go for a few in his first over. 15 was the 4 byes that came off that as well, which is a ball that just never came up. So, wicket goes. And opportunity now for El Capitan to get a few more runs.
Yeah, coming in at 4. And he'll be hoping he can finish that off. Yeah, so that Constitution Day is Wednesday, and then there's the holiday for the Feast of the Immaculate Conception on Friday. And so, essentially, you know, Thursday's technically a work day, but I think a few people might be having a sore throat not coming in there. Potentially, you got like a 5-day weekend coming up. Wow, that almost rocks him straight away. Don't think there's any bad in it, but only just misses the leg stump.
Yeah, this is another good delivery. So, well, Ali Wasrat seems to be fired up now, but once again, it goes right the way through. It's really good bowling. It's a couple of deliveries like that have come through, which Catalonia Red on another day may have been celebrating a wicket. So it's a good one first up, though, to the captain of Pak I Care Batting. So Beard, he knows that this is going to be one other one that's going to be full and straight.
This one doesn't really come in. It just holds its line, and that's what fools my boob this time. Yeah, so I was reading up on these holidays this week in Spain, and yeah, they have a bit of expression here called like el puente, like literally means a bridge, right? But it's what they call when there's like a public holiday that lends into a weekend.
Yeah.
So it kind of gives you a bridge to the weekend, and or if it falls. So for example, if there's a holiday on the Thursday, it's kind of like, you know, it's really a long weekend.
That's cool. The kids will have, like you said, that Thursday. They won't be in on Thursday, most schools.
This is nicely struck. Third time lucky for Mahbub, who goes over cover point. Maximo says Carreras and Pak I Care close in on this target. I mean, well ahead of the rate at the moment. Catalonia Red need more wickets if they're going to be competitive, I think. Yeah, but I've heard some people saying this isn't just El Puente. It's not just a bridge. It's an aqueduct. Meaning it's a really long one, because you got the Wednesday holiday and the Friday holiday, and of course weekend Saturday, Sunday. A little bit short and just hit away to the leg side. Well cut off out there. Have fielded much better than they have previously, I think. And Catalunya Red would have had plenty of time. They had 10 matches in 3 and a bit days. And it was a hectic schedule. And, by the end, they were a little bit fatigued. That was pretty clear. But I think they've walked away and they've had a look and they've seen what they need to improve on. It's been a much more improved performance here, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think they've certainly done well in the bit of time off they've had. They've recuperated, and it's been a good start from them. And I like the injection of some of the new players as well. I think Wasrat Ali, he's bowled very well. That's a good spell from him. And not a bad over at all to finish up with. And he goes... his figures 1 for 22. You take that. That's good.
Yeah, sure is. 89 for 2 after 6. Yeah, so no Umair yet. Mochim, obviously, decent batter as well. You got Asad Abbas lurking around there as well. So, look, not going to be an easy one. No Atif Muhammad in the lineup this morning. Pak I Care, though, they've got just this match today. So, yeah, it's an opportunity, for example, by giving Atif this game off, you give them a whole day off. So I think there's always a bit of the management of the squad because of the amount of games in this series. Remember, these guys have got regular jobs, they got regular lives, so all has to be juggled. All right, this one dug in. Is it got the legs? I don't think so, and it's well held. Eventually held out there, and then where's he thrown? He's thrown to no one in particular.
It's a really good catch. He has to take a good catch. He's right on the line, and he couldn't afford to move back, Muzam Rasul. And then, wow, the throw afterwards. As soon as he throws it, I think, what's he done here? Who's he going to hit? Because, look, as soon as he releases this, he thought, okay, this is not going where it's supposed to go. And then he thinks, uh-oh.
Russell, yeah, just throws it. It's a missed throw. I've actually seen that, I think, 3 times now. It was Azim Sati did it in Malta. Took a catch in the circle, but he threw it backwards all the way over the rope. But he completed the catch, so it wasn't really an issue. By the way, I'm going to correct myself here because Pak I Care, we'll see them later in the day, but not until match 4. So I know they don't have another game until then. So it's not just this game today. It'll be another game later on against Sohal Hospitalet. The other time was quite amazing, which I'll get to in a minute, as Afak Shah comes in and gets a big swing out of Umair Ahmed, coming in at 5. Yeah, the other time was in the weekend series at Khartoum during ECC 22. I think it was Big Mac was batting. He was caught off a free hit. The fielder forgot it was a free hit, went and threw it up and threw it backwards over the boundary. That. And wow, this one could be another opportunity, and it's held. Well, perfect judgment this time from Naeem Shah, and Umair's going to have to go for a duck. So, where there's life, there's hope for Catalunya Red, who would continue to fight, 89 for 4.
Well, bowled by Shah, caught by Shah, and this has been pretty well hit, is that straight back pull. What a good catch this is. Yeah, that is a tremendous catch.
If that burst through his hands goes for 6, then you can pretty much kiss the game goodbye. But they've got a fighting chance now, Naeem. Didn't want to jump because he wasn't confident if he jumped backwards that he'd stay in the field of play, and he was probably right. So, Umair, so close yet so far for him. He'll be the 4th wicket to fall, 89 for 4.
Yeah, well, there's Ishan. He's sat there with his Pak I Care Barcelona hoodie on, and he's probably wondering, hello, innit? How are we in this position? I scored a 50, and he did indeed. 50 odd for him, and now the team, they're 89 for 4. Okay, Imran Mohammed's still there. And Ali Ahmed is the new batter that comes in. And so, what's happened here? I mean, this is what's happened? Oh, well, it was an opportunity for a team catch. Eyeball to eyeball. We could have had 2 in 2. What an opportunity.
Yeah, I think we were quickly busy looking at the equation, but yeah, that one was a missed opportunity. Imran's seen it all now. He's gone through 5 batting partners. Faces up on 19. Drags the leg side. That's a long chase, but it'll run over the baseball mound. It's a bit of an awkward one for Mozam Rasul. Okay, so just feel that there's a possibility here. Needing around about 10 and over. Now, if it was kind of the regular top 3 for Pak I Care, you'd say they'd probably do it in an over. But yeah, Red are just fighting. It's been a great over this one from Shah. 2 for 2. Now, this one's not convincing either. Fielder's out there and he drops it. And really after the one he took, should have held that. But Ali Ahmed will survive. And it's the end of the 7th over. Pak I Care 92 for 4.
Oh, what an opportunity that is. You're right, Vinny. Mozam Rasul took a good catch there earlier. Well, Ali Ahmed, he's been dropped on 0 twice. He finally gets off the mark courtesy of that drop from Rasul.
Here's the thing, though. Does it hurt you? Well, it hurts you if Ali Ahmed comes and starts whacking them around. But when you think about who might replace him here, like Asad Abbas or someone, they could easily go finish this game with a few boundaries. Royal Barcelona take on Sohal Hospitalet in the second game of the day. We talked about Aschad Butts 99 not out a little bit earlier, didn't we? I can tell you news from the tops. Royal Barcelona winning and electing to bat. So listing Shahid Nazir as well as Nabil and Shajil Kaiser in the top 3. That one coming up in around about 40 minutes right now. Eyes on the prize here. Pretty firm drive to start the 8th over. I don't know, I just feel like Pak I Care haven't put this one to bed just yet. And we know they're prone to a collapse now and then. Remember, they got rock and rolled for 41 in the Group A final last year.
Yeah, I mean, okay, still batting to come, but of course, if those batters are coming out under a bit of pressure, maybe if Catalonia Red could take it to sort of 13 and over or something required, then, they're coming out, I wanted to hit big straight away, a little bit like we saw there from Umar Ahmed. And if it doesn't go your way and they lose their wickets, then Catalonia Red, they could steal a surprise win here.
I mean, this would be an incredible victory for Catalonia Red. Maybe just sparks there the start of the rest of their tournament. 28 off 16. So Pak I Care kind of need that at least one boundary and over to keep pace. On the charge, misses. And a couple more of those. And Catalonia Red could easily pinch this game.
Yeah, Mozam Rasul is the bowler. Of course, he had the opportunity to catch out Ali Ahmed on 0. Now he's got the ball in hand. He's trying to get him out in another manner. But still, not too many runs of this over. It's nice and tidy so far.
Just premeditated walk down the pitch, and there it is again from Ali Ahmed. Throw comes in, but not in time. They'll get a single, but only a single. And at the moment, that's fine for the fielding side.
Yeah, it is. I mean, wow, how many balls have we gone now since a boundary? It's been a few. It's been a little bit tiki-taka.
I didn't have one last over because Afak Shah took 2 for 3 in the over. But yeah, good observation. It's been 19 balls since a boundary. Make that 20. Inside edge onto the pad, just a single. This game's tightening up.
Yeah, that rate, at one point we were seeing it around about the 8 mark. It is now going up to around 12. Now that's when I think Catalonia Red will seriously start believing they're in with a chance here now. Big time chance.
The power of momentum in these games. Remember, Ihsan was, Ali Hassan originally was the original smasher in the first innings. He got caught and caught well. Pak I Care had the momentum now with Ihsan going. Things have just gone south, but this will be the boundary they needed as Ali Ahmed picks this up over mid-wicket. That'll be 4. And it looks like it could be a tactical switch here. Interesting for me because he does just hit a boundary.
No, this is Imran, I think. Imran was, even before that ball was bowled, he was looking at the camp and he said, I'm not getting it out of the slot. He's probably realised he's not hitting many boundaries. So a tactical retired out here. Imran will depart to let, it looks like Abbas. Is that Abbas who's coming out?
Yeah, it's pretty unselfish actually from Imran, who's going to be retired out, and he'll do it. Do it for 22. And yeah, unselfish stuff really. And it means that it'll be Asad Abbas on strike. So, 121 for 6. Okay, I mean, Pak I Care, very experienced, and I suppose the manager essentially has the power. I mean, any batter can do it any time, but he feels that's the right thing to do, needing 22 now off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, and that's where, whether you're a captain manager, you've got to be prepared to make those calls. So could quite easily play this back to his own stumps. You can see that Ali Ahmed's pretty quick to run down to the other end. He knows what his job is here now as well. He can't be tuning up deliveries, can't be dot balls, got to get back onto ball.
But it's the beauty of the format. Like I said before, Pak I Care got 94 and 3 overs yesterday. They're 108 today.
Yeah.
And little things can have big differences on the result. And it's a kind of nervy moment for Ali Ahmed, isn't it? Because he now essentially becomes the senior batter out there. He's 8 off 6. Now, I think that's inside as well. Oh, this could be out. I think he will be out.
Yep.
And so taking on one to the keeper. And so the tactical retirement got Abbas out there. Abbas out there. But yeah, inexplicably he runs to the keeper here. Ashraf is good enough to grab it and hit the stumps. And the wheels were falling off for Pak I Care.
That is gone. I mean, have a look at the bail. The bail takes an age to come off.
Yeah, he's still out
But
though.
he's gone. So that's what I was talking about. You see, all right, the big guys are coming in now. They know they've got to play big shots because they've got to get going here. They've got to get motoring. I mean, this is game on here for Catalonia Red. They get another wicket. And let's see who's coming out there now.
Yeah.
Looks like Hassan, doesn't it?
That's such an interesting one because that's, again, lack of communication there. If that was the play to get Asad Abbas on strike, well, then you got to kind of tell Ali Ahmed to keep that end safe.
Yeah.
In the end, they take it on, they lose. And, yeah, look, I know they're a very experienced team. I suppose some of that inexperience of some of the players coming up in that situation. Now, this is just poked in the air. And pretty quickly, I think you're going to see Catalonia Red taking the lead in this game, the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah, new batter that comes out, and this is Hassan Ali. But ignore the graphics there for a moment because he hasn't scored 22.
Yeah.
But this one is 6. There's no doubt about this one. That is a good hit. Now that's what he's out there to do. Hassan Ali, he clobbers it. And that's not bad. One shot, and you got 26 on the board.
This is going to be a mess. Because what's happened
You know what this
is he retired out, but I think they accidentally must have put retired not out. And now he's been given Imran's runs. Can't say I've seen this one before. I'd love to come out on 22.
Yeah, you might have to see it might be a bit of a stop here to get this sorted because it's not correct. But anyway, what is correct, and is it? I don't think the score's updated here yet either. I reckon that should take the score to 108.
Yeah,
right?
you got to get it right in this situation as well. I mean, that was such a good shot though from Hassan Ali.
Yeah, it's a good shot. They needed that boundary, didn't they, just to keep it right. I make that now the score 108 because you saw a single off the first ball, a 6 there, so it's 108. We may just need to take a little moment to get it right. Of course, the players want to see it right because they've got to get their calculations right here.
Hey, a bit of news over the weekend. You probably noticed this, but Afyon Karaisa have been crowned the Turkish representatives. Now, there's a bit of controversy there, I'm not going to lie. Istanbul KSK did win the Turkish qualifying tournament, but their federation said that essentially they were not a representative side of the competition. So, yeah, well, we pumped the cube up. So, I mean, it means that we won't see Istanbul KSK at the ECL. And just to be clear, every country decides which club will represent them. So, Afyon Karaisa, they did lose the final to Istanbul KSK, but they're a pretty good side as well. I saw that they bowled a team out for 8 during the tournament. So, yeah, I think in the final they made 89, which wasn't quite enough against Istanbul KSK. But anyway, let's see how we're going here. Still, I don't have anything too updated. Yeah, so a bit of controversy there. But I think what it was is to play in other countries around Europe, you need to get the federation to sign off on it, saying, yeah, we don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
And some of the Istanbul KSK players that had played around Europe hadn't got those clearances. So then when it came back, they were deemed ineligible, essentially deeming their team ineligible to make it to the ECL. So I know that, and that's certainly a bit of a talking point there in Turkey. But obviously, Afyon Karaisa means we'll get to see a new side. And they play most of their games, or recruit a lot of players from the high school. So that's SHS stands for senior high school there. And Group C will be an interesting one with the Jersey champions, Old Victorians in there. So first time we haven't seen Farmers in the competition. Alton from Switzerland coming back for the 3rd time. Got Gamblers SC, including Kulit Goya, who was in such good form in the recent ECIs here and ECC earlier in the year. And CC Academic Sofia from Bulgaria. So in Group C, 3rd of March. We're we're going to start the countdown for the ECL soon as well, and that's going to come around pretty quickly. All right. Well, someone I think is just hitting Control-Alt-Delete in the scoring software. Hopefully work that out. And that's very clever. So if you're not, it's actually bad, what's the word? Bad etiquette to sit on the field. But if you're going to do it, you pretend you're stretching. That's the key. I'm very experienced in this.
Well, he's got to keep doing it because,
Yeah.
of course, he's bowling, and this is a very important over, so he wants to stay flexible.
That's good experience. Because I remember that from when I was a junior,
Yeah.
they always said it's kind of not the done thing to sit on the field, right? So now everyone's doing a bit of stretching.
Yeah, well, it's one of those, and we've already touched on the fact it's pretty chilly this morning. The sun is not quite breaking through the clouds at the moment, so temperatures around, I think probably around about 8 or 9 degrees at the moment. So when you're up and about and moving, of course, you're pretty warm, but when you stop for a while, you start to get cold. Now, normally these breaks, Vinny, I always find that these upset more the batting side. Just think about it. Hassan had just smashed the big 6, so he's probably thinking, yeah, okay, bring it on. And now you're having all of these delays. So, you know, I always feel, a lot of people ask me this question, who do you think it affects most? For me, I think it affects the batting side, especially for batters on, because he's come out there, he's pumped, he knows what he's got to do. He just hit a big 6, and now all of a sudden this great delay. So, and also gives the fielding side the opportunity to rally together and the captain to G up the guys and say, come on, let's do the business.
Yeah, I think the reason that they're taking a bit longer here is that there was a discrepancy with the on-site scoring and the studio scoring not agreeing by a run. So they want to make sure that they get this right. I think it's super important because with the game being so close, you know, you do deserve to know the exact score when it happens. So that's why I have an extended delay. And we do apologise for that, but obviously there's a big day of cricket coming up. Still 4 more matches to go after this, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it all pans out. And I mean, right now, Pak I Care, they've gone undefeated through the first 8 matches. This is probably as close as they've come to dropping a game.
Yeah, you're right. It's the first time I think they're going to be tested because, all right, a lot of people will probably turn around and say that it's sort of maybe their own fault because they did. And as we know, they have changed around the batting order slightly. But, I mean, bear in mind, they scored 55 off the power play when Ishan was out there, which means in the next, 5 and a bit overs, they've been scoring at less than 10, and that's why they're in this position. It looks like we are finally ready to go, and having a look at the score I've got in front of my screen, I'm glad to say that I was correct on what I was thinking.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. They haven't been able to fix the computer. We do have 84 matches, 84 days into the ECL. Look at that. But that's not what I'm going to talk to you about right now. We're going to have to tell you the score. So it's 13 off 9 required. Okay, 13 off 9. That's the official score. And you're just going to have to trust us. 13 off 9, and it's going to be Afak Shah to come back in with half an over to go.
Okay, 13 off 9. Right, I've got my pen, scribbling it down.
Yeah, go old school. This reminds me, last time we were having to score on paper, Golden Ball, Hornchurch versus Beverin in the ECL. All right, 13 off 9, and Hassan Ali comes out and mishits one. They'll get 1.5 here. They're going to come for 2. Now, good throw has him cooked here to the keeper. Oh, this is close. I feel like he's just made it, but could be gone, I
think this is really close.
I mean, I didn't think it was a great grounding, if I'm honest. I think his bat bounced down and up, and that might be what costs him here. Afteraf was quick to get the bails off. Let's have a look on the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. See, look at the bounce. I think he's okay. It bounces in.
Yeah.
So 13 off 9 becomes 11 off 8.
Good moment. Good running, though, really, really good running. He is quick. He's athletic. He gets there. He gets back.
I mean, that was a risky one, to say the least. Remember, they are several wickets down. I'm going to say 6 wickets down. All right. 11 off 8. Now drags this, but into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So a bit of a game breaker. He stole the strike back and then he's able to find the gap. Cuatro carreras. Tell me if I'm right. 7 off 7 required.
Yeah, you're right. That's an outstanding shot, actually. He fetches this and still manages to hit it pretty straight in the gap.
But there's no one on the offside, so he could have just hit it over there.
Yeah.
Would have been a lot easier. Wow. Get Imran warming up. It's going to be another last over thriller here, I think. Last ball of the ninth, and it's hit into the stumps, knocks them over, but they'll get one. And I think right now, now they're going to take on 2. They're going to go to the keeper's end, but it's a wide throw. Oh.
This is going to be another
yeah,
one.
you know, he ran really wide there. Again, my instinct is
there.
he's in, but interesting that they elected to take the second.
I'm wondering why they did. I mean, he's got a lot to do here, the keeper. Does he get him? And I think he gets home.
Just.
Yeah.
Just.
Because he had a lot to do with the throw there, Ashraf. That's the thing.
We threw it off the pitch. I mean, if it's anywhere on the pitch, I think he was going to be gone. So that'll be the end of the over, and it'll be 117 for 6. And so 5 required off the last over. But Ali Ahmed's on strike, who's probably looked a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah.
And now some discussion about who's going to bowl the last over. Now, Imran has got the ball. Is he going to bowl it or is he going to hand it off?
Looks like he's going to bowl it, Vinny. Imran is going to bowl it.
$1-800 hero. It's Imran who has the right to bowl the last over here. Now, he almost defended 4 the other day. Remember, it was in match 10, Tuesday night cricket, live from Barcelona, in a crazy game that they ended up losing on the last ball. But there were 6 runouts, I think, during that innings for Sohal Hospitalet. Okay, so 5 required off the last over.
Here we go. It's going to be the captain. The man known for doing the cartwheels. Will he be cartwheeling after this one or not?
Well, straight up in the air, but it's going to carry with the pace. Is it rolling away? If the boundary ties the game and it gets there. So score's tied now, and Pak I Care boxed their way out of a tight corner. And, well, come the man, come the moment, as Ali Ahmed is able to manufacture a boundary despite the efforts of Mateen Ahmed. So now Ali has 5 chances to win the game for Pak I Care.
Yeah, everybody's got to come in. You can see that's what Imran, the captain of Catalan Red, is doing, bringing them all in. That's a bit unlucky, really. Could have gone anywhere. But now, look, tight squeeze on. Anyone will do it.
5 dot balls for a golden ball. Any score wins it for Pak I Care Barcelona, and they're going to run on contact. It was probably a bit of a top edge onto shoulder, but Pak I Care, they're going to do it in the end with 4 balls remaining. Oh, Catalan Red, they'll be disappointed that they don't get the win here because they were in a winning position at one point, but I suppose they can be thankful that they've played a lot better against former European champions here, Pak I Care, and the ECL team for 2024. Despite that, Pak I Care do keep their unbeaten record alive, going 9-0 in the series.
Yeah, they made them work hard. They made them sweat a little bit as well. But Pak I Care Barcelona do get home, and they do it with a couple of balls to go. This is what's coming up next. We welcome back Royal Barcelona into the party, and also Sohal Hospitalet. And Asjad Bhatt will be hoping that his fine form continues. Remember, the other day he scored 182 runs in the day. He got a 99 and an 83. He'll be looking to do the same here again, because he certainly is the man that has to be the force of their batting lineup. The force of the batting lineup, though, for Pak I Care Barcelona is quite simply Mohammad Ishan. And he did what he's been doing pretty religiously all the way through this series. Got to a 50, but then got out to this one. That's a really good catch. And it was a little bit of spin to get his wicket from Khan. So that's a moment that Khan would relish. And with him getting out, then it was, well, a little bit, got to say, tiki-taka from Pak I Care Barcelona. You don't hear that too much. There were chances. You saw a couple of them there that almost went to hand. And there were swings and misses. That one was a nice catch caught behind. Ashraf taking the catch to remove Sami Hewlett for just one. And they were certainly catching. This one, a good catch. The celebratory throw, I think, had a few people in trouble. And that was a great catch. And that was when we saw Umar Ahmed coming out, smashing one down the ground, and he got out. And then they tried the retirement tactic.
Yeah.
When we saw that one go down earlier, didn't we? That could have been an important one, but there was a retirement out and then a run out. So Abbas was brought in to do some clubbing, and he couldn't get there.
Look, it wasn't the way they expected it to go with the retiring out of Imran. Pretty unselfish stuff, but it wasn't Hassan Abbas, but it was Hassan Ali that was really important. So he kind of kept the line moving, knew he had hitters behind him, took the gamble. When they started getting close, they decided to go for a couple of slightly dodgy runs. I don't know about this one because, okay, they did get there in the end, but probably should have been run out, and it might have removed the threat of Hassan Ali. As it was, it meant that Ali Ahmed was on strike, and he was able to get that into a pocket of space to tie the scores, and then took a ball in the body that ultimately would be the winning run for Pak I Care. So they end up doing this with 4 balls to spare. Mohammad Ihsan is done with 57. Imran Mohammed 22 before he retired out. But I suppose at the end, important knock from Hassan Ali got them there. As far as the wickets, I think Afak Shah was excellent in the first over in particular. Kind of didn't go to plan in the second over. Wickets also to fail, and Wazir Ali. Again, apologies for the scoreboard just becoming a little bit hot under the collar there at the end, but still a pretty good finish. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the second match of the day. It'll be the Royals trying to get back on the winners bus against Sohal Hospitalet, who have other ideas. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo back with you with Rico Full. We'll see you after a short break right here in Barcelona for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company. One game down, still 4 to go here on day 8 of this European Cricket Series. Last series to finish the year. Coming up, we have the second match of the day. It's Royal Barcelona and Sohal Hospitalet, both hitting the park for the first time today. I do have some toss news for you a little bit earlier. It was the Royals that won the toss and elected to bat. So expect to see that pretty shortly. Shahid Nazir, very talented player up the top. Maybe hasn't quite captured the heights we know he's capable of so far in this series. Nabil Kaiser and Shajil Kaiser there. And well, Taki Mazar, he found another gear the other day, didn't he? When we saw them taking on the Jaguars. Gulraiz Hussain, also a pretty good player as well. So Royal Barcelona, 2-2, but those 2 losses were to the undefeated Catalina Jaguars. They're given a 76% chance here against Sohal, who will rely pretty heavily on Asjad Butt, I think, with the bat in the second half of this game. Mariko Full joining me for this one. Start of match 37. Interesting contest coming up, Rico.
Yeah, I think this will be a good game. I think 2 teams are evenly matched. Both have got some good batters in their side. And I think it comes down to perhaps which team could be a little bit sharper and tidier in the field and take the chances. It's going to be Eli to bowl the first. That's the Wahid Eli, and that will be bowling to Nabil Qasir. Starts with a full toss, and this is going to be a explosive start, starting with a 7-up. It doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, or worse, depending on which side you're supporting here. It's just a hanging full toss. It's got to be called, and Nabil Kaiser, given the responsibility of facing the first ball. You know, a lot of batters, they don't like facing the first ball. Maybe there's a bit of a phobia about it. Kaiser's not minding. He's 6 off 1, and that one didn't actually happen. So, free hit coming up.
Yeah, it makes a good choice to face up first because now he's got the license to go big. And he misses out on it. A good bit of swing away there from Wahid Eli. Gets this one right. And, well, he gets that loose one out of his system. Good bit of swing. We didn't notice too much movement in that last game. Not too many bowlers were getting it consistently. Well, that's a good sign there early on for Eli. And now this time it's only swinging one way, and that is over the boundary. Gets absolutely clobbered. And, a little bit too much width. I think the batter also knows what's coming. He's waiting for it, and unless he goes fuller, it's only going to be one way that ball is going to be going. So Royal Barcelona have made a bit of a royal start here. They couldn't really get a better start than 7 off the first ball. And now that's been mashed away as well. So 2 big 6s and a dot in the over so far. 13 on the board. Once more. And this is now hit in the gap down onto the onside. So I'm just having a look at this field. I think I can understand it. It makes sense because if you're bowling that away swing and you're getting the ball pitching outside the off, then the batters really are looking to, or should be looking to hit on the offside. But if you're bowling short, you're not going to do yourself any favours. You can see the wicketkeeper saying, look, if you're going to bowl that, you need to have another one across.
Yeah.
Shot. Cracking shot. Beautifully timed. Gets right on top of this. Got to get the ball fuller. It's too short. I think you're not even going to see this hit the mat. Look, that's how short it was.
Yeah, look, it's a horrendous start really at the moment as Sohal looking to remove Kaiser before he inflicts too much more damage. You've got Nazir at the other end. He's just licking his lips, I think, to get an opportunity. Alahi, still 2 to come in this first.
Okay, this is up in the air, his opportunity, and he's going to take it on the second attempt. So gets lucky, does Asjad. Doesn't normally drop him, so it's a surprise he doesn't take it cleanly. He does hold on to it, Asjad, but he maintains his 100% record in the catches. This one hits the toe end of the bat and skies it up in the air, and Nabil Kaiser will go for 22. I mean, all right, scores quickly. It's a great start, but he would love to have stayed in there and cashed in on a few more. So he goes. So Wahid Eli, it's already a magical over, but he does pick up a wicket.
Yeah, he does. And Asjad, yeah, such a sure pair of hands. He's the exact field you'd want under that. gets a bit lucky, drops it upwards, and is able to take it. So 23 for one still. If you're offered that from Nabil Kaiser, you probably take it. They've got other players that can come in and do a good job, and Shajil Kaiser is going to take over. And so Elahi, just your typical first over of a 10-over contest on ECN. He's got 1 for 23 off 5 balls. Here's the last ball of the first.
This gets respected by Sajil, who comes in, just plays this down. That's Sajil Nazir. So end of the over, it goes magical. 23 come from it, but they do pick up a wicket. So I suppose if you're going to go magical, you at least have something to show for it, and he does. And I suppose he recovers on the whole pretty well as well when one of those goes flying out of the ground as well. And we can remind you that the Euros of Women's Cricket is coming up in 13 days' time. And that, of course, is when we leave Catalonia and we'll make our way to Andalusia. And in the beautiful region of Malaga, the Carlamo Oval, the Field of Dreams.
Okay, so Usman Raza to bowl over 2. And the first one is escorted out of the building. Maximo! Pretty comprehensive start from Shahid Nazir.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Nazir is a very good player. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. He's given us snippets of what he can do. And, well, we'd love to take the opportunity and get a big score here himself. That's a nice start. And now shots to catch it, but not going to get anywhere near it. It's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Oh, umpires for this watch. Nadeem and Cameron. And Nadeem puts them up like you just don't care. 6 more.
Asking for trouble, though, isn't it, that angle? I get that he's trying to go full, but yeah, I think you got to get over the wicket, give yourself a bit of a chance to bring the LBW back into play, or, you know, bowl that kind of tramline-ish kind of line, make Nazir go fetch it. He's made a solid start. Now over to Shajil Kaiser. He's just faced the 1 ball so far.
Okay, well, that's not bad at all, I think. Hit a couple of boundaries, rotate the strike, and say, right, here you go, you can have a few. Sajil, he has a go, and he'll get more than just a few. Shub, turn around. Experienced people like Shub, you never have your back to the game. Oh, look at Shub here. You might just see it. You won't see it from that angle. Yeah. But yeah, look, got to be facing the action, Shub. Got to be facing the action.
He wouldn't have survived long in the practice nets where we used to play.
Exactly.
You got to always just have a sixth sense about you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm being helped out by a lot of people saying, watch out, though, Shub.
Yeah.
If he's rubbed him the wrong way over there. 40 off 10 to start this game.
Better areas, full. And yeah, he's got to, for me, he's got to be coming over the wicket. No point coming around the wicket. Come over the wicket and try to get the ball right up there, nice and full. Still, he's on verge of going magical. And, well, this is high up in the air. Gear. Shakala gear. It will be a magical one as well. First over went for 23. Guess what? This one goes for 23 as well. What a start this is. And it looks like Royal Barcelona, they are in a mood to party. 46 for 1 after 2.
Magic after magic. It's been the story of the series so far, hasn't it, Rico? We saw Magic Supersonic from Pak I Care yesterday, and they sit at the top of the table at the moment. But they had a bit of a scare against Catalonia Red, who were much improved. Having said that, Catalonia Red fall to a 2-9 record, and yeah, obviously still got Bengali to hit the park. I think they'll be pretty competitive. But, you know, for teams that have those kind of records, and you see that Sohal haven't had a great time either for the most part. You've got Spartans in there. Now, obviously, the higher up you finish after the group stage, the more of a chance you'll get. And if you're in the bottom 2, we just don't get a chance at all.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to get Wahid Alahi getting given the second over anyway. And I suppose maybe some of that's due with the fact that he was able to get Nabil late in the over.
Yeah, it's a risk, but I think here the bowler, Wahid, would have said, yeah, I know what I did wrong. It was a bad start, but I think I've got my rhythm now. And it looks like the captain, Asjad, who took the catch to remove the opener Nabil, is probably saying, okay, well, he probably hasn't got too many options, Vinny, so I think he has to go for it. This is well struck, but it will go to the fielder. It will just be a single.
Yeah, he finished on a high, didn't he? It's amazing how quickly fortunes can change. I mean, started with that 7 up. And he got hit for a couple more boundaries, but he was able to get Nabil thanks to that juggling catch from Asjad. Then he was able to force a block out of Sharjil, who faces up now.
Lovely shot. Really good shot. This is timed beautifully. And once again, just showing that you've got to be able to play shots to all parts of the ground. And also, I think you've got to be able to make the most of the opportunities you get. And that's one thing I think Nazir has to do here. Hasn't been able to do that so far, but that's a good shot. Place it nicely. We've seen him hit down the ground, and now he hits this one through the covers. If it gets past one, Asjad has to come across. He does.
Asjad's a great fielder. I mean, I was pretty surprised to see that one pop out of his hands first up, but he's still pretty fresh at this time of the day, 12 degrees, and he had the composure to take the catch anyway. Covers that ground really quickly to stop that going to the boundary as well. 50's up in this over as well. Alahi certainly been less expensive this over.
Ooh, that was pretty close to that off stump there as Nazir. Probably wrong shot selection here. Wants to go right across and aim towards the leg side, but probably would have been better off trying to hit down the ground nice and straight into that sort of long on area. They've only got you got long off back in terms of Asjad. This time he places into the deck, and it's going to be an easy boundary. There's just nobody there. I'm just having a look at this field. They've got square leg, and you've got a man that's in close in mid on. Then you've got the man on the 45, but that's your lot on the leg side. So if Asjad now, I think he's having to think about this and saying, right, I've probably got to get one more across. Mind you, it's the end of the over, so another bowler will come on, and that's the way it's looking. I suppose a much better over there from Eli, especially after the first two went for 23, but the 50 also comes up, 56 for 1.
Still a very healthy power play, isn't it, for Royal Barcelona? And yeah, that was the last ball of power play, so that's why only 2 outfielders. They had a pretty strongly stacked offside field. That one found the gap and ran away to the boundary. So looks like it will be Asjad Butt here in over number 4. He's a pretty versatile cricketer. He can bowl some off spin. He can bowl some medium pace. He's being used mostly as a pacer in this series. Of course, we were talking about his 99 not out earlier. One of only a couple of players to do it on the network. Right now, he's going to be in bowling mode. He probably knows there's a big responsibility on him to chase down these runs, so he'll want to keep it quiet. Okay. And well bowled first up from Asjad, who gets it up in the block hole.
Yeah, takes a single. Just a single gets taken.
Yeah, Asjad keeping it simple. He's not the quickest, but he is pretty accurate. I think he knows that that block hole's the place to be. He hits it the first time. Now has to bowl to Nazir.
Oh, wow. This has been absolutely clobbered. That is a biggie. And this one only just gets to the edge of the fence. The cube, I can pinch more than an inch, so it needs some air.
Oh, yeah. Very good. And, well, that one hit the external fence. You see the difference between hitting your spot and just missing. That one was probably a metre short of a Yorker.
Here goes another volley. As this one sails over the training nets, and well, there's a few people. There's always somebody, and a handful of folks that are netting in those nets. And watch out, because there's another grizzly about that one. He's going to have a chunk taken out of it.
Nazir just has unnaturally fast hands, doesn't he? The way he gets through the ball. You can see that with his last 2 shots. So Asjad hits the Yorker first up and then misses a couple of times and goes the distance.
This time's a little bit fuller. Gets dragged now to the man who's at long on. Does well. That is Eli. Keeps it to a single. So now, well, both these batters are both as aggressive as each other. Sergio Kaiser, he now gets on strike, and he'll do the same if he gets the opportunity. He goes for it. This time it gets well fielded. It's nicely done. You've got to have your best fielders straight there, and Mohammed Shahib comes across, makes the stop.
Yeah, well fielded there. Sohal certainly pegging things back to a degree, but Nazir is not in the mood to slow down too much. So with a 2-6 record going into this, so you talk about teams that have been struggling. You got Sohal, Hospitalet 2-6. You've got Catalonia Red 2-9. You've got Spartans 2-10. So they're the three for me that are in jeopardy at this stage of the competition about not even making the 8.
Hit flat per chance. Oh, well, he ends up stopping it. Don't think he knows too much about this. And this once again is Shoaib. It's hit flat and hard. Should be a catching opportunity. Look at Ashjad. Ashjad said, oh, yaar, ki kar dita. Far lenda tha. Mera catch sigi, meri wicket sigi. Definitely a catching chance. And I think, in fairness, though it's a difficult one, you got to go forward, take a couple of steps, you've taken that.
A couple of things, end of the over, it's 72 for 1. But Ashjad bowls it from about 3 metres back in the first place, so mixing up the length. But that's one of those ones that the fielder actually made it more difficult by not moving, because he cops on the half volley and cops it. But if he'd taken one step in, it would have reached him on the full. I'm not saying it would have been an easy catch for Shoaib, but it would have been catchable at least. You'll never know if you don't get there. Nazir survives the scare, moves to 32.
Yeah, it's one of those where you got to move early. You know, they say you got to be walking in with the bowler, and that's what he wasn't doing. He was planted to the ground. He wanted to move. He couldn't get going. And then in the end, he gets pretty lucky that he saves the boundary. Okay, they will go here now to Saeed Raza, who bowled very well the other day. He was actually, for me, the pick of the bowlers. This one hurries the batter. He gets this played out onto the onside. It'll take a single.
Yeah, big hitting, fast scoring. That's what this series has been bringing us, so no surprises there. Look at the average run rate at the moment in the series at 13.3. So that's quite a high, a high average run rate. Last year it settled a bit, ended up down at 113 per 10 overs. As Raza gets this into Shahjul Kaiser, who can only get a single back to Shahid Nazir. He's looked very, very dangerous so far.
Yeah, that's nicely played. It's a good start here from Raza. As I said, I was impressed with him the other day. He got the ball to move around. There was a slight concern with him when he finished his spell. It looked like he had a bit of a knee issue, and he ended up having to spend the rest of the time in that first match off the field of play, receiving a bit of treatment. But it seems okay here at the moment. And he comes to Nazir. It's got to bowl well to him, hasn't he? Nazir, oh, he's so quick onto this. So quick. And some of the hitting here, I mean, I made reference to this earlier in the morning. I'm just quite amazed at the way the guys are lashing onto these balls. And they are flying out of here. New balls, please, because this is another one that has gone into the road.
Again, it's like kind of uncoils himself. Those wrists just snap through the ball, and he just gets so much power. 39 off just 13 balls for Shahid.
Full, better. Once again, good comeback from Raza. Gets this one a little bit fuller. He knows that he's going to try and go for it, but full.
That's the thing, though. If you get the Yorker in, it's very hard for him to do much with it, like most batters. But when they've just missed it and he's been able to just get on that front foot, get a step in and throw the hands through the ball, he's looked dominant so far. Kaiser with a couple to go in the 5th over.
High, and I think he gets enough of this. Ashjad is on the prowl, but he's not going to be able to do anything about that. And it's one bounce, and over it goes into the practice part of this ground. Gets the height on it, but the distance as well.
So
6 more.
Gets that front foot slightly out the way to make sure his leg's not in the way of his bat swing. And timed that one really nicely. This partnership's looking dangerous at the moment. Royals up to 87. The last ball of the 5th over coming up.
Yeah, it looks like he's enjoying himself out there as well, Sergio. He was admiring that one go for 6. And this is punched down the ground, and Ashjad, oh, he gets fingertips to it. It would have been a sensational catch. I suppose it's one of those, yeah, is a chance. Ashjad, he sets himself high standards. He'll be disappointed he doesn't take the catch. Look, he's reaching for it. But I don't think there's many players that would have got to that. Normally, that would have been a 6.
Yeah, I mean, he actually overreached in the end. It hit him kind of more on the heel of the hand. Anyway, 88 for 1 after 5. Any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo? Got Rico full with me as well. The cube, you probably see it slightly different every time because there's a little bit of lean to it at the moment. But it's hanging on. But yeah, Ashad, he would love to hold on to that to break this partnership up.
It would have been a great partnership. Look, and you normally are always wrapped up pretty warm here. I see you got the body warmer in. I know the big jacket's around as well. Sun's coming out here. Weather here is not bad. Tell me about the temperatures then back in Prague.
I was in Prague on the weekend and it was, well, the minimum this morning was minus 11. I just got away. It hovered kind of -4, -3, -2. It was Snowtown. It was not really built for it, to be honest. But yeah, let me just say, I took my hand warmers with me.
I bet they came in handy.
It's a nice central location to go to. Got a bit of time off. So, yeah, it was snowy though. Not just there though. I'm hearing all in Germany, Switzerland's been like that. The UK as well has been getting a lot of snow. And last year it kind of took a while for the snow to come in. It took most until the new year. Yeah. But yeah, this year it's coming early.
It's good for the time of year, I suppose, to have a bit of snow, you know, at Christmas sort of time. It makes it feel more festive.
You know what that means, though? And I'm not used to it, okay, living so much of my life in Australia, is slippery sidewalks, footpaths. So you got to be careful. And I must admit, I almost went over crossing the road once, especially if you want to get, you know, sometimes there's a car coming, you want to get a little bit of a jog on.
Yeah, you can't hurry.
Dangerous.
Especially if you're coming down the hill as well. This has been crunched, but this fielder should stop it, but doesn't, and that's an error. So I'm saying you've got to have the two best fielders in that area. The problem is when one of them's doing the bowling, you're relying on one of the others, and this time Eli gets it wrong.
This is where it's actually, I've learnt, if you get a chance to steal a couple of meters before you make contact with the ball, if it's a ground ball, you probably should. Because if it gets away from you, if you're right on the line, then it can just dribble into the line. But if he was 2 meters in and it dribbled away from him, and he's definitely making the stop.
Floated up. This one could be a no-e for me. You know, I don't think that it's dipping. I reckon it still goes pretty forward.
Would have eventually dipped, and it is a slower ball. But for me, it just seemed too high. We'll get a look at it here. That when it reaches him, I don't think it's come down enough for me.
Yeah, it's a no-e.
That's got to be a no ball. Yeah. Even with it coming down slightly.
Yeah, there's the call there from the team.
Good, it's well done. I mean, it was a slow ball, so there's a little bit of doubt about it. Have a quick look. You know, third umpire makes the decision. It's the right decision, and a free hit will be coming up.
Yeah, free hit, and Sajil Kaiser will be looking to make the most of it. Charges, hits it well, hits it on the up. It's a really good shot. He comes down, plays a Hollywood shot, and he nails it.
And this one we don't lose forever, because I see it just stays in the complex. If it goes a bit square, it's probably going downtown. But yeah, free hit, had the immunity cloak, wasn't afraid to use it. Well, Ken's got some free bowling and coaching here, saying tell the bowlers to stop aiming for the middle of the bat. Ha ha. Yeah, well, the bowlers have been grappling for answers. Asjad. Now knocks him over. Clever bit of bowling. Slightly off speed. I think it was the rolling off cutter. And so it'll get Sajil Kaiser for 32. 100 comes up, but for the loss of a second wicket now, 102 for 2.
Yeah, you're right. It is good bowling, but it's that length that we're talking about. And Ashard is a little sort of dismissive. Off you go. Yeah, well bowled. Now, it goes for the similar shot before, but where he played the Hollywood shot. But on that one, he used his feet. This time, he's trying to lean towards it. He gets beaten by the flight from Ashard. The wicket goes. I mean, they do bring the 100 up in that over. It's a pretty good partnership worth, I think, about 80 runs. But it comes to an end thanks to a good bit of bowling from the captain, Asjad. Yeah,
and he actually disguises that one pretty well. His arm speed is the same. And it wasn't a really obvious slower ball. I think that was the key. You could see how early Sharjah was through the shot. I just want to say a quick hello to Helix and also hello to Ian Latine, who is in the chat. Ian, how are you? He's asking about the night series coming up that's in the works, maybe in January, second half of January. Almost 2 in a row, but stump's needed to be a bit higher. As Grace Hussain comes out at number 4. Well, asking who's going to be joining you there. Not quite sure yet, Ian. It depends on a few things, but one way or another, I'll be watching if I'm not there in person. Ian's an absolute run machine at Europa Point. He was putting up all kinds of numbers.
He's a lovely guy, Ian, and Ian's probably been pretty busy with, of course, the Gibraltar national football team as well. Ian, hope you are. Let us know, where have you been? Have you been with the squad travelling around? Because there's been quite a few qualifiers at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, I saw that. Actually saw them in the news for the wrong reasons, I think, against France. But still, got to be in it to win it.
Yep.
And of the 6th over, Royal Barcelona, 103 for 2. Of course, that Europa Point ground is the only other ground that we've been to that is completely artificial. And
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
you know, when you talk about the wear and tear issues that you get on a lot of grounds, especially when you're bowling at one end, to be honest. And we saw, the Malta 1 week, the 3-week series of Malta, because they've got the run-up artificial. That's pretty good as well.
Yeah.
But it does take toll on a lot of fields, and that's why, it's actually more common than you think.
Yeah, that's why when you look at this pitch, especially when you go from the view slightly back, this one is a real loose net. It will go for 4. Well, Shoaib comes in the bowl, and you can tell that he hasn't quite turned his arm over this morning. That one, well, I think he almost pitches it on his own feet. It will go for 4. But no, when you look at it, the normal things you see on the ground, you'll see the bowler's footsteps on the edge of the pitches where the batters are running. You see nothing. It's like we're seeing the very first ball bowled off the day, off the match. Gone. And, he pitches a horrendous one first up, Shoaib, and then he comes up with one that is a bit fuller. It's a little bit, I'm going to say this is probably too slow for Guraj Hussain, who swings all round this and sees his stumps knocked over. And, there we go. He plays it so early. You get a good look at this here. Guraj, he's played it too early. The stumps are gone. Down they go. Chuck the patte. So Shoaib, the first ball gets hit for 4. The next one picks up a wicket.
Yeah, and just shows you it's not all about pace, is it? I mean, I think you can see Shoaib there. I think even medium pace would probably be embellishing things a little bit, but Hussain just tried to hit it into outer space, and he lost the top of middle stump. Taki Mazar comes in, the captain. Geez, he's played some good innings in the tournament as well. Always going to give you 100%. And Shoaib has been hit to the boundary. He's hit the stumps, and now it's Taki Umazar at the other end trying to hit him.
He misses this. I think he said as the keeper, they will pick up an extra. Got Raja Shahzad behind the stumps, and just a little bit too far back for this one, because I don't think Shoaib has got that much pace about him. I mean, he is bowling pretty short, but the ball's not coming through. Okay, now this could be dangerous if he doesn't get it right. And that's why, because he is on form, and that form takes him to 51 of 17 deliveries. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Felicidades por Nazir, porque eso es 50 carreras.
Yeah, cruising at the moment. 51 off 17. Roberto has actually put in some running repairs to the cube. And well, why don't we just take a second for you to reflect while we turn the microphones off and we repump the cube. We'll be right back.
It's always nice to have a little bit of silence. Well, that silence has been disrupted by another bomb. Here's another one from Shahid Nazir. He absolutely lasers this for 6 more. If you're bowling in that corridor, if you're bowling in his arc, you might as well kiss it goodbye.
Yeah, well, silence for the viewers, not for us here. And no silence off the bat of Nazir, who brought up his half century in just 17 balls, and then goes Maximo here. So Shoaib does have a wicket, but he's also gone for 17. Last ball of his over.
Tries to go the same way and maybe doesn't get it as clean, but still gets the same result. It's another Maximo. And well, I tell you what, Shahid Nazir, well, could he do it? Could it? Everybody, isn't it weird? We never ever go to any series where every day we're expecting another 100.
Yeah.
Here we're
every
expecting
match.
it. Here we're expecting 100. It's crazy.
Oh, it's crazy. Okay, I'm going to roll the dice here if we got time. I think I got a little bit of time. And it's telling me to talk about Group E Team 4. So that's Gozo Zalmi. Well, we were just in Malta, weren't we? Gozo Zalmi won 2 European Cricket Series titles this year. They've got some really good players and probably going to use their wildcards on players like Push Parajan and Basil George.
Yeah.
So you got those two in the works. You got Zishan Khan. You got Big Lala Mehboob to open the batting. This is miss hit. Should be gone. Asjad takes it. This time he knows he's got a bit of room to move. So Taki won't be able to do too much on the scoreboard. He goes for a second ball duck as the 8th starts with a wicket. Royal Barcelona 127 for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be Captain Duck for Taki with the 2 captains in action there. Taki hits it. Asjad takes the catch. And, well, Derek will come out and quack off the batter.
Lazy morning. There's
Having
no
a
sign
line.
of Derek there.
It's a Monday mornings. Derek's a bit slow. He's having a bit of a nap. Mind you, he was kept pretty busy yesterday, so I can understand it. In one of those matches yesterday, I think I counted 6 ducks.
6.
Yeah, I think I counted 6 ducks in one of the matches yesterday. So, yeah, Derek was busy.
Well, in our ECN Christmas Carol, we had 8 ducks are swimming, or 8 Dereks swimming,
Yeah.
or 8 Dereks waddling, I think it was, because there was once or twice we've had 8 ducks in an innings.
It's nice he played out in the off-field. Has got work to do and does it pretty nicely.
Talking about the Turkish qualifiers earlier, you know, we were talking about Istanbul KSK not being deemed eligible by the Federation to represent Turkey.
Yeah.
They bowled a team out for 5, and we think they chased it down in 0 balls. But Afghan Karaisa, who did qualify, they bowled a team out for 8. And they also won a game, according to the website, by 13 wickets. Which is, I don't know.
What?
Oh, shot. Oh, might be out though.
Is it though? Is it? Oh,
Might run 3 here.
He's going to get 4. He's going to get 4 because the catch is not taken there by Usman Raza. I just got the feeling when he played this, it was more up than anywhere else. He gets very lucky. Raza should have taken this catch.
Almost gets whiplash. But yeah, just couldn't judge it. Looking into the sun there as well. So an awkward one. Nasir survives to 67.
Well, Raza could have seen the back of him there.
They won another game by 12 wickets. I don't know who's doing it.
How's
Do you think
that?
our software's having a shocker?
How's that going? Oh, that's not a bad delivery.
Put it this way, I saw the scorecard and I had more questions than answers after seeing it. But obviously, you know, cricket in different countries is at different levels. And so it's an interesting one to view, though.
Okay, Murid Ali is the new batter. Can he keep Nazir in good company? Already you feel that there's plenty of runs on the board here. So, once again, I think all eyes will be on Asjad in the team. They haven't got Karum Shazad, who's quite a valuable batter. They've got Siddiqui. Siddiqui becomes pretty key. But yeah, you get the feeling already that Asjad Butt is going to have to play another superb knock if he's going to keep his team in this game. Okay, ball to go in this one from Raza. The second over, 1 for 23. Can Saeed finish his spell well? Bowling though to Nazir. Well, he almost gave his wicket away. Played it once. He says, I can do it better. I can play an authentic one. He doesn't. He misses out. He ends up being a dot. 23 of the spell. Raza to score at the end of 8 overs, 134.
Now, Nazir does have an ECN century to his name, but it was a long time ago. It's over 3 years ago when he scored 116 not out off just 34 balls against Men in Blue. That was on the 27th of October, 2020. How much the world has changed since then. That was for Hovers Units, who were playing back then. And you know who took the wickets for Men in Blue in that innings? Abhishek Borika, the money man, 4 for 15.
Well, we saw him playing the other day, actually, Abhishek.
We did, for Barcelona CC.
And gone. Good catch. Sharp catch. As Murid Ali rocks back and plays the right shot, but doesn't get the elevation. That's a really nice catch they're taken from Mohammed Halim. My big question, and huge question mark, is why he's not bowled. Halim, I get the feeling, might even be their leading wicket taker, and he hasn't had a bowl. I'm pretty sure he is, but he's not bowled. They've not used him. That's a big surprise. But he takes the catch, so that's a nice moment for Halim. And Siddiqui picks up a wicket, so he'd be happy with that wicket of the first ball that he's bowled. I mentioned him how he could be pretty key with the bat. Well, he's pretty key in trying to keep this score below the 150 mark. Gets played away, and I think that's what Hassan needs to do, and any batter that may find themselves out there while Nazir is there, and that's to give him as much strike as possible.
Just go back to Ian Latine talking about that game against France, which I think was 14-0. He said it was also the kind of game where everything went wrong for their team and everything went right for the French. But in Australia, we don't even call 14-0 a big win. Do you know why?
Tell me.
Maybe you don't know this. See, being an Australian football, talking about association football fan, we always used to have to go through the Oceania qualifiers, which means we'd play teams like Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, New Caledonia.
Big scores then, eh?
I want you to guess
Okay.
the best win.
I'm going to go for, this one gets blasted
Before
away
I do,
before.
okay, we'll call the 4 in as Nazir moves into the 70s. Running out of time, but still potentially could bring up the 3 figures here. But then we'd have to always play, okay, well done, you've won Oceania.
Yeah.
The spot in the World Cup goes to the winner of Oceania Group versus like the 4th or 5th South American team. So you have to go.
That's going to be.
Now you got to play like Uruguay or. Oh, wow, this is up, and it's out of here as well. Nazir still has eyes on the prize, doesn't he? Maximo! And he swings his way into the 70s. He might not stay there long with hitting like that.
Well, Siddiqui, if Siddiqui's going to keep bowling this length, then yeah, I think Nazir, he's already lipping his lips and thinks, okay, bring it on, because that takes him now to 78. What have we got? He's got to find a way, though, to stay and keep the strike. So, all right, I'm going for like sort of 22, 21, 22.
You're on the right track. Siddiqui, try and keep Nazir quiet.
And he won't. Gundy ball. And that one also gets plastered for 6. Manos arriba from the Albitro. And yeah, this one thing, if you're bowling that, you're going to get taken to the cleaners. All right, there's a ball to go in this over 18 and come from it. Nazir moves to 84. He'll want to be looking to hit this for 6. He'll want Hassan to give him the strike in the last over off the very first ball, and then he'll have 5 balls to bring up another 100 here in Barcelona. Will it happen? Will it go that way? Let's wait and see. Full toss in the air. Well, that's a 6. Well, so far it's going that way. That will take him into the 90s. So now he's relying on his partner, Ali Hassan, to play his part in what could be the 9th century here in Barcelona and the 46th on the European Cricket Network. We were having a chat the other day. What 50 would come up first? Will it be the centuries or the hat-tricks? Well, at the moment, another century here looks good.
Yeah, okay, end of the 9th, 158 for 5. This is a couple off what I remember the score being, but 31-0, Australia versus American Samoa, 11th of April 2001. And I think, I'm trying to work it out, one of our players, Archie Thompson, scored like 13 goals or 20 or something like that.
Well, can I just say, well, that's quite amazing. This one has worked out a treat.
13 goals. There you go.
A treat for Nazir because it's a wide and they run off it, so he doesn't get 5. He gets 6 balls to bring it up. Right, he's on 90 Nazir here. And the bowler has got to get it right, hasn't he? It is Shoaib to bowl. Goes for it. It's high. It's mighty. It's 6. He moves to 96. All right, everybody, get ready. Croom, get the checkbook out. Get ready to sign it because we could be seeing another one. He's got 99 on his back. He wants to go more than that, one more than that. He doesn't want to do an Asjad, but
I always think it's an interesting number to choose, 99. It's the batter's least favourite score after 0. Nazir on 96. Can he bring up the ton?
Goes for it, and he will. Balle. Que va, que genial, que grande. Es un otro, sí. Así, un otro centurion aquí in Montjuic. We have another centurion. Century number 46 of the season. Shahid Nazir, take a bow.
Look how he brings it up in 28 balls. That's right up there with fastest centuries we've seen as well. And over 3 long years since we saw Shahid Nazir bring up the triple figures on this ground, he is back. He's back with a vengeance. He struck the ball so sweetly in this innings, and you can just see how much it means to the player.
Oh, wonderful scenes here in Barcelona. Look at them all upstanding. And I don't think he's done yet. No, he ain't, because this is another one. Now he's going to have some fun, isn't he? Now he's going to have some fun. He's going to say, bring it on, bring it on. All right, the first ball was a wide, and it was round 2 of it. And then since then, the 2 legal deliveries gone for 6. Well, the dogs, can we make little helmets for the dogs? Because I love dogs, but I always get concerned that maybe the dogs need little mini helmets on that side of the ground.
Some hitting, though, isn't it? Nice fast hands. It's been incredible here. 108, still 3 balls to play with.
And this one is into his pads. Asjad will make the stop. They do run the single. So I think this is now an opportunity for Ali Hassan to try and clobber a few as well.
Century number 46 over the year.
Yeah.
Quite incredible. By the way, I've got to get this in maybe before this last ball. Pretty good shot as well, but just one. I don't know if that's good or bad for Sohal, because it means Nazir's going to face up. They made a documentary about that game, about American Samoa trying to improve their football, and you know what it was called? Next Goal Wins. What a title. Anyway.
That's mean. Anyway.
That's what it's called.
Hey, 180 on the board, last ball, and what's the odds? It goes for 6. Anybody?
Pretty good. Oh, still gets another opportunity.
Yeah, so it's going to have to be bowled again, so that's still on there. That's the wide. And Kroom, true to form, gifts another membership. So it is the season of giving.
When I see Kroom in the UK by the side of the road holding out a coffee cup, I'm definitely throwing in a few coins. Anyway, last ball, 181 plus this.
Well, he tucks him up, so it won't go to the boundary. He knows he misses out on it. He's not going to be trying to take the 2 on here. You can see that the Hassan he's saying, come on, shall we try 2? It's the last ball. And Nazir said, are you kidding me? He said, I've just scored 100. I'm not getting out because I'm staying 110 and not out. And Royal Barcelona, well, they bring up a good score, 182 for 5. And really, I think only something similar from the opposition. Sohal Hospitalet, with a player doing something magical, is going to keep them in this match. Otherwise, this could be one-way traffic. But look at that. It's a lovely moment. He's enjoying himself. And I like him the bit there. That's the best bit. I wonder if we can have that again. Maybe you'll see it in the highlights. That the Batu's out there with him, Ali Hassan. He's walking off, putting his bat in the air, saying, yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody assumes that he's the one who's made the century. He wasn't. The Centurion was leading them off, of course. And he's already done. He's celebrating. But it's the way that he started. He started well. He played shots to all part of the ground. But the thing was, if you put it into that art for him, it got absolutely plastered. That was a nice catch from Asjad. That was the first wicket. And they needed that one because Nabil Kaiser, he went off to a rocket start as well. 22 of just 6 deliveries. That was one opportunity there that you feel that if the fielder had taken a few steps forward for him, he could have been in with the catch. Asjad Butt does really well to try and get hold of that, gets fingers to it, but not able to keep the ball in his hands. With the fielder there, not able to keep it in the field of play. That was a nice delivery from Asjad. Good bit of bowling to remove Shajil Kasir, who himself batted nicely for 32. But then after that, even though there were a couple of wickets that fell at the other end, all eyes were on Nazir to see, could he do it? And yeah, he could. Shahid Nazir brings up his century, playing some great shots. Once again, though, it's all about getting the timing of it right, and he did. He knew what he had to do, when he had to do it. Even when there towards the end he was running out of balls, he managed to make sure he stayed on strike. And it was wonderful to watch. But that was a nice catch there, taken as well by Khalif. Question marks, though, why he didn't bowl. I mean, I'd like to know. He didn't bowl. I'm pretty sure if you look up the stats, he is the leading wicket taker for Sohal Hospitalet, and it was not to be. And then, of course, they were all up and standing for the century from Shahid Nazir. Well batted to him, 110 of 31 deliveries, and it's the second time he scored a century on the European Cricket Network. So a magical moment for him. That's the scorecard. It was a cracking start from Nabil, smashing the ball all over the place. A great partnership between him and Shahid Nazir started things off. Then Nazir kept it going with Sergio Kosa, who also put in a good, valuable contribution with 32 runs. And then a few wickets did fall. You can see that there from the bowlers. Everybody apart from Usman Raza chipping in with a wicket. But Shahid Nazir just kept on going and brought up another century. So we have another century, number 9 here at the Montjuic Cricket Ground in Barcelona. It's quite unheard of. It's quite unbelievable. We're probably going to end up with, I call it early, we'll end up with more centuries in this series than we had in the whole of last year. Quite remarkable. Going to leave that up there for you, the mid-match summary. Royal Barcelona 182 for 5, which means we're going to have to see quite a magical chase from Sohal Hospitalet, and I think Ashad Butt's contribution in that reply becomes absolutely critical. Join me, Rico Forlan. Yeah, good to have the Maximo back in the cube as well. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the innings of Sohal Hospitalet. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to another sensational match on the European Cricket Network here in Barcelona, as we've seen another century. Shahid Nazir bringing it up 110 he finishes, and well, that means that Sohal Hospitalet, they're going to have to score 183 for victory. We have seen it, you know. I'm not saying that it's not possible. Right, it's up there already. And yeah, keep these pages coming. There we go. Page number 3 now. Number 46, Shahid Nazir, 110 is the 9th one that we've seen. And look, I put a question out to people yesterday. I'll leave it out there. Do you notice something different or something, let's say I can word it, and do you see anything that's not quite right about Royal Barcelona? I'll say no more. Let's see how many people pick up on it. And keep your eyes peeled. That's all I say. All right, here we go. It will be Murad Ali to bowl the first. Ashjad Butt right up the opening, and he's going to get a wide to start off with. Ashjad looking very smart is Ashjad with his black helmet and matching black pads. Saw him play very well the other day. Then, of course, you've heard myself and Vinny talking about him scoring the 99. And in the same day, he did score 83 as well. He's a good batter, we know that. Yeah, 99 and 83 in the day. It's going to be another wide. The umpire does call it. Umpire Cameron is out there with umpire Nadeem. Nadeem also, the umpire is at square, has been instrumental in getting the women's team together here. I was with Nadeem about 4 years ago. Before the start of the European Cricket Series here one weekend, we started training with the girls. I know that part of our crew back then, Veronica, was with me as well. We did some work with them. Now that's a nice looking shot, and that is aggression and frustration all put into that one ball that gets pelted out of here by Ashjad. That's what he's got to do, got to believe, and also got to try and stay up with this pace, a big pace of around about 17 and over. Yeah, so going back to Nadeem, he does a lot of work, not just with women's cricket, but also with the youngsters. I know he's works tirelessly and gives up a lot of his time for cricket here in Catalonia, and not just he, but a lot of people. And a big shout out to everybody who does that. You know, just remember that a lot of people do take cricket or playing cricket for granted. You know, you turn up with your kit, you play, you go back and whatnot, and you forget the work, especially in Europe, that's done by some key individuals. And normally it's just a handful of people that are always putting in just for the love of the game, not for any financial reward. And if it weren't for those guys, then cricket would not be where it is in Europe. So you know who you are, all of those volunteers, all of those guys that put in a lot of time, and sometimes at your own expense for the game. So full credit to you for how you've impacted on the growth of cricket and its development over the years. Well done to all of those silent heroes. Nothing silent about this. It's been absolutely crunched. Now, you need support out there, Ashjad and Amir Sariki. And certainly with the likes of one or two, the other players not available for Sohal is going to be key. And now he pumps one out of the ground as well. 15 off the over. Remember, they have to go at 17s. So, they're more or less there, aren't they? They're more or less there. Oh, could have gone anywhere. And in fact, it's going to knock the stumps. I say could have gone anywhere. There's the stumps. The stumps go over. And that is out. And that's disappointment. For a moment, I thought he was going to get away with this. I thought it was going to be one of those inside edges that goes for 4. But no, look, it gets a fair bit of the stumps as well. And that is out. I just want to go back to one of the fielders there. Now, this guy here that makes a stop. So, Looked very, very similar to Hamza Salim Dar. Looks like a Hamza Salim Dar lookalike. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Anyway, it's over. That has produced 2 Maximos from 2 batters, but unfortunately, Siddiqui, after hitting one big one, maybe gets a little bit carried away, gets an inside edge, and clobbers his own stumps. He's going to go, he's 6 and out basically. And it's, well, Murid Ali gets one of the vital wickets. Raza next in, slip in place. And tries to work this way in the off, doesn't get anything on it. So 15 off the over. Short of where they need to be, and 1 wicket down as well. I suppose that goes down as a successful one for Murid Ali. 288 matches since the golden ball. And nobody's come back at the moment. With me saying just keep an eye on things there and let me know if you spot anything that's not right. Okay, we'll carry on. Somebody will get there eventually, I get the feeling. Swing and a miss. Good start from the bowler. Sajil played his part with the bat as well. And I've said this before, and well, they've proved it here today, haven't they, Royal Barcelona? If everything clicks from them, you know, so if both the Kaisers perform, if Shahid Nazir performs, and also the captain Taki, if those 4 perform well, then they are a force. That's such a good delivery. Just watch this one. I think he just, it's a slow ball, he rolls the fingers on it, and oh, that is so close to finding the edge. Good delivery. Nicely bowled. Lofted, high up in the air. There's going to be a chase. Bounces. Once, twice. Can he get there? No, he can't. And then I thought they were in danger there, the Sohal guys on the bench, and being trampled over. So it's, I suppose he gets it just right and just out of the reach of the fielder that's chasing that. And fortunately, Umar Zaman gets the breaks off in time. Shabba, shabba, shabba. Here we go again, and plays the pull shot, and this is going to be, for more. Hey, we got to pump it up. You got to pump it up. It's coming down. Oh, just in time. Vinny comes back. Vinny the saviour, just in time. There we go. And just in time getting that shot there as well. You can hear Vinny doing a little bit of the cube cleaning. And you got to pump it up. This cube is. Thing is, though, you got to think about what would be a good send-off for the cube. Got to start thinking about that now, because I mean, we might be able to get away with this for the day, but I think after today we've got to come up with another solution, or maybe before the end of the day. We've got a marquee on standby. Can't bowl there, and because it will just get picked up on. That is a huge hit over square leg, and this one I think hits the steps going up into the stands. Just flicks it away exquisitely, Ashjad. But what a lovely shot. Well, there's nothing to knock in there, Ashjad. It's all artificial. What a lovely shot. So Sajid Kaiser getting a bit of the taste of his own medicine in this over. 29 on the board. Another boundary keeps him in play. Slower delivery, no ball called. I think this is foot fault. And he's going to get 4. So that's going to be a minimo, if you like. 1 for the no ball. I got the feeling that as soon as he bowls this, I suspected that he overstepped. And he does overstep. He gets called, well picked up by the umpire. Umpire Nadeem, spot on. So that will really, when I said they need a boundary, well, a boundary Yeah, keeps him in touch. Get another one here off the free hit. That's really going to help. That's really going to get him right where they need to be. So here we go. Oh, he gives him the look, and you can afford to do that, I suppose. He knows it's the free hit. Asjad shows the stumps to Shajil. Shajil gets it on the money. A bit of a missed opportunity, I see that, for Asjad. But still, they'll be pretty happy with where they are. 34 on the board. Look where he's standing here. So he tries to give himself a lot of room, but fair play to the bowler. Knew what he had to do there. Go full and straight. Doesn't quite go magical. Goes for 19, but avoids being hit on the free hit. 34 for 1 as we welcome my saviour and the saviour of the cube into the cube. It's Andu.
Thanks. And I did get some news I was going to mention to you last innings. As we look at a quick look at the table, and that is a very quick look at the table. It's kind of a top 4 pulling away at the moment, and it's going to be Grace Hussain to bowl over 3. He's given him. All right, well, got to say, that for me looked like it was angling in towards the leg stump, maybe sneaking past it, but the umpire liked it, and he sends Raza on his way without scoring. It's 34 for 2.
Yeah, see this again. So, really good delivery. Let's have a look. So, it's full. It's, I think, me looking at that, Vinny, I think it's missing.
That's my instinct as well. Umpire has one look at it. Thinks it's clipping a bit of leg, and so I suppose a bit unfortunate, but I suppose you shouldn't be missing it in these circumstances in the first place. It's a batter's pitch. It's the kind of ball you should be hitting. Just a little bit of seam in. You got a good look at the stumps when you see the moment of impact. Anyway, that's the breaks, I suppose, in cricket, and it'll be the end of Raza. Second ball, 34 for 2. So what I was going to say about the cube is that Medico Rob, also known as the groundsman Rob,
Yeah.
he said that the tear is internal, so it's not even just like a surface puncture.
Yeah.
It goes through the inner skin, and so that's why he thinks for the cube
It's had it then.
it's terminal.
It's had it. It's had it. Oh dear. Well, internal injury. Cube is gone. All right, so what's the send-off? How do we send this cube off? What's the...
I'd like to see some dynamite involved.
Well, this isn't quite dynamite, but it is the boundary, and it's a guy who was unlucky to be given out. Yeah, I mean, the umpire only gets one look at it, I suppose, and he thought maybe it's going to go on and clip the leg stick.
Let's be honest. We've had a love-hate relationship with a cube for a long time, and I think, just it's probably my chance just to let my feelings be known towards the cube while it's still here to hear it with its cube ears. One of the issues I've had with the cube is that it tends to have a condensation form on the ceiling, which then drops water on the table and the electronics.
Yeah.
Tends to blow away. I mean, let's never forget in Brescia when we turned up one morning and it was 300 metres away hanging off a fence. Well, that one might be over the fence. Well, hello. And I was going to say that's how you field off the field, but it was dropped, but we'll let that one go. The result, though, Maximo, 6 to Sohal Hospitalet.
Yeah, well, he could have taken a catch and looked really cool, couldn't he? I'm not sure who that is. Was that Uller out there? I don't know. But drops it. Yeah. I mean, the other thing about the cube is it's slower delivery. I suppose, well bowled. It should be fielded. The other thing about it, it's got all these little crevices that the creepy crawlies and the spiders
So
love
how many
as well.
spiders are going to be homeless now that the cube's going to get packed in, going to be retired?
It's true. Now, remember, it's a very important day today. I mentioned it already, that it is a World Wildlife Conservation Day. And I think with the cube, we did our bit with that. We helped all of these creepy crawlies. We helped them, give them a house. So maybe that's what we should do with it. We should go and put it up somewhere where, well, the problem is it won't stay up. But the wildlife, maybe you can use it to support World Wildlife Conservation Day that it is today. Also, it's International Cheetah Day, and cheetahs are pretty fast.
The cats, not the act, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. 47 for 2 after 3. Not a bad power play. Sitting a little bit behind the run rate, but not too far behind. I mean, if you're ever going to pull off 183 chase, this is probably the ground to do it. Yeah. So International Cheetah Day.
International Cheetah Day.
Are they the fastest animals on, fastest land animals?
That's what they
Is that
say.
what they
They
say?
definitely are. And well,
Yeah, it's apart from birds that can fly at I think 500 or 600 kilometres an hour.
yeah, I think on land definitely the fastest, and I think it's quite fitting then on World T today that we continue and the pace that we're going here at Barcelona as well, because the centuries keep on coming. Ashad Bart, he'd love to have one here, but he needs somebody to stay there with him. That's what's got to be the key. 47 of the power play. It's not bad going.
It's not bad going at all. So they're about kind of 7 or 8 behind at this stage as Nabil Kaiser comes on to bolt.
Nice took his shot, and I think he's going to get the boundary there as well. So it's good placement. He knows what he's doing with it. It's good to see him play these shots. Sometimes Ashad can get sort of a little bit one track, likes to hit in one area. He likes to step across and try it and whip the ball over on the leg side, but he plays this on merit and he gets his boundary.
It's a really good shot, good signs there, because rarely we see that area of the field protected with batters looking to jump across and whack it to leg. But Ashad, he's a good driver of the ball. You saw it there. Found the gap, found the boundary. Still a chance here for Sohal.
Asking the question, gets good movement away, goes for the slightly quicker delivery there, does Nabil Kaiser, and gets a dot ball. That's a result. Every time there's a dot, every time there's no runs off a delivery, especially when we know that rate started at 18. I think they might have even gone up a bit. Yeah, it's gone to about 19.5. Well, this ain't a dot. I think this one is going to clear the fielder, and it's a nice shot. He gets into position quickly. A nice, clean, elevated hit. And that's going to be 6 more.
Yeah, it was probably an ugly shot the ball before, but this one gets his mojo back. Ashad, as long as he's there, he could quite easily peel off a huge score that could win an improbable game for Sohal Hospitalet.
It's whacked. And 6 more. So, look, they're staying with it. I just mentioned there that is 19 that they're needing. I can tell you what, there's a few people sat over there, and my advice would be find some shelter to sit under, because that's the James Cantor area where you can be surprised and be in, well, let's just say in the firing line.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? And it was the best, I think the best surprised / shocked reaction we'd seen since Rhino was in the kind of chill out cube back in Khartoum and had the ball join him. Anyway, Ashad to 42. It's about an ally there in Raja Shahzad. 2 to come in the 4th.
It's a Gandhi ball down the leg side. He gets away with it, but he's going to have to bowl it again. So all looking really good here. And still haven't heard anybody come back and say to me they've spotted what it is that is, well, let's just say a little bit irregular out there. Comes Kaiser again. Oh, there he goes even wider this time. So this over is exactly what Sohal Hospitalet needed. Remember, needing 19 and over. Got 18 here. Still 2 balls to go. And to get the feeling that Ashad is ready to pounce on another.
Well, Santosh needed that clarification about World Cheetah Day, because he had a different spin on it. He said he was about to dedicate it to his ex-wife. Right now, big appeal. Umpire hasn't heard it. If he gives it alone because of genuine peer pressure. Now he does. Well, I've got to say that, I mean, unless he was checking to see if it carried, but it seemed to carry comfortably. I just think when an umpire takes that long to give a decision, he's not giving it based on his own judgment. What's your take, Rico?
Well, they all go up. I've got to admit, I don't hear anything. They all go up at the same time. It was a huge appeal. And did I see it live? I don't think I did.
He's missed that by a country mile.
When I'm watching the game live, and when I'm watching it pretty, full-on focus, I didn't see anything. So I weren't sure what they were going up for. I thought the umpire was going to confirm my suspicions. I don't think he gets anything on this. I mean, it is a big appeal. There must have been some noise. The question for me is, what was it that made Nadeem in the end finally give the decision?
Go to square leg. I don't know. That one just doesn't sit right with me at all. He's looking around. We don't have it on the replay. It took so long.
You know, when I look at that last clip there, it's almost like the bowler is saying to Nadeem, "Oi, you're not giving it," but square leg umpire is saying, "Yeah, it's out." So Nadeem might have been persuaded there.
It's not his call.
No, it's not.
It's not his call. And look, I'll come back to that in a second. End of the 4th over. Oh, that one actually hoops out of the hand of Kaiser. Big moment in the game. I just think that's when they get the process wrong. Square leg has no real business interfering except for if a ball carries or not. Lots of things can make a little noise. For me, I saw daylight between bat and ball there. It's the bowler's end umpire's call there. And, you know, another swinger from Kaiser gets past the bat, end of the 4th over, 66 for 3. It's one of those things where some of our umpires use an expression, sometimes you got to eat a bad one. If you haven't heard the edge and it is an edge and everyone else has heard it, you have to go on what you see with those. Because I think when you start having square leg umpires interfering about what a noise might be, they might hear a noise, that's something. Yeah. But that doesn't, side on, you cannot tell what it's hit in real time. No way.
No way.
And so if I was Asjad, I'd be aggrieved. And I think his reaction said it all. I mean, he didn't stick around to complain too much, but was kind of in disbelief as he has to walk off.
Yeah, fair play to Asjad for that. I mean, he shows his maturity. And though he's very frustrated and, of course, pretty annoyed about the decision, because while he's out there, Sohal Hospitalet are in this match very much so. But he does go. But yeah, I don't think that's a good one.
I mean, umpires learn as well as players. I mean, there's been improvement across European cricket in so many ways. That's one. I think it was really clear. Like, if I was a batter, I'm filthy if that's the body language from the umpire and I'm getting given out. Because he's shown he's got doubt. He's got a lot of doubt. Yeah. He doesn't think it's out. He's looking around. And I also get there's a counterpoint to this. As Abbas comes on and gets horned out of the ground. Well, maybe this game's not over yet. If Rajesh Azad has something to do with it, that's a monster. Maximal. And 6 more to Sohal. But what I was going to say is that, yeah, if I was given out that way, I wouldn't be happy. Because the umpire's shown that there's doubt. But the counterpoint is the umpire feels like maybe this is an obvious edge and everyone on the whole field knows it but me. And he's worried about being a fool that way. Yeah. But I just think that the doubt, the benefit's got to go to the batter. That's just what cricket's all about. Anyway, this is going to be 6 more. Oh, no, Asjad, no worries at the moment as Raja leaves the ballpark twice.
Yeah, well, Rajesh Azad, it says, don't worry, Skip, I'm still here. I'll keep finding the battle. And if he keeps finding the middle of his bat like that, he'll do well. So they're not giving this up. I mean, the rate has actually come down a little bit from where it was. So they're staying with it. Asking the question, but I think his foot is there. That's fine.
The other thing that's most funny when you listen to that commentary back is that I was about to give him a pat on the back for not giving into the peer pressure because everyone was in his face. Everyone was saying, ah, you know, and it was almost like the appeal gained momentum as they thought maybe he was malleable enough to bend into the decision. But, I mean, you live and learn from that one, and that situation will come up again. I'm sure it'll be handled a little bit better. Right now, it's a bit wide, and Shazad can't reach it.
It's a good take from the keeper. It's Shahid Nazir standing up, doing his job well. Nice clean take. Gets his body and his gloves in the right area.
But you've done a lot of umpiring. It's a tough job. I don't think we spend enough time talking about it. We build the umpires up for a reason. The main reason is it is really difficult because you can have this feeling there and something like that. You can't really use technology to help you in that one. You feel like, has there been something obvious I've missed? And if everyone is short, you start to question your own senses, your own observations. I've
been umpiring when there have been times when, you know, the square leg, as we've crossed, the square leg says, I think I heard something on that. I thought it was out. But the thing is, as this one said, I think it might even be a no if it's not on the pitch here.
It's just on the pitch, just.
Yeah. But you've got to, when you're standing in that position, the only time you're going to the square leg umpire if you think the ball hasn't carried through to the keeper. And that's the only time you want him to be involved. The other time you're looking at the square leg umpire is for height. He's gone. He plays on here.
Nah, hold on.
Is it onto the pad?
No, bounce the keeper onto the stumps. So as long as his foot's down, he's fine, but he might be stumped. I think he's not stumped, otherwise the keeper would have carried on.
I thought he played this on for a moment.
Watch this. Comes off Nazir. Can't do anything wrong. See?
Okay. Yeah, you're right. off the pads onto the stump. Fortunately for the batter, he keeps his foot planted. Does he sneak this one in? No, he doesn't. Well, if you sneaked that one in and it went just for the 15 of the over, you thought, okay, he's sort of done a job here, Abbas. But it's another run. The ball's still to come. So can they get something off this? Even a couple, they'll stay up with the rate, you know.
I'm calling after this ball. We are pumping the cube up. Here's the last ball, the 5th, and it's straight up in the air. Watch the Tortuga. That's a doozer, I think. But it is handled well out there. End of the over. We'll leave you to yourselves for a second. 83 for 3. You can just hear the plane engines just turning off at the end.
We
come back
we've
by number
landed.
6.
We've arrived. We've landed. Touchdown.
Well, when we have commercial breaks, we'll be able to have these little chats at the end of every over, Rico. Look forward to it. Here's Hussein coming on to bowl the 6th.
Swell ball, dot ball. Whenever there's a dot, works in your favour. That rate has crept up to 20. So just gotta keep believing. Shazad is doing his bit. But you've got Eli here now on strike. He's got to try and find a way to get Shazad back on strike. Swing and a miss. This is what hurts you now. Yeah, I mean, going back to that one, I think at the end of the day, as a gut umpire, you always know when something happens. You always know, and stick with that. Don't let the appeal, don't let the aggression of the appeal make you change your mind. You know, and that's what I think a lot of teams will do, and some teams play on that. I remember some teams, particularly when you're going to be, well, they're going to get some extras here.
Just one.
Yeah, some teams that's the way they work. You know, there's a lot of teams. I'm glad to see that we don't see so much of it now. But you know, when we started, remember those certain teams. Every time the ball passes the bat, you're appealing.
46 centuries now in season 2023. Shahid Nazir with his 110 not out. Heads up page 4. First time we've ever had page 4. First time we've ever had page 2. Right now, not giving up. Alahi's had a miserable start to his innings, but he does get a boundary here. Yeah, just going back to what you were saying, I think what you're looking to achieve as an umpire is you want to be controlling the game, not the game controlling you. And if it's not one, it's the other, right? So I just think that was one of those occasions where there was a test in the moment. Anyway, high in the air, and two fielders going to come together. They're going to spoil each other. And that was a bit of a nasty collision as well. Ball on hand on hand. The catch goes down.
Yeah, well, Captain Tucky comes in, and Tucky just gets right in front of Umar Zaman, who's standing there, getting himself ready to take the catch. And look, he just comes across. That's the captain. That's naughty, really. Leave it to the fielder who's set to take the catch. Okay, now let's see what he does this time. This time he does take it. Well, all right. He was naughty, but naughty becomes nice as he takes the catch and gets the wicket. And I suppose it's the one you'd rather have, because though he drops Eli, he does take Raja Shazad, whose valiant effort comes to an end. 23 of 9.
I mean, it's almost like on a dartboard when you have one dart pierce the dart that's already in the board. Because it's almost the exact same part of the field. Different batter, though, and you're right. So maybe IQ 300 moment for the Royals as Raja is neutralised. And Sohal are 90 for 4.
Yeah, got to keep on. Got to keep on doing what we're doing. They've got to keep on pumping it up as well, haven't they? Because that's the only way they stay in it. And the new batter comes out. It is Mohammed Halim.
But anyway, everyone focuses on umpires when they do something questionable, but if you're going to do that, equally you should have positive reinforcement, which is something that we talk about a lot. You know, I think we've got some of the best decision makers in the whole of the world game, just because it'll be a no ball, just because the amount of decisions they have to make, they are so honed in at doing it. So it does kind of jar when there's something that you find a little bit unusual. But I think for the most part, they've got hundreds and hundreds of decisions to make every innings.
Yeah.
and they get the overwhelming majority right. So I'll get off their back. People have a go at me sometimes going, you're always being positive towards the umpires. So you should be. In these days, it's hard to get officials as well. So if they're going to be hung out to dry for every little thing that someone doesn't agree with, then you're just not going to have any umpires. And you see it already happening in grassroots level cricket, where you don't have enough umpires to go down the grades, and players having to umpire themselves. So, I mean, I'll be critical if I think there's like a process decision or something like that, or a process error, or like not knowing a particular law. That's when I'll be critical. But on judgment things, it's hard. It's hard to get your judgment right all the time. So I'm not really critical with those things. If I can understand what the logic is, I suppose the issue there, I had an issue with the process and the logic that was being followed.
Yeah.
And, it was clear from his body language he didn't think he nicked it, but he gave it out anyway. Anyway, enough said. Here's Alahi trying to go large and getting his innings moving.
Hit it pretty well, flat, one bounce, goes to the fielder, deals with it. Yeah, just to end that, one thing is always worth thinking about is, remember, we have 5 matches a day. That means that's 600 deliveries, right? Legal deliveries, 600.
Exactly.
Now, if out of those 600 you get 1 or 2 wrong, hey, these guys are human after all. So, but I think you touched on it there. On majority of the time, they get it right. They work well as a team, and I think the umpiring here has been spot on.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
And I think in terms of the ratio of getting it right and wrong, I think we're right up there with the best in the world.
So this game seems to have been put to bed in the middle overs. That's the end of 7, 96 for 4. Coming up in the middle match of the day, Catalonia Red, well, they look like they have a bit more of a spring in their step, in particular Imran Sandal making a few runs at the top. Ali Hassan, he normally likes Mondays. He was looking dangerous this morning as well. Ramanullah back in for Red. Royal Barcelona, though, 2-2. They'll be 3-2 after this. And Shahid Nazir, another chance for him to score some runs after he scored his second ECN century this morning. That'll be a good game. It's coming up in around about 35 minutes. Back to the action. Jazul Kaiser gets hit high in the air. It's right back to the line and out of here. Maximo Alahi, well, that's what he's been hoping for the whole time. Moves into double figures with a 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's now or never really in this over, isn't it? If this one doesn't go magical, then they're going to get to a point where it's going to be impossible to get that win. It's going to take something special, though. It's going to take a supersonic effort. That's what they're trying to do. Hit flat, will be 1 bounce and go to the captain, Taki, who fires the throw in, which he didn't really have to do. I think the bowler, Sajil, is probably saying, hey, Cap, you don't have to fire those in. It's only a single. Just bowl it back into me nice and softly.
Yeah, good to see them hustling through their overs as well, Royals. Something they've obviously talked about.
To the pad, going down a leg side, and a leg by, a single doesn't, and that's where the game now gets away from them, really. Just a single and a leg by when they're needing to be hitting basically 5 boundaries and over.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, but let's see how close they can get. Yeah, it just happens sometimes. You feel like you're getting the rough end of the stick with the umpiring, but it all evens out in the wash. But sometimes not in the very short term, so you can feel like you're on the wrong end of a couple. I know we had that LBW earlier in the innings as well that looked like it was going down the leg side. But like we say, it's one of those parts of the game, not just in cricket, but in general, and even in life.
Yeah,
you've got to be able to deal when things don't go your way.
That's well hit, and that's going to be 6 runs. That's a really good shot. Eli, he does hit 2 Maximos in the over. Normally, in normal circumstances, you would say it ends up being a good bowl, good over for the batting side, but when you're needing sort of practically, you can see there, it started off at the beginning of the over, needed 29 per over. That's now gone to, well, we saw this yesterday though, from Pak I Care, didn't we?
Well, what a slow ball, and he's done him like a dinner. Wahid Alahi, he drops the bat just in total disbelief that he hasn't picked the variation, and clever bowling will bring about the next wicket as Alahi departs for 22. It's 110 for 5.
Yeah, what a clever delivery this is, and it was too good, wasn't it? He just lets go of the bat there, thinks, yeah, you've done me. Hook, line, and sinker. And that will be the end of Wahid Hilai. He got a few out of there. What a really good delivery that was. He totally outfoxed him. And at the end of the 8th over, 110 for 5.
Yeah, it was a funny kind of reaction. Is nothing kind of vicious in that from Wahid, but he just was completely bamboozled by that one.
Okay, captain have a ball, and this one sort of gets scuffed out onto the onside. It will just be a single. So yeah, it's nice to see Takil Mazar getting a bowl as well. I think he's a talented player. He didn't quite get going with the bat himself, but I'm sure that he will make a contribution in the day. Remember, they are back in action again against Catalonia Red. Catalonia Red, though they did get a loss against Pak I Care Batting, has to be said that they really pushed them. They're probably the only team to have done so far, so they'll be boosted by that performance, even though it resulted in a loss. Plays this out, but no run. Just get the feeling here that the batter now, Shabir Ahmed, is probably feeling, well, it's a bit of a lost cause, and maybe he doesn't want to throw his wicket away for nothing. Plays this out. There is a man who's back there on third. Keep it to just a single. So will end up being a comprehensive victory for Royal Barcelona. So has anybody spotted the what I've been talking about? There's something a bit irregular about the Royal Barcelona. I haven't seen anybody come with it on the chat. Should we tell?
I thought maybe you had. By the way,
I haven't.
I was going to say earlier, before we finish this game, that Croom's free membership went to Steve McVeigh. Went to a good home.
Yeah, it certainly
Hello,
did.
Steve, watching from Portugal, I'm sure. Yeah, so this was something that I picked up to do with Royal Barcelona. That's slightly unusual.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they're playing again next game, right?
Yeah, well, I don't think we say anything.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say which team it involves Royal Barcelona. And, well, I saw it straight away. And they've only got one more game today, so let's see.
It's played out. Direct hit could be in trouble. And it's an acrobatic attempt to stop this from the guy backing up. I think that's Assad who dives to stop it slow motion. It gets underneath him. Taki. And, well, this over has been Taki-taka from the batters. It's all about being Taki. He's up there again, and he's going to finish with a dot. A very good over from the captain. It doesn't all happen in the 9th this time. Only 5 come from it, and Sohal will be 115 for 5, going into the last.
Good race the same with 2 wickets, and also a pretty healthy economy rate, because some of the bowlers get coming now in a situation where not the kind of threat of going large like their predecessors had to deal with, but still, it'll be the last over coming up. Yeah, so that's the challenge for our viewers. Tell us what's going on with Royal Barcelona. That's a little bit unusual. I'm surprised no one's picked it yet. Anyway, here's the 10th over. Murad gets to come back.
Oh, what a delivery. This is out. There's no, that's good umpiring. You don't have to overthink this. If there's no bat involved, you're out. I think he goes right across the line. It's a good full delivery, Yorker length. And, well, Murid comes back into the attack, and he gets this one. Well, that is absolutely plumb. So Shabir Ahmed is going to have to go for 2 or 4 deliveries.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's just a good slower ball, basically, and hits him in the back leg. And pretty easy decision, really, for the umpire.
Yeah, so he's going to have to go. And last 4 balls. So didn't really want to go swinging wild, did he, Shabir? Thinking, I don't want to give my wicket away for nothing. But he gets done by a good one. Shazad is the next batter. And, well, he plays this for a single. A bit of fake fielding there, maybe.
Do you know what? Like, letter of the law, that is fake fielding. That's why I think it's stupid. Because he pretends he has the ball, And sometimes it's just like one motion, but yeah, we can go back to that in a second because this one is just going to be a dot ball. But it's a kind of silly rule. And it's one that gives umpires that are overzealous and like over officious the chance to just insert themselves into the game.
And there are a few umpires like that. Fortunately, none of them are on the ECN.
Anymore.
Okay, Skyer and taken with ease. So it's another wicket. So Murid Ali, he's enjoying the fact that he's having a bowl here towards the end. He adds 2 wickets to his tally from his first over. So that's going to be bye-bye to another batter. Goes for the big shot, doesn't he? Does Halim, and doesn't get enough on it. So unfortunately, he will have to depart as well for 3. He was out there for 10 balls. A simple catch for Nazir. And then Nazir, I think, already cemented his player of the match. And title with that catch as well. But what a great knock it was from him. That will be what we remember it by. 116 now for 7. Halim goes. New batter, Raza, comes in. And he's been knocked over as well. It is the 3rd wicket in the over. So, well, now this time he does, because it's 2 in 2. Could we also have a hat-trick? I tell you what, Vinny, if he bowls that delivery again at the stumps, I reckon he's on here.
Yeah, so let me just tell you something. There's a bat versus ball battle that's happening in the background. Centuries versus hat-tricks.
Yep.
At the moment, with this, it was 45-45 before the day. And with the century from Nazir, it's 46-45 to centuries. And now Murad Ali, his teammate, can have a chance to get one back for the bowlers and tie it up at 46 all. But he needs a wicket this ball off the last ball of match 37.
Yeah, good delivery, full straight. A bit of pace about it. Well, you can have a look and see when we saw the last hat-trick. And, well, there you go. Shahidur Rahman, he did it playing in the internationals. We haven't seen one in the European Cricket Series here, but we have seen a 6-wicket haul.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Well, here we go. Can it be 46-46? That's a funny little coincidence of nature, isn't it? The centuries and hat-tricks being neck and neck after like over 1,500 matches, maybe 1,600 now.
Yeah, Murad Ali needs to go full and straight for a hat-trick. Also would be a 5-wicket haul as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
lagging behind. We've only had, I think, 31 of those. 31. Surya Bala got one. Okay, hat-trick ball and last ball.
goes short.
Why would you do that?
Oh, it's a wide.
Yeah, he's happy. He's happy with the wide call because he'll get another chance at the 5 even though he's lost the hat trick. Oh, I had to go full slow ball at the stumps again. What are you doing, Murad? You're killing me.
I bet he does
Last
here
ball
now.
coming up. Here we go. Fake hat trick time. That was the one. Well negotiated by Sohal. So it won't be a hat trick or a 5-hat, but it will be a big win to the Royals. And they'll do it in the end by 64 runs. So there was a kind of a fighting start from Sohal. And look, they did play their shots. Things kind of petered out a little bit towards the end. But a couple of line ball decisions going against them really put them behind in the chase.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think most people look back at this. I mean, when you have a look at the margin of defeat, so 64, as Vinny said there, but at one point it was closer than that, especially while Ashjad was there, who batted really well. He was on his way to a half century, but sometimes it goes that way, and that decision really did take the momentum away. So Royal Barcelona, they are now 3-2 going into that contest against Catalonia Red, who are, well, they're running out of matches pretty quickly, aren't they, with a 2-9 record, but they're starting to play some better cricket, and I think Ali Hassan will be happy that he does have the likes of Rahman Ullah coming into the side, another batting partner for him.
And Imran Sandal making a few as well. This is earlier on. Siddiqui became collateral damage out there with Asjad. And this was a free hit, although the stumps got disturbed again. Probably one he didn't have to do as we lose the cube, maybe forever. Actually, it's quite cozy in here now. But as far as this chase went, hinged on a couple of things. Asjad was looking good, wasn't he? This is the one that probably hits him in line for me. I think the angle was probably just taking it past the leg stump, but Gurai's asked the question, gets the answer in the affirmative. Yeah, although they kept swinging for the fences, you got to remember they started at kind of 18 plus and over.
Yeah.
And pretty much everything's got to go right for you if you're going to pull off a 180s chase. We have seen it now, so it's not unprecedented, but it's pretty unlikely. And this was a big moment, wasn't it, in the response?
Yeah, it was a big one. Look, a lot of pressure on the umpire. And then you saw them, look, they're pointing at square leg and say, look, square leg's giving it, so you're going to have to give it. And I think Nadeem gets pressured by this. Just watch the last minute here when he says, look, he says, hey, look, square leg says it's out, so you better give it.
Yeah.
And Nadeem does. That's the moment for me. That's what I don't like about it. They get that decision, and I think when that wicket goes, that is the end of the match. But it's the end of this cube as well. Hey, this is quite cosy, isn't it?
Yeah, it was quite nice. I mean, to be honest, that decision was the adult equivalent of if your mum says no, ask your dad, and it works out okay for the bowler, doesn't it? And even though then we saw Raja kind of fighting back, he would end up going late in the piece. Alahi had a slow start, got a couple away, got completely bamboozled by that slow ball. Then Murad, well, he had a bit of tap early when he bowled, but then he had the right of reply and was able to get 2 in a row. And in fact, he was on a 5, he was on a hat trick. Couldn't quite do it in the end as the curtain was coming down on this one. Murad, pace on, pace off. He's a good bowler. I mean, ever since the first time I saw him, I just think he's got a lot going for him. And that was that. The final score, 182 to 118. Royals, quick turnaround for them because they'll be back on the park in just 20 minutes to play their next match against Catalonia Red. 42 for Aschad, but it was a questionable caught behind that saw him having to trudge back. Raja Shazad tried hard in his short innings, 23 off 9 and 22 for Alahi. Finally was able to climb above a run of ball. But yeah, pretty comprehensive stuff in this one from the Royals, who, apart from those games against the Jags, they've been really impressive. 4 for 18, Murad was able to clean up at the beginning and save his figures. 2 wickets for Gurayas Hussain. Singles there as well for a couple of the bowlers. We'll take a break as the cube basically crushes us from the outside in, but we will be back in 20 minutes, maybe with a new house. We'll find out shortly. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Montjuic. Great to have your company here in the beautiful and historic city of Barcelona in the Catalonia region of Spain. Rolling now into the third match of 5 today. So match number 38 coming up between Catalonia Red and Royal Barcelona. Well, to say these two teams have had a mixed time in the series would be a bit of an understatement. Right now, no understatement here because Tyrone Peters is with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin flip.
Royal Barcelona the call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a head.
Bowling first.
They're going to bowl.
So it is Imran Sandal, the cartwheel king, that wins the toss and is elected to bowl first. So interesting one. They'll know exactly what they need to do. They have kind of shown a tendency to like to bat first. So a slight change in strategy there for Catalonia Red, who had a pretty tough time. They had a heavy schedule in the first 3 and a bit days of the tournament. They came back today after about 3 days off, I think. They looked a different team. They really pushed Pak I Care. At one point, I think they were in a position to pinch an unlikely victory, but just kind of good signs there. And I think the captain, Imran Sandal, he kind of exemplified that, looked a lot more confident with the bat. And of course, Ali Hassan is always a match winner with a stick as well for Red. But well, Royal Barcelona, Shahid Nazir just peeled off one of the most exciting centuries we've seen in the last game. And we've seen quite a few of them. Quite amazing over 3 years between his 2 centuries on the network. So he'll be a fourth and they'll have to deal with him first up, Red, because they've sent in Royal Barcelona after winning the toss. Let's get ready for the first ball. Rico Full will take you there as we get ready for another exciting game. Could Shahid Nazir go big again? We're about to find out. Let's get ready for match 38.
Let's get ready indeed, and it's time to do it all again. Catalonia Red, much improved side when we saw them earlier today against Pak I Care Batting. Imran Sandal will be hoping that Ali Hassan can do what he was doing well in that one. He himself will get a few runs, and maybe Romanula, that comes back into the side, can be in the runs as well. A little bit closer, and I'm a little bit surprised also that Catalonia Red are the team 51% to 49 in favour to win this one. That really is a surprise, certainly when you look at the record that the two teams have. But, well, maybe the win predictor knows something that we don't. It will be Ali who's going to bowl first. Was it Ali? I think he bowled really well. So no surprise that he's going to be given the new Grizzly to start things off. And no surprise that Nabil Garcia is going to be opening. He got off to an explosive start in the last match, and that's a very intelligent shot. With the third man up, he just guides this away. Nothing wrong with this delivery. It's full. I think it's where you want it to be. And that's just very clever. That is pure class from Nabil. Nabil, of course, in the last match, he got them off to a great start. And a quick fire, 20-odd runs before he went, but he left them in a good position. Got a good partnership going with Shahid Nazir, the Centurion. So nice, beautiful shot. So there's always time for a little bit of class as well. It's just not all about brutal hitting. Talk about hitting this time now. He goes up and over on the offside, and they get 4 more. A very talented player, Nabil. And who's to say that he hasn't got a century in the pipeline? Well, batters certainly are enjoying themselves out there. I think bowlers have to really think outside the box to try and pick up wickets. Welcome to everybody as well. I have to say, yeah, Dave, you did pick it. Well done to you. And I suppose those of you that are not sure what Dave is talking about are all probably going to be glued to your screens. Hello to Steve McVeigh as this one has been clubbed. It will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinda sona. Well, this is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a crema catalan. What a lovely shot. So 6 more. Nabil making an aggressive start. And at the moment, Wasrat Ali has got no answer to it. Hello to Steve. Kroom as well, Twilight. Steve McVeigh, of course, saying thank you to Kroom because he gets gifted a membership. Well, it is, we are into December. It's the time of giving. And, oh, that's well bowled. And I tell you what, it is the time of giving. It's the time of asking as well, because you know what today is as well, the 4th of December? Yep, it's Santa's List Day. So make sure you're on Santa's list this year. And so make sure you're being good as well. So all those kids that are tuning in, are you being good? be on Santa's list, and maybe it's the day that you also get your list written up for the things you want for Christmas this year. Ali bowling to Nabil, and this is a little bit full. Doesn't quite get it in the gap and decides and elects not to take the run. Shahid Nazir waits patiently at the other end. We've seen normally, I tell you what, normal pattern is, and I find myself saying this a lot of times on the network when this European cricket series, is when a batter gets a ton like Nazir did, I often say, I bet the way it goes in the European Cricket Network, the next match, I bet he doesn't get anything. Barcelona has probably almost been the exception to the rule, hasn't it? Because batters, they've just been in really good form. I know that in the last match we saw the couple of players that have been in really good form. Achar Butt, for example, scored 99, 83, and then he was unlucky, wasn't he? He made 42, probably was on his way to another big score. So runs have been flying and batters have been staying in form. 13 days to go for the Euros of women's cricket. That will be happening in Andalusia, Malaga, Cartamania will be rocking the world once more. And be sure to join us. Put that date down in your diary, the 17th of December. And if you've got some holiday time, maybe you take some time off for the festive season. If you can, why don't you come down and join us at the Cartamania Oval? It's going to be a blast. The women's Euros of cricket. 5 international teams taking part. England, Netherlands, Italy, Austria, and of course the host Spain will be in action. Tanvir, too short from him, and he's got no protection out there. And batter Nazir gets the swivel on it. He's up and running, everybody, up and running. 4 off the first. And once he gets into his rhythm, he'll believe that he can probably do it again. First over, game for 14. So you've got to say that Hazrat Ali did manage to bring it back a little bit towards the end of the over. A bit of a miscue. But Tanvir will still, well, they'll come back for 2. The fielders do manage to sort themselves out. Tanvir Iqbal want to be relying on all of his experience, skill and knowledge to try and contain these hard-hitting batters. Tanvir just having a chat with, I think, the man on the 45, and it looks like, okay, he's bringing square in and pushing back a very straight long off, which maybe suggests that he's going to try and get the ball full and straight. Or would he try and bang this in short? Would it be a bit of a bluff? No, he goes full and straight. It just bounces short of the fielder that he pushes back, and Tanvir thought that it was going to be a stroke of genius from him. He does go for the straight shot. He doesn't quite get it right, and fortunately, really, this time round for Shahid Nazir, he doesn't hit it as clean as he would have liked. Otherwise, would have been an opportunity there for Avakshar to take the catch. Oh, well, you can see that ooey there from Iqbal. Nearly knocks the stumps over for Nabil. Gets a dot in, valuable dot. And if you get a dot in against Nabil, you've done well. And this one is going to go all the way, is it? Or is that? Yeah, Manos Arriba from the Albitro. It gets over the rope. It's going to be 6 more. A clean hit. So one of the the Royal Barcelona boys was there to try and take the catch. That was Hussein. It bounces over him. 13 off the over with the ball to go. Tanvir trying to keep it tidy. And gets out on the off and no run. So not a bad over at all. Trying different things. And moving the field around. 27 without loss. Nabil Kaiser and Shahid Nazir looking to get a good partnership in together. This is the way things are looking. So you can see a bit of a pattern developing between the top 4. Royal Barcelona, though, don't want to lose touch. They get a win here. They get themselves a little bit closer. They've still got plenty of matches to play. And, of course, the key thing is we haven't had a chance to look at that the way when we get towards the end of this this series, things will look with elimination day and finals day. But no doubt we'll have a look at that graphic later. But the key thing is to try and finish in the top 8. That one will go all the way. Manos arriba from the Albitro. 6 more. So swinging and hitting hard. Is una grande. Una más. Welcome to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. And, nice to see a lot of conversation happening on the chat as well. On this, I suppose we get to Monday afternoon now here, just 5 minutes to 1 o'clock. Slower delivery, but it's too high. It's a full toss and it gets clobbered. It's right in that zone. It's in the swing zone, and that's the thing. I mean, if this is outside the off stump, it's harder to deal with. But you see, it's a full toss. It's drifting down legs and batters off the ability of Nazir. And Nabil Kaiser are not going to miss out on this. You've got to be looking to get these 4 quick wickets here. You need to get these 2. You need to get Shahjil Kaiser as well, and then also Taki ul Mazar. They're the danger ones. If you can get them, then you know you can slow things down. If you don't pick them up, you know you're going to be chasing plenty of runs. Wide ball this time. So Nazir, remember the Centurion, 110. He was not out as well. Looking to get another big score in here. Ali looking to get the breakthrough, bowling his second. It's high up in the air. All right, miscue, big moment. Looks like Wasrat Ali wants to take it himself, and he'd take it on the second chance. So they get the wicket of Shahid Nazir. In all fairness, it's not the best of deliveries. It's once again gained down the legs, but I think Nazir goes for big power, then timing. You'll see this, look, it's drifting on the legs. He's put this away many a time. And this time, though, it hits the, sort of slices it, goes up in the air. It was only the bowler, Wasrat Ali, that was going to be in play there to take the catch. And he gets there, pops out of the hands, but not for the first time today. The fielder gets lucky and gets a second chance, and they take the big wicket off the Centurion. So Shahid Nazir will go. So one of the big 4 that Royal Barcelona have has been removed. 19 of just 6 deliveries. That means now that Shahjil Kaiser comes out. Well, he's going to get a high one here. I reckon this is too high. I think we might have a look. Well, he's running very slowly. I mean, if this hits, he could have been run out. But let's have a look at this side on. I reckon it's too high. The umpires are looking at each other. And Nadeem is a square leg umpire. Let's have a look at this. And for me, I think that's a no for me. I think we like to call these anything that's there or thereabout. It's not a slow delivery. He's not attacking it. I think he gets away with it. 50-50 call. Seen him called. And with the batter staying in their crease, I thought he was going to get that decision. That means that this one is hoiked up. It's an opportunity, but can't get to it. Now, can they stop it going to the boundary? They do. That's really good work. I think that's Hassan that gets a hand on this, has managed to flick it back. It is Ali Hassan, because there's the spin, and just that little dab back stops the ball going to the boundary. Miscue from Shahjil, but he gets fortunate. Wasrat Ali. Last one, and he spell. Oh, you'd love another. So would Catalonia Red. It's well hit, and this one is going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona. Shaka lage. Here we go. Una, dos, tres. Boom, boom, boom. Shaka lage. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Well, that's what it's all about. These guys will be hitting it clean. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised that Catalonia Red did elect to field here first. Remember the matches that they have won were when they batted first. And I just reckon maybe the captain has had a look at the stats, as that one does go magical. And 22 come off it, even though they pick up a wicket. 49 for 1, the power play score. I just think if you look at the stats tell you that teams chasing have been more successful. So maybe the captain Imran thinking he'll go with the stats here and see if that can provide them with their third victory in the series. Remember they pushed Pak I Care Batting all the way to the wire. Tanvir comes in. This one is going to be fielded by the sweeper out on the offside. It'll just be a single. So Sajil hands the strike back to Nabil, and this guy, I don't think he slows down for anybody. He's still going to be attacking. And he gets this right, doesn't he? It's a good shot. Once again, he's very quick. He's got quick wrists, so he's able to get under the ball very quickly. Look at that. See, there's a little bit of the old a little bit of the mini helicopter shot about that one. And that's where you need strong, powerful wrists and forehands. And he does that well, doesn't he? Tanvir, same area this time. He'll be disappointed he doesn't stop that. And, he won't mind the single. I think, given a choice, he'd rather bowl at Sajil Kaisa, the newer batter who hasn't quite got clicking at the moment. Tanvir, he'd love one here. He's all his experience, checking his field, pushing the fielder back. So, as for Shah, well, this is a chance, and he does get one. And it is Imran who holds on to the catch. So, good moment. So, Tanvir gets the dangerous batter. So, Sajil now will go pretty early. So, that's 2 of the dangerous batters back. Sajil this time not really able to contribute as well as he did in the win against Sohal Hospitalet when he scored 32. So, that's a good one to pick up. And a good catch taken by the skipper. And you can see there now just some of the Catalonia Red players coming together, and they will know that they probably can just 2 more wickets, and they'll be into the sort of also batted. So well done to Tanvir. Does get one. He's persistent, just trying to bowl outside the off stump, short of a length, and get the batters to play the full shot. And Taki, captain, that comes out. Knows this now becomes a very important partnership. I wonder if Nabil Kaiser changes the way he plays as well, whether he just starts to play a little bit more cautiously. 55 for 2, last one in the 4th. He goes for the lofted shot and he gets it right. This is another one that'll go all the way over the boundary fence. And it's 6 for Taki off his second ball. And 61 on the board, but 2 wickets down. Desperately need another couple of wickets here. Catalonia Red, or you just feel that Royal Barcelona are on course to once again put a high score on the board. The wickets that we've seen go so far, Shahid Nazir, the Centurion, has made 19 this time. Caught and bowled really well by Wazrat Ali. And then we also saw the wicket of Sajil Kaiser, who went for only 2 this time. Who did they go for here now? Looks like you may see Naeem Shah was pretty successful last time round. Cut away. It's a nice looking shot. 4 runs, no sweeper out. Just looking around, it's because they've got 3, 4 on the leg side. So they've got square leg, mid wicket, and you've sort of got a wide, quite a wide long on. Then they've gone for almost a sort of a look of the Southern Cross field here. You've got, looks like Ashfaq Shah is like the guy who's right behind sort of the bowler. And you've got a long off. Now there's slight change here. Well, who's coming in there? Hang on a minute. Okay. Oh, ball. Yeah, they bring the third up. So that allows the sweeper to go and play now on the offside. It scuffs at this one, and it will be just a single. I wonder if this field changes at all to either one of the batters. Doesn't look like. I just think it's a little bit too heavy on the leg side for me. I think he could have another one over. This is hit again, because I think most of them, you see, that's the problem. Even though you've got the guy there, unless he's dead straight, this field doesn't work. And he's not dead straight. It's almost like they've got sort of a fine and a wide long on. You do need one dead straight, and I think that's what Shah is now doing. Now he's going right behind. He's got to stay very still though. And high up in the air, but I think this clears the fielder. It does. It'll be a bounce, and over it goes. And into that practice area. So not shying away from the shots, going for it. And the captain, maybe it's an opportunity for Taki Mazar to get a few out of the middle as well. Well, Taki, the shot of dekhe the Mazar sanu hi aa gaya. Taki Mazar. And just happy just to drop the bat on this. And, takes a single, rotates the strike. It will be the end of the over, and he'll be right back on strike. Well, Taqiul Mazar, maybe he wants, maybe he fancies it here. Halfway point we are at now, 77 it's a score, 77 for 2. And it's a chance for us to reflect back on what has been an amazing season. There's all the places we've been on the European Cricket Series. Started with Malta, of course, we've been to Malta a couple of times. And I think I've said this before, but I want to say a huge thank you on behalf of myself, Vinny, Corey, and everyone on the ECN, to all of those federations, all the players, all the match officials, and of course all the volunteers for the way you looked after us when we were on a travel on your hospitality. Talking about hospitality, well, there's a bit of charity on offer there as well, as they're just bowling in bad areas. And Taki, he's not going to miss these, is he? That's a really good shot. He knows it's down the leg side, gets himself in a good position, and hits that away quite easily. Not a good start from Mozam Rasul. This one is a wide. I thought he's signaling a no ball there. The reason is he had too many things in his hands and he couldn't get the other hand up. He dropped the walkie-talkie, but he's got himself sorted now. By Ijaz is out there with Majid. Rasul, better delivery. And once again, that's why that field is set in that way. They believe that most of the hits, especially if the line from the bowlers is full and straight, will be down the ground. So the cover fielder, the sweep from the offside, is more in the point area now. Gandhi ball, and the leg side again. It's going to be another wide in the over. So 6 off the first, wide, single wide. And Nabil Kaiser looking to build and get a big score on the board. Got to go outside the off. Got to get the batter to either drive or try and cut. That's better. That's where you want to be. That's what the field has been set for. Imran, the captain, gives the applause. There he is. Lovely guy. Imran Sandal. And, he's made a lot of friends. And he's entertained a lot of people as well with his some of his celebrations. And of course, we're all hoping that there'll be an opportunity to see him doing some more of his cartwheels. Well, at the moment, it's the stumps that are being cartwheeled, as Rasul does get one right. And Nabil Kaiser once again makes a start, gets into the 30s this time, 38, but loses his wicket. He's going to be disappointed with this because he knows that, unlike before, he is not relying on other set batters to come in. He's leaving his captain Taki now to sort of hold the key to a big score. He's on 24 of 7 himself. He's the captain, but yeah, he's disappointed with that dismissal. But fair play, good bowling from Rasul. Kept it where he's got to. Got the field set for that. He gets it there, gets the wicket. He gets good encouragement there from Tanveer Iqbal, who's saying, yeah, well done, well bowled. Okay, now this is now where they get the opportunity. But you got Hamza Hashmi who comes in now. Then this guy's just a blaster. Hamza, he's not going to hang around. He's there to do one thing: swing hard. Told ya. Has been successful though. We saw him blast a few a couple of days ago. So if he gets in, he can hurt you. There's no doubt about it. Hamza Hashmi, yes, he had a good day. He's been good with the ball and he's been good with the bat as well. Okay, this is hit and that's what he can do. And not the best of finishes from Rasul. He was trying to keep it in the teens, but it will go. Magical. That 6 means that 21 come off that one. And despite picking up the wicket, he's gone for a couple of boundaries, isn't he? And that is all about the extras. If he doesn't bowl the wide, he doesn't bowl this delivery. And if he doesn't bowl this delivery, his figures will, well, they wouldn't have gone magical, that's for sure. End of the over, Royal Barcelona. Despite losing some key wickets, they're still ticking along quite nicely. 92 for 3. Glorious sunshine now here at the top of the hill here in Montjuic. There we are, of course, in the Montjuic Olympic baseball ground. And, a stone throw away from the Olympic Stadium. And, of course, we're being dwarfed by the communications tower. This one is not going to carry to the fielder. It'll bounce to him a couple of times. So that's the wicket they want to try and get. Taki. Hamza Hashim has only just got out there as well. He's going to play just one way and he's been swinging to try and get a big score himself. The Royal Barcelona trying to set themselves for a big score. Well, that's a bit of a full toss. I wonder what the umpires feel about this one. I think it's bowled pretty flat from Shah. But does it dip? Or does it even get that high? The umpires seem to be quite happy with it. Shah again. Shorter. Holds this one back slightly. A bit of a miscue as it gets dragged out to the onside. Just be another single. Yeah, Hamza Hashmi made 65 not out. And all in vain, really, because that was when they were chasing Catalonia Jaguar 190. But that 65 was out of the 113 that his team finished with in that defeat. Remember, the only defeat that they've had has been at the hands of the Catalonia Jaguar. Played them twice and have lost them twice. And bearing in mind that Jaguar is one of the top teams, or seem to be one of the top teams in this series. It just goes to show that they are pretty strong, pretty decent themselves. There's no shame about losing to a top side. And this one has been absolutely mashed. That is brutal. That's a monster strike. Oh, that one. Oh, Taki ul Mazar. He's pretty strong fella, isn't he? Look at him. He's built pretty well. Looks like he's built for destruction. And he, well, leans into that one from Afaq Shah. Okay, what's the reply going to be? He goes for the pitch start delivery. He could get his reward here. And down it goes. Oh, what a moment that is. So Taki, he gets dropped on 32. And it's Wazrat Ali that puts him down. That could be a huge moment. I get the feeling that you don't want to be dropping the likes of Taki. He looks like one of those guys that if he gives you a chance, you're going to get into a bit of trouble. Well, we've been busy in the break. we have a new house, myself and Vinny Sandu, who joins me back. Yeah, he's still at it. How about it? Well, it's a new look.
It's a new look. I like, well, kind of two-toned, isn't it? We salvaged the backdrop, so that's something. So now you know what you're watching. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, the cube, I don't think it can come back this time.
Cube's
You
done.
caught it early. It's like, you know, when they have a celebrity that there's like a fake report that they've died.
Yeah.
But you just jumped the gun a little bit there. Did a Jeff Goldblum, if you know that reference. Anyway, I've got some exciting news. I've been busy behind the scenes because it looks like the ECCW squads have just been released. So I'm trying to get that to you maybe by the end of this innings. And you might, I'm not sure if they're on the website just yet, but yeah, we'll be able to show you the 5 squad lists. Of course, that's coming up in only 13 days' time, less than 2 weeks.
You can't believe it. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Carter Mania will be rocking the world one final time as Takeo Mazar is now looking to make the most of the chance he was given. Oh, that's Gundy. This might, well, it's caught a wide, so obviously catches some of the pitch there from Khan. Seen this before from him, but does have a knack of picking up wickets.
Yeah, he's a funny character. He's a partnership breaker, isn't he?
Same here again. Well,
I mean, I love that kind of bowling because growing up watching Shane Warne in the 90s is the kind of ball that would disturb the stumps of an unsuspecting batter, but no footmarks out there, especially at that end, which we don't bowl from.
we know this pitch will take spin pretty well. All right, here we go. He's trying to do the same thing. Well, I tell you what, if he's going to bowl around the stumps, pitching the ball there, it's probably going to be the best ball ever on the European Cricket
It'll be a
Network.
Hollywood moment. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes batters do get tangled up with these kind of deliveries. Sometimes they're just begging to be hit, and this is one of those occasions as Taki goes cuatro carreras, moves into the 40s.
I like this. Hamza Hashim is, after this gets put away, you can see he's walking up there and he's blabbering away, and I know what he's saying because he's shrugging his shoulders saying, why'd you hit that? Just leave it. It's wide. He says, because I want 4. Can he go straight? No. It's going to be another wide.
Hey, he's sticking to his plan. We saw this be pretty effective to Hamza, who sometimes just kind of got, I say pretty effective compared to what else was bowled. But yeah, they're hoping the batter kind of overswings and ends up kind of clunking in the body. But as long as you don't get your body in the way, you've got a free shot of just whacking it. But anyway, Sohal's an interesting character. He's a bit different.
That's the better area. And he just falls short of the fielder. That's where he wants to be, because then you're making the batter have to play. Because he gives it a bit of flight. The batter then also got to make the decision. Do it come out and meet it? Do it try and go back? And in the end, I think he maybe Taki a little bit lucky. Okay, this time though, no luck, because he flights this one, and this one goes all the way. Well, there's Roberto coming over with some goodies. Looks like lunch is on the way. At the moment, the feasting is happening out there with the batters as Hamza Hashim goes boom shakalaka with this one.
So ironically, this is one, if it was outside, there's Roberto, the leg stump, then maybe that would have tied the batter up to an extent. Anyway, to fail. This time he gets hit again. Fielder was interested, but well, who's that at the snack table? He almost wears it. Maximo, though, put 6 on the Royal score. Who is that down there? One of the umps.
One of the umpires and the Grizzly almost snacks
They got
on
the,
him.
they got the net there, though, to protect hungry staff. So that's something at
Hey,
least.
where's our net? I've noticed a lot of these nets
No,
going around to protect people.
We're skillful enough,
Okay.
in theory. Well, we're actually watching the game. That's probably the difference. Anyway, this is a full toss, which is going to be hit away to the leg side. Hashim will retain the strike. He's been on a bit of a mission. He's 21, and the score at the end of 8 is 129 for 3.
You're still searching to get that. I said they needed 4 wickets, didn't I? Get the 4 wickets and you can try and slow things down, but it ain't happening at the moment.
The cattle on your red ketchups, I call them sometimes, because that just looks like it should be on a tomato sauce bottle, shouldn't it? Their logo. Mentioned that the other day. All right, here we go. These are the squads. Now, I won't go through all of them right now, because we're all of them on the one sheet. But what I want to do, because our viewers are so great, and I wanted to do a bit of background, the England 11 in particular, because I don't know a lot about them and kind of where they're playing their cricket. We have seen the other 4 teams before on the network. So we know a fair bit about their squads. So, yeah, we'll touch on those as this tournament continues. But, yeah, someone, let's try and take a screenshot of that and let us know don't know how they built that England 11 team. This is up in the air. It falls in the gap, though. And, well, look at that. Defying gravity as Fakar Nawaz. It goes up one hand, one bounce. Now, in backyard cricket, when I grew up, that was out.
He really did. Have a look at this grab. I think both his feet are going to be off the ground here.
He's
it's a
worried.
really good grab.
He's worried that's gone forever. He knows how this ground works. And when they bounce high. Now, this one is going to be away. And it's going to be all the way off the field as it's a non-playing member of the squad that does the fielding. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, well, there's the 12th man out there who feels that one. So now there's more changes being made in the field. They're getting more protection coming out, going out onto the leg side. So square legs comes in. That means a sweeper out on the off comes up. I don't mind that. I think what's being bowled here, all the hitting is happening on the leg side. Look, that's where they're looking to go on the onside.
Like a four-man wall there. And then you've got the fine leg up in the circle. It means that offside's available at the moment. They don't really care. This is turning into a pretty big score. Don't count the Catalonia Red out, though, with some of the batting they've got in the second half. Again, another ball dragged away, but won't reach the boundary.
Well, this is now hands it back to Taki. Well, Taki, the captain, is on the verge of a half century. He'd love to bring it up here.
And one thing that stuck out to me there, we won't have MSP for Australia, but we do have HSP. Hannah Simpson-Parker's in there. Mark missing the ECC, men's ECC with a bit of an injury, which has been hassling him, bit of a finger injury. But yeah, interestingly, you'll have Austria and Spain who have played on that ground before in ECN cricket because they were in the three-way series with Malta. Don't forget, just after the ECL earlier this year.
Oh, well, wild swing here at Taki. And now Taki's saying, yeah, I probably should have played that straight down the ground. So he wants to bring the 3 runs he needs in style. One with a big shot. Will he get one more chance in this over?
Yeah, another ball angles in. Taki just kind of silenced, if you want to use that word, but it'll be the end of the over. They're trying to claw this back, aren't they? They could matter as well in the second half of this game. Royal Barcelona are 138 for 3 after 9.
That's a very good over. Only goes for just 9 runs. So we know that sometimes the 9th over can often go magical or even supersonic. So well done. So Rasul, he'll be pretty happy with his bowling figures. 1 for 24. So, okay, here we go. This is a big one. It looks like it goes back to Shah, who checks his field. Yep, it will. So, Ashfaq Shah to bowl the last. Okay, this could be make the difference of a 150 sort of chase or less if it's a good one. High in the air. Big time, but this is going to go all the way. Yep, here's 6 runs. This goes a long way up. Just worth mentioning, the wind sort of just picked up a little bit as well, and it's actually blowing from sort of behind us at the moment. That means that some of these big hits down the ground will be stopped. But I tell you, there's no stopping Taki Mazar, though. He gets the boundary he needs. He brings up his 50. He takes the applause of his players. Well batted, and now he wants to go for another biggie as well. It's Taki's time as Taki Mazar gets another. Yeah, well batted, Bobadaya Takinu. Apne captains Amne on the half century Benali. And he ain't finished yet as he moves now on to 60. And the 150, well, it comes up, and it comes up with still plenty of deliveries to go in the over, still 4 to come. Misses out on this one, though, and he's disappointed with himself. Yeah, he is. Because, yeah, that's in the area where he knows he should be putting it away. He gets a little bit too excited. And he's still got 3 deliveries. Now I think he's thinking 160 score. Won't quite get to the 182 that they achieved against Sohal Hospitalet, but it's still a very good score.
Yeah, will it be enough, though? Will Red fire? Anyway, firing right now is Taki, who puts this one out of the arena. What a shot. Maximo, that one had some legs. In fact, that one's right at the top of the hill.
Oh, that is out of here. Literally. Qué grande eso es. Grandísimo. Eso es fuera de campo. Míralo, míralo. Qué guay, qué genial. Well, that's it. He's saying, forget it, I'm picking up my dog. I'm gonna cuddle him. The dog's got fright. He got frightened by the grizzly, and his owner's giving him a cuddle, saying, never mind. Oh dear. Well, that is going to be up in the air. It won't go to the boundary.
Run
Don't worry
hard,
about
run
catching
hard.
it, because it can't be out.
Got to come back for 2.
They will.
Well, I mean, is this cricket or is this golf? I mean, that last shot landed next to the tree. It looked like it closest to the pin contest. Now is this golf or is it baseball? Because the next one is a high full toss that he tries to sock for a dinger, but it's going to be a skied ball, no ball, 2. And Tucky's going to face up. Still 2 to come and a free hit.
Yeah, well, he's going to be trying to smash this out of the ground as well. It's another pretty full one. It hits the stump.
Good
it's
run.
Not out. You could run.
But Tucky ain't interested. He said, look, you're 23 off 9. That's cute. But I'm the captain. I'm the big man here. I'm not interested in the buy. I want to go large. Just quickly, thanks everyone that's doing a bit of research on those ECCW teams. I just saw you've got a few from the Blaze Academy in there, which is based at Trent Bridge. So a couple in there. I think Amy Wheeler's one of those. Maddie Ward, one of those. But yeah, keep doing your research and let us know in the chat what you find out. All right, 159. We're talking 160s, Chase. How deep into the 160s we're about to find out as a Huckshah comes in to bowl the last ball of the innings. And he will get edged away. And I reckon this is 4 off the stick. Unless it can be caught in time, it cannot. So Ali Hassan does the chasing there off the last ball. He's going to have to do the chasing in the second half as well. Expect him to open the batting. Royal Barcelona sent in, but they put a good score on the board, haven't they? 163 for 3 in the 10.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this. The last one goes magical from Shah and the big hitters. But it started off with not a big hit. It started off with an absolute classy shot from Nabil Kaiser. But we know he's somebody who likes to whack it and whack it well. He is a blaster, and he did a little bit of blasting, but there were opportunities which had to be taken, and this one was taken and needed the second opportunity, but caught and bowled. That was a good wicket to get, because that was a centurion of the last match. Shahid Nazir went for 19, and then a nice catch there from the captain, Imran, taking the catch to remove Sergio Kaiser. So I was saying they needed to get 4 quick wickets, the top 4, and if you're able to do that, then you're maybe able to restrict. Well, they did. They took 3 of them, but they weren't able to get rid of the wicket of Taki, and as a result of that, they end up with a big score. That was the dismissal of Nabil Kaiser. He'd be very disappointed. He gets to 38 and gets bowled. He hasn't really gone on to make a big score himself. That was a great one-hand pickup from Nawazi. The ball that was threatening to get over him. But there were a few that did go over. There were a few that were missed by Taki as well. But he may have missed them, but he certainly blasted some out of the park. And I mean literally 1 or 2 of them had, well, some of the dog walkers giving their dogs a bit of a cuddle, thinking, okay, come here, because they were shaking, because the grizzly was causing a lot of trouble out of the campo. Well, that's the score, 163-72 from Taki, and good support there. That's not a bad scorecard to be looking at. Only Sergio Kaiser wasn't able to get going there. With the bowling, there's a fair bit of pain, isn't there? There's some magical overs there as well. But I've got to say, though, I think it was Rasul for me, pick of the bowlers. He bowls his 2, 1 for 24. I think they'll take that. But I've got to say, not too many pitched up deliveries, and that's the problem. They bowl too many into the slot of the batters. And on most occasions, the likes of Taki, Nabil and Hashmi were able to get it away. 163, it's another decent score for Royal Barcelona, and I think they'll be happy with that, and they'll believe that that should be a match-winning score. But remember, Catalonia Red, they have got a centurion in their side as well. And I think Ali Hassan, who made 60 earlier against Pak I Care Batting, will be looking to get in the runs once again, and he'll be pleased that his captain has found his form as well, and maybe somebody like Rohan Ula, who comes back in the side, can provide him with some vital support. Well, the reply coming up in around about 10 minutes' time. Join me, Rico Fu, and Mr. Maximo when we return.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Time for the second half of this match. It's match number 38 of the final European Cricket Series of the year. Royal Barcelona taking on Catalonia Red. Royal Barcelona batting first and putting up 163 thanks to a significant contribution from the captain, Taki Almazar, with 72 of 25. He's having a pretty good series, isn't he? The veteran, Nabil Kaiser, also with a quick-fire 38 in only 18 balls. Royals, we know they can swing it, and they'll be out there to defend this. Scores in the 160s. You don't see them chased down too often, but we have seen it happen on this ground. Of course, we even had 183 chase executed this year against Spain in the ECC. That was a crazy one. But yeah, this is the kind of series where you'll see it happen. So you can see Barcelona Shaheen, they chased 162 on this ground. From memory, I think Pak I Care did something similar around that. Just dropped off the list now. So yeah, 160 chases. You don't see too many, but these are the conditions that are right for it. And also, you look at the quality of the batting lineup. Catalonia Red, they do have a century makeup from last week. That is available, Ali Hassan. So yeah, shattered the glass ceiling, haven't they, as far as the chasers, some of these teams. And Murad Ali, I think he bowled really well earlier on today. He's a weapon. He's a wicket taker. He's got a good change of pace. We saw him take 4 wickets in the earlier game and got a hat-trick towards the end of it. He's got good kind of, what's the word? He's got good rhythm about him. And it's going to be Hassan to face up. And here we go. Full toss first up, driven. Hassan won't get a run. Imran Sandal at the other end. He put together a pretty good 20-odd earlier on in the day and certainly just looked a little bit more in control of his game with the bat. I think sometimes he's been a little bit carried away with some of his choices early in his innings. Hassan cracked, I think it was the equal 5th highest score on the network in the opening match of this series, 135 not out. Goes short, and it's the top edge hanging in the air and caught. Big moment in the game. Murad rolls the dice with a short ball. Hassan goes on the hook, and that is a plan coming together because they had the fielder back there for that exact shot and for that exact eventuality. It's one thing to create a chance, but then you've got to take it, and the catch was swallowed down there. Just rushed into that. Beaten for pace, Ali Hassan. And Murad Ali continues to impress with the ball. He's all arms and legs, and it ends up in the hands of the fielder down at fine leg, and the first wicket falls without a run being scored. 0 for 1. Ali Hassan going for a second ball duck. So huge moment early in this one. And that's Shajil Kaiser down there. So one of their better fielders as well in the position. Rasul comes in at 3, but yeah, huge moment in the game. Murad, I mean, bowls short, which not everyone get away with, but in fact, most can't get away with it. However, that was a well-directed short ball that rushed Hassan, and he has to go. Is there any path back from here for the Reds? As the first ball to Rasul's a full toss and hit pretty hard down to Gulrez Hussain at long on. Cricket's the great leveler. I was trying to think of sports last week when I was on alone, where you only really get one opportunity in the game like you do as a batter. And I couldn't really think of one. Here's Murad. And Imran picks up where he left off earlier. Gives that one both barrels. Mistimes it, no run. Kroom's asking for a sneak peek at the squads of the ECCW. We'll see if I can get that up there for you and you can take a screenshot. Don't think they've made the web yet, but they won't be far away. A few familiar names, a few new ones to ECN at least. In the ECC squads, just released today. Well, thick edge, that's going to fly, and well, how about this for a stop? he basically shoulder barges the ball, but it ends up hitting him in the shins. I thought for a second this was going to fly all the way for a catch. Let's see if we've got a replay of this one. Yeah, and then he just kind of goes to the trap it. This is the difference between being comfortable getting yourself off your feet and not. Maybe trying to dive forward and turn that into an opportunity. Murad, he's been great here. Rasul gets the strike back, last ball of the over. And this is sliced up in the air, catching opportunity and taken. So Rasul, the next one to follow. And well, we saw a bit of football, didn't we, down at deep third. It's going to be a 2-2 draw if you're a football fan at the end of the over. That does not spell good news for Catalunya Red. It's 2 for 2 after one. Sliced up in the air, wasn't really balanced, throws the hands at it. And good judgment to get in the right spot and finish the catch. So disastrous, really. And there's the squads for you, Croom. I know you're asking about them, so yeah, have a look and tell me what you think, particularly that England 11 squad. Love to know kind of how many of them have played together before. Obviously, England were kind of parachuted into the tournament upon France's withdrawal, which is some sad circumstances there that we hope gets sorted out sooner rather than later. Spain is the one that obviously is on the left, catches my eye first. I know that Elspeth Fowler led them earlier in the year when we saw them in ECIW cricket. Naomi Hillman Bermejo, we were talking about her yesterday, weren't we, as a 99 not out holder. Anyway, right now, hoping that they can get something going. Imran able to flick this one off the pads for 4, nice shot. And it's well struck and well timed. Imran, he's always going to look better with a few runs on the board. Steve said it was a poor first touch down there at deep third. Had time to trap it, then look up and find a searching pass. Well, it's good night, Charlene, as Sandal shows too much of his hand here, tries to whack it into the grandstand, but anything getting whacked with the stumps there. So it's going to be a 4 and out situation, and you got to worry right now. 6 for 3. Well, if I was playing in Monte Carlo, I'd be shifting all my chips from red to black right now, because Catalunya Red have lost their top 3 and only 6 on the board. Again, this is a shot. It's cross-batting a straight delivery. That comes with risks. Imran finds out the hard way. And so it's smart bowling, really. Nabil Kaiser probably knows Imran has missed a few straight ones in this series, so he just kind of keeps it on the pegs and waits for Imran to self-destruct. 6 for 3 in the second. So, I mean, one thing they do have a bit of here is time, although I wouldn't say the first 8 balls have been very productive as far as the run scoring either, with 6 off the first 8. It's going to be Wazirat Ali coming out at number 5, a little bit earlier than I bet that he was expecting. As we will get a boundary first up from Wazirat, and it's going to be 4. Let's just check it out on the replay. Yeah, nice shot. Good shot selection there. It's using the pace slightly. Gets into the gap. Yeah, Steve mentioning that Cassidy McCarthy's got a bit of pace, and I also heard that about Amy Wheeler. Doesn't mind a short ball either. Quick and bouncy, and we know, I don't know what end we'll use actually at that in Khartoum, but we'll be curious to see how much bounce they can get out of the surface. The kind of lake end is normally considered a slightly bouncier end. ECCW, you're likely to see, you know, boundaries about 10% shorter than you'd see in the men's ECC. So that'll obviously be a bit of a different dynamic for some of those players as well to deal with. Down the leg side, this one, and it will be called a wide. Need all the help they can get at the moment, Catalunya Red. Yeah, a few people enjoying the football skills. Really, it was the only semi-blooper. Even that was stopped, I suppose. against Royal Barcelona. Catalonia Red, certainly an improved performance against Pak I Care this morning, but unravelling pretty quickly here. This is a good shot though, and all you need is someone to play the innings of a lifetime. Could it be Wazirat Ali, who just stands and delivers? What I like about this shot, he keeps his weight going towards the ball. See there, doesn't lose a lot. Okay, yeah, opens up the front side a little bit. And so, counter-attack coming pretty quickly. Bethan Ellis also talked about in there. He's played some first-team cricket. Thanks to Steve McVeigh for that information. Now this is kind of a stopped shot, but it's going to bounce towards the wall. Maximo. Well, how do you get back into this? You've got a huge mountain to climb, but the longest journey starts with the smallest step. And at least they've made some steps in the right direction this over Catalonia Red. Wazirat has moved along to 14 in very quick time. 21 for 3 after 2 overs. Looking at this table. Okay, Bengali, I wouldn't say they're an unknown because we've seen them a couple of times, so we don't know how they're going to go in this competition. But as far as teams that are in the chop zone, you look at the Hospitalet teams and Catalonia Red. At the moment, they're the ones that are in the most jeopardy. Of course, the format here is quite an interesting one. The higher you finish, the easier your path to the title is. If you finish in the top 2, you go straight through to the semis. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you just got to win 1 game to get into the semis. And if you finish 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, you need to win 2 to make the semis. Right now, nothing semi about this, as it's Remanullah, who hasn't faced a ball yet to this point. Just check drives his first one out of the ground. Maximo. Well, both these two lighting it up. And, well, don't adjust your sets just yet. Don't change the channel, because if these two can get a big partnership, who knows what's possible. Now, straight pull and out of here as well. Good effort on the boundary, but it was just out of the fielder's grasp. Maximo. And really, you've got to go for it here. You've got the last over the power play with only 2 outfielders. He knows he's taking on Nabil Kaiser there, and Kaiser did everything he could. He was just inside the rope. He put in the big jump, but it sailed over his fingertips by centimetres. Now, this is hit leg side, and this will be 4. Gets away from the infielder. This is all about the placement, not the power this time. Wasn't really the timing from Remanullah, but he gets 4 more. 4 carreras más. Tony talking about Taki Umazar's innings being so crucial for his team in the first innings, getting them up to 163. Yeah, it was, no doubt about it. This game feels a lot different if they only scored in the 140s. Hit leg side, we'll put this one in the book as well. That's 4 more. The boundaries keep on coming, so your credit to Catalonia Red. They've got nothing to lose here. And they're keeping themselves in the contest with a couple of good overs after losing 3 early ones. Hello to Wazza, who's tuned in, watching from Australia. How are things down there, Wazza? Must be getting pretty warm. Just a slight delay. I wonder what this is about. Remanullah, 20 off 4. He might have broken something, a bit of equipment, because you wouldn't voluntarily hold up the game. You can see him there on your screen. I'm now getting a lot of interest about this with all the squads being released. Couple of players to watch, I suppose, for Italy. Got to say, Amelia Bartram, who can forget her last ball 6 to win that match against the Netherlands. Our first ever kind of ECIW classic, really, that one. But I like Nani Yakara there. Just looking at Anne Wondercall Saria in there. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 names missing. I'm going to look into that as well. Netherlands, okay, a lot of good players in there. Iris Villing, definitely worth a look. Isabel van der Voning, very good. Fast bowler. A couple of new names we haven't seen on ECM before. Lisa Vermeer in there. England 11, we've been discussing a fair bit. Austria as well will be led, I'm sure, by Joanne Stiglitz. And Priya Sabu had a pretty good series earlier in the year as well. So a good opportunity to see a few more of those players as we get going. As Ramanula, well, maybe the same bat, may not be, but it's going to be the same result. Another boundary, moves up to 24. So things moving very quickly now. Yes, that's the first time I've seen the squads as well. So I'm casting my eye over them like everyone else. This is hit into the gap as well. That's 4. So 28 to come off the over, and it's game on. What a counter-attack by Catalunya Red. They finished the third over 49 for 3 and pretty much on the pace at the moment. So that's what this game's all about. It's crazy how things can change. You never would have had them down for a 49-run power play. Yeah, one name I didn't spot. Oh no, she is there. Kumidu Pedrick, who I think we'll see leading Italy. I don't see Sharon Vitanage in there though. And she'll be a big loss if Sharon isn't in the squad. Maybe some availability issues, because she is a bit of a key cog of their batting in particular. But yeah, keep coming in your observations about those ECCW squads. All right, so time for a change of pace. It's Nesum Abbas to bowl over 4. So yeah, how I would deal with this, if I was batting out there at the moment, I'd be saying, look, we don't really want to fall behind. We already were, and it was hard work getting back. So we're looking at 16 and over that we are trying to get. So 65 would be a good target after this over. Messam comes in, gets hit away over the offside fielder. Well, he thinks he's being safe backing off this one, but in the end he has to deal with the trampoline Tortuga. He's better off going for the catch here. In the end, it's going to cost 4 runs. You see there, last moment, not wanting to turning into an opportunity. Gulfraz Hussain. And split second decision wasn't the right one. Now hit hard, and it's going to be in, it's going to be out of the fielder. So, well, for me, that's 2 catching opportunities in a row. To be fair, this one was hit hard. That was the one before. Now the very next ball, it's a flat one. That's what I'll say about that. Said Ali Hussain not able to hold on. Now goes after this. It's another ball that's in the end near a fielder, but it's over him. Maximo. So excitement plus Catalunya Red just got a kind of carefree attitude to this chase. Whatever will be, will be. Right, and what we're seeing is a 2-batter click coming out at 4 and 5. Now hit straight. This won't be an easy stop either. And well, he does it in the end with the one hand, Nabil. A few people feeling the pendulum go. Oh, could see Joshua Vessels in the chat. Where are you from, Josh? Ask where everyone's from. Well, I'm here in Barcelona, of course. Buenas tardes. All right, up and again. It's near a fielder, but near's not good enough. This is going to bounce over the wall. Ground rule double, Maximo. Ramanula, he's 40 off 9, I think, after that. What an inclusion. We didn't see him play in the earlier game. It's an incredible turnaround. Because, yeah, I can tell you they were 6 for 3 after 8 balls. Now this is lifted up as well, and this is 6 as well. Maximo. End of the 4th over. It is 72 for 3. This game's taken a turn. Abbas goes magical, 23 in the 4th over. So let me work this out. That means in the last 16 balls they've scored 66, because they're 72 of 24. So in the last 16 balls, just have a look at that. Have you ever seen anything climb like that? And they're actually ahead on the rate now. That means the last 16 balls they've been going at 248 pace. Oh, it's quite incredible what you see here. Or a strike rate, if you want to work in strike rates, strike rate of 412. And that's coming from being 3 down. in the first 8 deliveries. Over 3, had 6 boundaries in it. All right, Murad, they're bringing him back early. And I think this one just sneaks in. These are the calls that make you feel like that maybe momentum's going back against you. Oh. No, I've got a feeling the very edge of that ball gets the very inside edge of the line, but Murad's happy he gets the call. I think it also depends how long these two can stick around. Short and hit over the offside. Fielder comes around, runs out of real estate. Maximo! Wazrat Ali doing his job. And this is what's possible when 2 batters are clicking at the same time. It's the classic double click. Catalonia Red. You wouldn't have put money you robbed from the bank on them, actually, when they were 6 for 3 off 8 deliveries, but fighting back, and now coming back is Rico Full. What a turnaround.
What a turnaround indeed. They were 2 for 2 in the first, and I thought, okay, this looks like, especially with the wickets that went and Ali going, that this was the end of it. But look at this at the moment. They're just finding everything
It's quite
is
incredible.
going to the boundary.
It's quite incredible, isn't it? So yeah, talked about, going that 16 and over. Well, they're going way more than that at the moment. And Murad's copping it as well now. I wonder if they regret not bringing Murad back straight away, because they bowled Gurreez Hussain in the third, which is a power play over, thinking, oh, we'll hold Murad back for later. And he did bowl well when he bowled later earlier on. But I think when a guy's just taken a wicket last ball of his over, he's a genuine new ball bowler. You got to bring him back. I know hindsight's 20/20. Can he get their breakthrough, break the partnership? Goes close this time, but a swing and a miss.
Well, this is quite amazing. And what a way to get yourself back in the game. And that rate now is just below 15. So you can see just how much impact these two have had. And with Wazrat playing a few shots as well, and Ullah, and we know how good a batter he is. He's always shone when he's been out there for Catalonia Red. I mean, they missed him in the earlier match against Pak I Care Batting. Who knows what could have happened if he was in the side, but he's here now and he's making things happen. Wazrat Ali, though, has to play his part. That's a good ball from Murad Ali. He bowled very well. He bowled that first over. He picked up 2 wickets for just 2 runs. Remember earlier in the day he picked up a 4-for as well. So he's had a good day with the ball, and now he's just helping that rate to climb back up. It's already gone up to 15. Well, Barcelona still favourites, 62 to 38% on the win predictor. It very much depends on how I think this last ball goes here.
Runs on the board, hey. Murad, not a good spell. He's going to get driven down the ground. So 2 for 13. If they do win in a narrow one, they can look back and thank him, not just for restricting, but also removing those first 2 wickets. 83 for 3 after 5. Of course, ECCW coming up. We've been talking about that a little bit, but let's talk ECL. And 35 teams from 33 nations will be competing in the 4th edition of the ECL. One of the previous champions is here, Pak I Care Barcelona. Also, they'll be heading up Group F. But, I mean, they're going to get some pretty stern tests in that group. I think particularly from Donnerstadt, the Austrian champions, and then also Independent CC from Guernsey. And when they looked on, they looked really on in their group. Particularly their bowling, I think, was very, very effective under lights on the first night. But, yeah, biggest and it'll be the best ever, I'm sure about that. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we get good weather as well. ECL is the Champions League of European cricket. And every single cricket club in the organised system in Europe, they would be aspiring to make it to the big dance. Here's Asjad coming on. First one's high-ish. Let's see if he gets away with it.
Yeah, it certainly looked high as well, I have to say, because the batter didn't charge this. So he plays it from inside his crease. You can see the standing umpire is just getting this checked with umpire Nadeem.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a look, isn't it? Let's have a look. It's one of those ones, I suppose, because of the pace of the ball is coming down, maybe it just is okay. And called that way. Next one will be called, though, for a wide.
Yeah, so they're taking the pace off, which I think is a good call, because both these batters have loved it on, haven't they? And maybe they've just waited a little bit too long for Suleiman to come in, but he's making things happen. Well, this one is out of here, though, because it was in the slot, and this will thump into the boundary marker. Right below that, stronger together. Banner, good hit. And at the moment, well, these two, Ula and Wasrat Ali, are struggling to get out. And Ula now brings up his half century.
Lightning. He does it in 11 balls. It's the equal 4th fastest ever. Now this one almost would have removed the kneecap of the bowler. Luckily, I think it went between his legs. It will be a single.
Yeah, there's a big shout to catch it. This was hit pretty hard. You might get a good chance to see another camera angle of this, but that was hit too hard. Probably haven't, because he's ready to come in again, is Suleiman.
Lift it up, and this is going to be even further. So the assault continues. It's such an incredible format, and also a place to play it in Barcelona with the player group, with the conditions here, because you would swear, Red, there was no chance here. Right now, they have things back to 50-50 with these two at the crease.
They are in the driving seat as long as these two are together. And Ashard, all right, this is a chance. Will they hold it? Taki, the captain, can't get there. Oh, dear. He can't get there. There's a big opportunity. And, all right, I know that wind has picked up, but he never gets under it. Whether this ball is always blown away from him.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get hands onto it in the end.
It's true. I mean, he just couldn't judge it, and he could never really get behind the ball, get square with the ball. Was always playing catch-up, wasn't he, Taki? Let's not forget, he's the reason they've got so many on the board in the first place. They might need them at the moment. This one is going to test the fielder, and now this is going to be 6 more. I'm going to say it's Carreras Mas. Let's check the height. Again, they want to have a look at this. I think that's fine. But, yeah, Kaiser on the boundary. Nabil Kaiser couldn't do anything about it. End of another over. Another large one. 21. Come off that. Another magical. 104 for 3 after 6. Let me just remind you that after 8 balls, it was 6 for 3 after 8 balls. And then, yeah, then the game changed. So that's 28 balls, 98 runs.
Yeah, look at this partnership. 98 of just 28. Quite amazing.
No, sums were right. Oh, this is crazy stuff.
Captain, I think he's saying, all right, enough is enough. It's about time that I come on. Taki, he did have the opportunity to break this partnership.
If they break the partnership, I think normal service will resume. But right now, both these two are crunching them as the first ball of the 7th is a single. Even that is enough to reverse a bit of momentum, with the rate being about 2.5 a ball required from here on in.
Yeah, but, I mean, we've seen this rate easily done. And when you've got 2 batters set like this, well, okay, Taki, the captain, now to Wasrat Ali.
All right, miscued. Another opportunity has to be held, and it is. Well, he wasn't quite sure about how he was going to go about that, Saeed Ali Hussain, but Taki will kind of make amends, because there was that teaser last over that he couldn't quite get hands to, but he does break the partnership for 99. But what a partnership. It's given the Reds a chance at least. Wasrat Ali is the man who has to go, and he'll be out for 43 off 17, 105 for 4.
Yeah, needed to hold that one, didn't he? And Saeed Ali Hussain did. So captain comes on, breaks the partnership, and of course, now the thing here is, unless the batter that comes in here can also keep that momentum going, it's going to be very difficult for just the one batter, that's Romanula, to do it by himself. So he's going to need some help, he's going to need some support, and it is looks like it's Afaq Khan that comes out. So whichever way he can, whether it's out the middle of the bat, the edge of the bat, he's got to also hit a few boundaries himself.
Yeah, Afaq Shah coming out, and he is also a pretty good hitter, but will he click straight away? Probably doesn't need to. Reman's so hot right now. He's going it over 4 a ball himself. I think Afaq can be smart. With 4 balls left in the over, you're not looking for a boundary necessarily just to get to the other end, unless it's begging for it. He gets an in-swing up, and he says, oh, I have 1 when you can get 6. And again, this is a good shot. You know, it's the shot for the ball. He doesn't try to overhit it. He whips it. Maximo 6 more, and the perfect start for Afaq Shah.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I don't think the match officials were quite expecting that to come through. That one itself could have done some damage. I think it went right through their marquee.
It's a different kind of roofer. It's a roofer from the ground.
Yeah.
It kind of sneaks in from below. Lucky Shoe wasn't there this time with his back to the plate. Another in-swinger. Afaq already feeling a bit more confident, you'll get one. So just have a look at that rate. It started at 16.4 and over. It went up to, I think, somewhere in the 17s or high 17s after that terrible start. But now they have it back in the 15s. And yeah, with genuine batters still at the crease, with Remanola going so well, definitely a chance here. Now he's going to get 6 more. Maximo! Pak I just getting a little bit closer. Remanola, who's on fire at the moment. How this format can change in the blink of an eye. 6 more to Catalunya Red.
Oh, yeah, what a shot. Now this ball becomes so important. 14 to come off the over. They're needing around about 15. Gets a good one in here. Then he'll feel that they still hold the upper hand. If this goes to the boundary, then I think Catalunya Red, for me, go ahead. They're ahead on the win predictor as well.
Last ball the over, missed times, but it might work out nicely because Remanola will retain the strike, moves to 61 in only 15 balls. We got a cricket match on here, folks. 119 for 4 after 7. Coming up next, Pak I Care Barcelona, who will feature in ECL 24. They'll be back out there taking on Sohal Hospitalet. Now, these two did meet all the way back in match 9. It's a long time ago now. Aschad failed on that occasion, and Sohal only managed in the 70s. Pak I Care knocked it off pretty easily. But I can tell you the news from the toss is that Sohal will be batting first once again. They'll be hoping that Aschad can fire, I think with a couple of others around him, like Siddiqui, who missed out in the last game. That game's coming up in around about 40 minutes' time. Right now, I'm gripped with this. 50-50 going to the win predictor. Gulrace comes back in. He gets hit leg side, slightly into the gap, but it's a beautiful catch. It's taken by Saeed Ali Hussain. Robs the Maximo as well. Another huge moment in the contest because Remanola, he's batted his team back into contention, but he has to go for 61. Catches making all the difference again, Rico. 119 for 5.
Yeah, catches win you matches, and he's taken 2 good catches out there. That was an outstanding one. And the thing about it is he knows he's close to the rope, so he takes it in such a way that there's no danger of him falling behind it. It's a tremendous knock from Remanola. Remember, he came out there and literally he decided to himself, I've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I've got to go for it. And up until that point, he was keeping his team in this match. That changes things drastically.
And the shot was on. He just slightly mistimed it, didn't he there, Remanola? But a well-judged catch. Kind of didn't break stride. Couldn't really settle behind the ball, Saeed Ali Hussain, because it was kind of into the gap, but just close enough for Saeed to reel it in.
Yeah,
So,
what a brave call, though, to go back to school rays when you think he went for 28.
he went for 6 boundaries out of 6
Yeah.
earlier. That's the thing. But yeah, obviously making making a big difference. Yeah, I mean, if that goes through the fingers and goes for 6, this game has a very different complexion. And well, things are going to also be endangering us now. Straight over the cube. Maximo. And I think we just found out the biggest problem with this new area is we could not see that at all. I think he hit the ladder, and that's us. And I went straight into Rule 1 mode. See, we had no idea that landed just to our right.
Yeah, that's the
Did he
problem.
hit the ladder? Must have hit the ladder.
It hit something, Mel.
What a shot, though, first up. Now watches are wide. This is Tanvir Iqbal coming out. So pretty experienced campaigner that can hit a long ball, as you saw first ball. Okay. I often go, when you can't see the ball, you look at players, and when they're all looking at you, you know.
we knew in the firing line, and well, that's a huge sigh of relief from Gulrace, because swings hard as Tanvir. Needs boundaries, but misses out on one. And dot balls at this point, so valuable.
Yeah, Gulrace Hussain. Certainly different feeling this over. And now gets it right. Again, haven't seen enough of this.
Yeah.
Enough bowling the York, enough bowling in the block hole, bowling Yorkers. I do get that sometimes if you just miss the Yorker, you're going to get hit. But you're going to get hit anyway. So I just like to see bowlers trying it.
You'd rather, like I say, I think if you're captain inside, you're saying to the bowler, look, I'd rather see you be hit straight down the ground, pitching the ball up than banging it in short, especially on this pitch.
Slow ball fetched. And the fielder goes back to the ball but can't stop it. Maximo! Well, 2 hitters have departed, but 2 have taken their place that have both cleared the rope already. Afak Shah goes deep and gets Catalunya Red 6 closer. Now they get that rate down in the 14s.
They're staying with it. All right, they have lost some of the key wickets, but they're staying with it. And Gulraz, I don't think that's best the deliveries from him. And he's getting it in the neck from some of the other players saying, what are you bowling that for? Just get it full and straight like the one you bowled before.
It was right in the tram line. But Fetch then goes slower ball again, rolls the fingers, but the contest still hovers with 2 overs to go. Catalunya Red 133 for 5.
Thing is, though, when you look at it for light, they're actually 4 runs ahead of where Royal Barcelona were at this point. So it's still in their grasp.
We'll have a look at that. That kind of shows you how close this game is. Pretty much nothing in it as far as that red line goes. The red line is the golden ball line, actually. If you end up on that at the end of 10 overs, we've got a tie. So, what do you go to now? You've already bowled out Murad Ali, who bowled a really good 10th over in the previous game, but they can't go back to him. I just think with 5 wickets down, I can't really afford to lose another wicket at this point.
Again, I don't think they have used Hashim, have they, at all? Now, he's somebody that earlier when we saw them play was one of the key players. He was always in the wicket, so they haven't used him yet. They're going to go to Nabil Kaiser again, and he's second over. Didn't quite go magical. I think it went for 19. Yep, 19 it went for, so...
Well, yeah, this is the thing. I mean, 31, you go, okay, you're going at the rate, but, I mean, a quiet ninth, and it becomes really tough to catch up. This will be a wide unless he flicks the pad. It doesn't. As far as our new house, our new tent, so it's not really a cube. I did see a few of these cartwheeling on Friday.
Yeah.
I was watching when the wind picked up. Tyrone lost his, I noticed. All right, picked up over the leg side. Says Carreras. Tanvir Iqbal. He's coming at the right time. He's cool as a cucumber as he sends this one out of there for 6.
Yeah, Tanvir pulling on all of his experience, all the cricket that he's played. He's been in these situations before, and that's another one that he sends out of the ground. The other thing I've noticed here now, so the wind has changed direction. It is blowing into us now, which means that every time the batters are hitting this ball, the wind is going to push it just that little bit further.
All right, 24 off 11. Quite crazy how they're still in the contest. Now, hit pretty well, but there's a fielder right on that line, and he almost fluffs it. But it will just be a single. And you kind of need a double click as well from these two now. We saw it happen earlier with Wazirat Ali and Remanullah. Both being able to hit boundaries, as in it didn't really matter who was on strike. Kind of need that happening here. Signs are good early in the partnership. Now, full toss, not a good ball, but he hits it straight at the fielder. Times it well, and he almost runs himself out.
Yeah, this is, again, look at this. I think it's okay. I think it's just below the waist, but the batter gets unlucky. Either side of the fielder, there's going to be runs. Have a look at this again here. So he whips it away. And
yeah, just below, just. Now, it's good bowling. It makes him reach for it. You can see how quickly it can creep away at this stage if you don't get a boundary in this next couple of balls.
hey, we're going into the last, and I don't know about you, Vinny, but maybe there's a bit of a tingle here because it's going to be pretty exciting. That one's hit. That one goes all the way. Well, that keeps him in it. Here's another beauty from Tanvir. He moves into 20 now, 20 of 7 deliveries. Yeah, we got a match on here.
Oh, what about this? I mean, ice in their veins, Catalunya Red. If we do get a tie, what would they need for that? It would be 15 for a tie. In fact, I still want to go on this over, pardon me.
Oh, that's going to be a wide, you know. Starts with a wide, bowls another wide in here, and that's the problem, you see. Because of the wide, that's why one gets crunched away for a big 6 anyway.
I guess it was. It's hard to tell when it passes the crease. Okay, so now they're favourites. All right, so 149. So at this stage, they need 14 to tie, 15 to win. And now straight down the ground, right back and out of here. Maximo will take all my chips off black and put them back off red, Rico, because I'm flip-flopping. What a game. And after 9 overs, the score is 155 for 5, 8 for a golden ball, 9 to win. And on this ground, if you need single figures, surely the batting team's in control of the game.
Oh, what a run chase this is. And I did hear you say where you were putting your chips, and he called it pretty early But at the moment, it looks like it's going to go the other way. Well, look, let's leave that up there.
Yeah, well, if they can do this, it'll be 164. It'll equal Pack Riders. So it'll be the equal 5th best chase of all time. And I think you're saying, why don't gamble? Because, yeah, things took a turn. This is the beauty of the format, though. All right, here we go. Who is it? It's going to be Hamza Hashim. Was your man coming in? He's got 9 to defend, and he gets it wrong first up. But in a way, it works out well because it's only a single. If that was a wide, it was going to be 1 plus another delivery.
Yeah, that ends up being the result. He could have just left that. Interesting how the captain, Taki, doesn't want to bowl it himself.
How many cartwheels do you think Imran will do from the bench?
Yeah.
If they can pull this off. Having said that, imagine what a sky ball here does. Taking a catch changes the game. Taking a catch here, I think for me, brings it back to about 50-50. Huge 5 balls left. 8 required. Oh, it's a Gundy ball. It's going to be called a no ball.
Oh, dear.
Down the leg side. Would have been a wide anyway. But, yeah, bringing a fresh bowler in. Checking out the replay. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe that the go for Hashim here. I mean, Taki, you'd have to go back to him. He didn't bowl a bat over at all. So here we go. Free hit. It could be done and dusted here. It could be.
Yeah, they're going to stick with a no ball for that one. It was a tough one because it was slightly outside his body line.
Yeah, I think that's it. The right call. Here
Free
we go.
hit then. Oh, I go straight through his legs. I did not see that coming. That would have been a wide down the leg side. Would have kept the free hit in play. Instead, it's a dot. I'm tingling pretty hard now. I know something about getting close to the finishing line. It's like a marathon to try and get those last few steps over. They can be the toughest.
Oh, Tanvir, you should know the experience he's got. You just step inside of that. All right. 7 in 4.
Oh, he's been off, though, Hashim. He's been lucky a couple of times. Obviously, with the free hit being missed out, didn't matter whether that was called a no ball or a wide. That one earlier in the over, that was pretty tight. But, yeah. Now he's trying to set a field, but he shouldn't be setting a field to what he's bowling, because he's bowling junk.
Yeah.
He's bowling, but I do think you could probably use a 5th fielder on the leg side. Anyway, what a game. So all 5 outfielders on the leg side. Hit up in the air and 6, and that'll do it. That'll do it. They've pulled off 164, and here come the Reds. What a rearguard action. A team that was 2 for 2 after 1 over. They were 6 for 3 after 8 balls, and you thought they had no chance. But Catalunya Red showing how far they've come, showing they're not a one-batted team either. They have pulled off a remarkable win, and the Royals are still scratching their heads about how that one got away.
Yeah, well, Tanvir Iqbal, he held his cool, showed all of his experience with that international knowledge behind him, and he hits 32, hits the winning runs, hit the big balls when he had to. But that is all about, I mean, you look at that scorecard, I mean, Rahman Ullah, 61 of 16, and Wasrat Ali, that partnership kept the going. Wasrat made 43. But when those wickets went, you thought that probably would be it, but Tanvir had other ideas. He smashed 32 of 11 deliveries. It is an incredible win, and Catalunya Red, well, what a comeback that is. Quite incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on day 8. We almost saw Pak I Care go down earlier. They'll take on Sohal Hospitalet. You think Sohal aren't a chance to win that game? Well, tell that to them, because they're gagging to get out there. Let's go back and have a look at this, because it was actually a really clever bit of bowling that got the century maker from earlier in the series, Ali Hassan, out, bounced him out, had the fielder back for it, a well-directed short ball, and then before you knew it, it was 2 in 2. I mean, if you told me that Catalunya Red would chase down 160s with Ali Hassan making a duck, I'd say you're absolutely, positively loco, but in the end, it's the middle order that stands up when it counted the most.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good hitting. I mean, you said it at the time. What were they at? They were 8 for 3, did you say?
They were 6 for 3 after
6 for
8
3.
balls. They were 2 for 2 after the first over, but they didn't bring Murad back straight away. They went to Gulraz. He went 6 boundaries out of 6. And then the next one went for 23 as well. But there was 2 key partnerships here that were able to turn it around. The first thing was Ramanullah and Wasrat Ali, but then late in the piece, Afak Shah and Tanvir Iqbal, partnerships where both batters were able to click at the same time with destructive consequences.
Yeah, and well, all right, there was some good catching here. 2 great catches from side Ali Hussein, and you thought, okay, well, especially when that one was taken, that was the key. You thought maybe that was it, but it weren't to be, because, well, you saw Tanvir Iqbal play some beautiful shots, but don't take anything away also from Akbar Shah, because when he came out there, when the wicket went, he was able to smash his first ball for 6 as well. It just kept them in it. And in the end, Catalonia Red, I think, have stunned everybody here. And maybe that gamble to actually chase instead of bat first actually does work for them. Imran, he tries something different, does the captain, and they get a win. How about that, folks? That is quite outstanding. And they do it with 3 balls to go as well. What a marvellous run chase. And Catalonia Red winning their 2nd match in this series.
It's crazy. Catalonia Red. I mean, this is their 3rd win, of course, but it's their first against Royal Barcelona. Still coming to terms with that, and it just shows you that, like I said, when they were 2 or 3 down, they had plenty of time left. When you've got a huge task, break it down into smaller, more manageable tasks. They won the 3rd over handsomely, they won the 4th, and they carried that momentum on. Incredible stuff. Congratulations to Catalonia Red. The tomato sauce all-stars certainly coming up with the goods there. We'll take a break back in around about 20 minutes. Take you into the next match. Pak I Care will be bowling first because Sohal Hospitalet will be having a hit after winning the toss. Spinny sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hopefully another thriller around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here on day 8 of the European Cricket Series. Spain coming up. We have the 4th match of the day, which is match number 39. It's a week since these two last met in the ECS. It is going to be Pak I Care Batting taking on Sohal Hospitalet. Tyrone Peters has the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Sohal to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We will bat.
Arshad Butt of Sohal Hospitalet calls correctly and he's elected to bat first, and that's actually what happened in the game a week ago. It was Sohal that batted first on that occasion, but they couldn't really compete against the former European champions, losing Arshad fairly cheaply and only managing 76 in their 10 overs, and as you can imagine that wasn't enough against Pak I Care. But Arshad certainly has come a long way since then. I think he's hitting the ball a lot better. That was in match 9 when they last met. But Mohamed Issa, another opportunity for him to build on his series. Hasn't he been incredible? The consistency that he's been putting out. In fact, he has 6 half centuries in his last 7 matches. But first, it's up to Pak I Care to try and restrict Sohal, who certainly have improved a bit, like I said, in the last week. Rico 4 will take you to the first ball. The news of the toss in match number 39 is that Mohamed Arshad Butt has won the toss. He's elected to have a hit. I think he himself will be doing some of the heavy lifting. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Vinny there in the sunshine out in the middle. As for that Montjuic Olympic ground, you can see it's quite a picture, isn't it? Look at the surround around it. I don't think there's any venue really across Europe that is quite set like this one. This is quite amazing. We're high up on this Montjuic hill as well. We've got lovely views looking down onto Barcelona, and looking forward to this one as well. Arshad Butt winning the toss. And they are going to have a bat first, but he's hoping to do better than the 76 that they posted last time around. And remember, at that point, he hadn't really clicked in form himself, but he's gained pretty good now. You can see that 792 fantasy points to his name. But still, even with all of that hard work he's put in, there's still 85 to 15% in favour of Pak I Care Batting to win this one. It will be the bowling of Hassan Ali to start off with. And he's going to go down the leg side. Not a good start. It's going to be a wide ball straight away. Signalled by umpire Nadeem, who's out there with umpire Cameron. Yeah, last time they met, he touched on Sohal Hospitalet, got 76 for 8. And it was number 10, actually, Kamal Shazad, that helped them to get to that, because he made 32 not out of 14 deliveries. Otherwise, they would have been nowhere. No, that's not a good delivery. And if we have a look at this again, I mean, he's just getting it all wrong. It seems to be, when you look at this, it's like there's that wrist is coming out completely wrong. Walks back to his mark, but yeah, just have a look at the way he's releasing this. I mean, just doesn't look right. He's got to be looking to push this right across. Anyway, Pak I Care Batting on that time. They knocked off the runs. It was Azad Abbas that scored the runs up in the air, and talking of the man, he drops a catch. Well, there you go. I thought he was going to, I mentioned his name and it was going to give him a bit of Midas touch, and he was in the action to take the catch. He doesn't take it. The catch goes down, and that's a big moment because Arshad Butt, if you can get him out first ball or without scoring, then that's going to be something special. They can't. He will go. He does get a couple to his name though, doesn't he? As Judd, but gives a chance. They don't take it. Comes back for 2. And yeah, Judd being dropped on 0. Big moment. And Abbas was the man that could have taken it, and that could have made all the difference. So Arshad got to try and make this count now. Yeah, going back to that last meeting in match 9. It was, like I said, Hassan Abbas 30 of 9. And Atif Mohammed got given an opportunity to have a bat, and he made the most of it. No run this time. It's Abbas. No mistakes doing the stopping. No, still no Atif in the side. So he's looks like he's having a rest day here today. He has put in a big shift. Atif Mohammed. So once again, opportunities for some of the others. Jafar Raza, maybe Ali Ahmed will try and make the most of the opportunity. No, Karim Shazad in the side as well. I think I like the way that he bowled yesterday. He was quite a key figure with the ball. Another youngster, another under 19, who's making his mark in this series. Hassan Ali had a few issues with a few wides, but he seems to have sorted that out. That's well bowled as well, but that's nicely played. There's going to be 4 runs on this outfield. Ashad just getting on top of this one and nudging it. There's that little nudge. Gets it past the man who's at point. And that's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. Good bit of timing. Ashad now, I suppose, putting behind him the opportunity that he gives. Now hopes that he can once again go on to score big scores. He was very unlucky in that last encounter, and he got given caught behind in that match against Royal Barcelona. Oh, that's a Gandhi ball. I think it's worth having a look at the height on this as well. It gets smashed away, and yeah, there it is. It's called no ball. So that's a 7 up. Clearly too high. And Ashad, he pounces on it. So Hassan Ali, who was looking to maybe just squeeze that one in. I can see what he was trying to do. He tried to go full and wide outside the off to get the dot ball in. Gets it wrong, gets punished. 7 come off it. And now Ashad moves to 10 after being dropped on 0 and has a free hit. He can go the full Monty here. And things just haven't quite gone Hassan Ali's way here today. Ashad, he does this a few times and he's going to get this away. There's going to be 4 more runs. It's not the best sort of bowling. We saw Ashad Butt, do this the last time he played. When it's on a free hit, he shows all of his stumps. And what you got to do there is what happened there in that last match when exactly Royal Barcelona did that. It just pushed it full and straight. He misses, he hit the stumps. Won't be out, of course. That's why he's doing it. But if you bowl short and aim for the stumps, he's going to get it and get it away. So that over will go for 17. So it's a good start for Sohal. Just remind you, it's 13 days to go now with the Euros of women's cricket there in Kartsma, the Cardam Oval. Preparations will soon be on the way to have that looking absolutely dashing. And once again, it will be the Field of Dreams. And I know the women, they can't wait to be there. And saw some of the squads being released today as well. And I'm sure that we'll have plenty of conversation about those as well. This going down the leg side, not out, but a good start from Jafar Raza. At least he's getting the ball right up there. It's not the first time, though, that I think the bowlers from Pak I Care Barcelona have struggled to get the ball outside the off stump. There was too many in that first over from Hassan Ali. And he bowled 2 wides to start off with. And as a result of that, well, the over ended with a couple of boundaries. But no boundary here. That's a great delivery. As Raza does get it right, gets it where it needs to be. And Jafar Raza, and one of the under-19 players, gets this on the money. That is a great delivery. And when you got the advantage of being a left-hander, that is what you got to do. That's well bowled. And Raja Shazad, who did make a healthy contribution in that last match against Royal Barcelona, we made 23 of the 19 deliveries he faced. He's going to go back early. He's going to be knocked over quite emphatically for a 0. It's going to be a duck for the outgoing batter. So a Derek for Shazad. He's going to get quacked off by Derek as the new batter comes out. And it's going to be Ahmed. So Shabar Ahmed comes out as we can hear the sounds of Derek in the background after that dismissal of Raja. Derek's are happy today. Happy Derek's. There's been a few, isn't there? It's quite extraordinary actually that there's been so many runs being scored and so many batters performing well. There's also been a fair number of ducks. Hello to Dave. And Dave, you've been on the ball today. I mean, we put a question out there, of course, about Royal Barcelona, and you were spot on. And of course, a bit of an error in the spelling of Royal Barcelona. And looks like these kits will be worn for this series and no more, maybe. Down leg side, but catches a bit of the pad, and in comes a throw. It's a wild one. Raza back to the way he started, just drifting. Not able to quite push this one across. It's all about the release point. You see there when he releases that, he gets a little bit too straight, and the ball follows the body down the leg side. Okay, now he's bowling to Ashjad. He's got to get it right to Ashjad. And there he does. Good delivery. Because Ashjad's the sort of guy that if you do straight ever so slightly onto his pads, he's, I think one of his shots that he's certainly become renowned for, especially here, is he just leans into it and he flicks it away. Very wristy player on the leg side, and his timing is quite emphatic as well. Goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right, and it should be just a single. It will be, so very good over, and that in fact is the first runs of that over as well, because there was one I thought was the wide, did clip the pads. There was a leg by, so if you like, very tidy over, good comeback. So the score is 19 for 1, so made a good recovery there. Also takes the wicket recovery because they're off to a good start, weren't they, after Hassan Ali's first. Had a quick look off the tables there. All right, can Ali get it right? No, he does go outside the off, but he goes too wide, and that's a really nice shot from Ashjad, and showing the sort of form he's in. And we've been talking about batters in form. I think next time we see Hamza, he's on a spin of 3 half centuries on the spin, including a century. Ashjad, if it wasn't for a little bit of bad luck that he got in the earlier match, he definitely would have completed 3 on the spin, including 99, 83, and well, whatever he could have got. But he's left off from where he's picked up from where he left off, because that's a nice shot, and he's stroking the ball around beautifully. One thing I was saying about Ashjad when I was speaking about him early part of last week, maybe during that match number 9 when these two met before, was say, I know he's a great player. He's a talented player. He showed that already in the field. He's sensational in the field. He's a great catcher of the ball. He can turn his arm over as well when need be. But his batting's always been good when I've seen him. I've seen him play at the La Manga Resort many a times, playing for his club. I've seen him put a lot of good knocks together here as well, and as he keeps on going, as he sends another one out of here. And it's quite fitting that I'm talking, where's Shubs? Shubby is hobbling about a little bit here, Shub. Took him a while to get off the chair. So maybe Shub is wounded, I reckon. Look at Shub get up here. Oh yeah, look, there he goes. Oh, Shub is not right. Shub, somebody give him a walking stick. Poor Shub. I think Shub's under the weather. Oh, mind you, he's been running around all over the place. Well, come on, everybody, send some messages of love to Shub. There's big swing. This is going to be another boundary. So Ashjad just keeps on going. And moves on to 35 with just 13 deliveries. But yeah, but one of the things I said about Ashjad is that one thing he hasn't been able to do, and that's why I think he hasn't, I mean, though he has played for Spain on some occasions, but he's not held his position because he's not been consistent enough. Well, he's showing that consistency here now, isn't he? 37, so that last one actually goes all the way for 6. That's a better delivery, so change of angle from Hassan Ali. He gets the dot ball in, but he's been expensive, hasn't he, Hassan? Remember, Hassan, normally he's right up there on the money. He bowls good York and length delivery. He just hasn't been able to do that here today. And the batters, well, they've liked him. They've gone after him. They've managed to get him away. Goes for it, and he gets it. Volley, volley, volley. 6 more. And here's another beautiful stroke from Ashjad. Gets it right, gets it perfect, gets it in the middle. And that is sweet, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Here's the score. At the end of 3 overs, the power play is complete. It is 47 for 1. And poor Hassan Ali, he has gone into the 40s. He goes for 45 of his 2 overs. And that, for a man who we know has been playing international cricket, is not good. That over goes for 28. A good time to welcome back Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, well, finding back Sohal. We've seen a few topsy-turvy things happening here on day 8. Here's the youngster Jafar Raza. I should mention as well, Rabani, late withdrawal with a webbing injury that didn't come up before the game, so you won't see him during this fixture for Pak I Care. That's Jafar Raza, 1 for 1. What a good first over. I'll be hoping that he can do something similar here. But Chad Bat out of the blocks.
That's nicely played. Watch the bounce. Yeah, he does. That's okay. But that's the shot I was talking about. That he's very good to just flick away. That's nicely done. And this time Shabir Ahmed showing what he can do as well. Shabir, he's a guy that, if he turns it on, can also hit a few fireworks. At the moment, though, I think he's just concentrating in providing as much support as he can for the captain, Asjad. Good delivery, but what a stroke, what a shot. That is a fantastic stroke. There's not too much wrong with this ball for Jafar Raza, but Asjad knows it's coming and he's ready for it.
On the front foot, he opens up that front side slightly. Really good swing of the bat, straight swing of the bat. So have a look at the follow through as well. It's exactly where he wants to put it. And Asjad looking very strong. He talked about the fact he hasn't really been able to crack it at the next level as yet, but you know, who's to say he can't? You know, he's definitely good enough. It's pretty hot competition for spots in that Spanish side at the moment as well. That's exactly the way you'd want it. He's 49 out of 54 at the moment.
Okay, this is an opportunity. Abbas, who dropped him on 0, will not drop him this time. Takes the catch. And Asjad, well, he tries to go inside out on this one. Raza, after being smacked for a few, comes back and the big wicket gets taken. Asjad Butt will go for 49 of 17 deliveries. And, you know, you mentioned it, he hasn't been able to be consistent enough. He's shown that he can be in this series, but I think that's a good example there. Batters, when you're in that position, they go on and do a bit more. You don't give your wicket away.
Yeah, he lost the front side just a little bit too much that time. Yeah, got a bit too front on. Asad Abbas takes the catch. So now Asjad is the, I suppose, not so proud owner, proud in a way, of a 99 and a 49 in the series. It's funny psychologically how those things make all the difference, don't they?
Yeah, 5 6s and 4 4s, goes for 49. And well done to Raza, who, and like I said, the ball before was not a bad delivery. It was full. It was just a tremendous shot from Asjad. In fact, it's probably the shot of the day, you know. It was a great shot, but then that last one, he just tried to do a little bit too much with it. Goes a little bit inside out, doesn't get it right, and Abbas taking the catch.
Dave's got some interesting thoughts. He thinks that second teams should be able to bat their full 10 overs no matter what. I'm just going to tell you, I mean, I get the theory of what he's saying, but I don't agree, and I'll tell you why in a second. But first, Jaffa, he's proud owner of 2 wickets, and this is pretty straight as well. This is a bid coming out at 4. I suppose the thing is in cricket, you want to have a contest, right? And he makes a good example, actually, of the football when Australia won 31-0. Yeah. But there's no real facility to. I mean, theoretically, that team could have come back and scored 32 goals, right?
Yeah.
So there isn't such a thing as a mercy rule, like in cricket. Oh, that's out for me. Hits him right in front, and it's going to be a 3rd wicket for the youngster. So, yeah, you can see Shabir Ahmed just getting a long way across. Again, the benefit of getting the ball full, Rico. So that'll be a 3rd wicket down, 55 for 3. Well bowled. Yeah, well bowled to the young man. And this is the other beauty of travelling around Europe. You get the chance to see some young players in action. And I've got to say, Vinny, that this year also, I mean, I know a lot of things happened this year, but this year, more so than any other, we've seen a lot more youngsters, a lot more younger players in this sort of under-19 bracket that are coming into play, and they're doing well. And it's great to see, and that just means that the future of European cricket is looking good as well. Great bowling, getting the ball up there, getting the wicket. Well done. So another one goes. It was also the end of the over. He finishes with 3 for 9. Superb bowling. The score, 55 for 3 after 4. Really good game. I mean, really well bowled by Raza. And you can see Asjad getting the jump in the power play, but then those 3 wickets, pretty important all to Jafar Raza. And now we'll see who can carry the game forward. This is Hasib Abid facing up now. Start of a new over. This is going to be Ali Ahmed who's going to bowl it. And we'll come back to that discussion in a moment. But yeah, cricket's a bit different in a way from some of the other examples that we used. Anyway, here we go. First ball, just a single. So what I would say is I've played in a lot of cricket where it was 2-day cricket and theoretically it's a 2 innings game.
Yeah.
So, but normally you'd only get through 1 innings. Only if you really thrash a team would you force like a 2 innings and an outright result. So I know the feeling of cricket when there's nothing to play for, and it's not a good feeling. So let's say Pak I Care we're chasing 90 and they chase, like that game yesterday, 3 overs.
Yeah.
If they were to keep going and just the only purpose is to try and rack up records, then again, it might be interesting for spectators to see what they could have gotten to, sure. But when you've got a team that has literally then nothing to play for, I think theoretically not losing by as much, but it's not a good feeling. And you want the records to mean something. So I guess it means that if you're going to set a record for high score, then you're going to have to do it batting first. That's just the way it is. And it's one of those things, like in theory, it might sound like a great idea, but you also got to think of practicalities. So if we're playing dead cricket when we're running behind schedule, that's not great. It's just going to, it'll become a bit of a farce. I think that's the problem with it.
Looks like we're going to carry on there with just a slight delay.
We're only allowed to finish half an hour before the schedule close by agreement of both captains. And it's just when you see all your friends at the beach sending you pictures, you think there's better places I could be at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon sometimes. It's and I think that's just one of those things that if you know. And also, I think there's a lot of sports that take care. Baseball's one of them. Baseball's the same. If you pass the other team's score in the last inning, you don't keep batting, just rack up the score. Yeah. But also, there's certain things in baseball that are quite organised that it's almost like you don't want to embarrass the other team, or kind of it's a sportsmanship thing. Sit straight and kind of into the gap, and they're not going to be able to make the stop. The cuatro carreras más.
Well, liking the dive here from Asar Abbas. I got to say, I think it was a little bit late. I think the ball had already passed him, but fair play to him. He's had mixed fortunes out there at the moment. Remember, he was the unfortunate player that put Asha down on 0. Did get him in the end, though. Oh, that's not a good delivery. Loses his shape completely.
So I was just going to finish what I was saying. So in baseball, for example, once you're up by a certain amount of runs, you don't try and steal bases anymore and all these things. I actually think baseball goes too far in trying to make sure that loss isn't embarrassing.
Is that just because it's sportsmanship?
It's sportsmanship. It's an unwritten rule.
Yeah, we had that. I mean, I say we because I know of what Sonia played handball. And handball's the same. If you're trouncing one team, then you sort of have this sporting agreement that you never make it too big, so you make changes, you put other players on, they'll pass the ball around more than go for goal, because it's about no, we've got so many points ahead, we don't want 2 more. I think there's other sports that do the same.
Yeah, and I don't always agree with that either. If it goes too far the other way, because I feel like you're almost disrespecting the other team by not trying your hardest. So I get that as well, but I see where Dave's coming from, and I tell you, I think it comes from a good place. And I think that he just wants to see more cricket. He probably gets upset with an early finish yesterday. This one's definitely hurt a bit. It's gone into his body. But I mean, yesterday he probably got cost 7 overs of cricket. He'd love to see Isan bat, maybe edge towards 4,000 runs a bit quicker. But it's just one of those things about cricket. I think it makes sense. Agree to disagree. Yeah.
And I think the other thing is when you know you've already lost a match, so you think about that match yesterday. I mean, what do you want the other team to do?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's going to want to bowl because it's for nothing.
Oh, there goes the bat. He's broken the bat, has literally taken the edge off the bat, and it's been caught. Unless I'm seeing things.
I thought, I saw something fly. I thought, is that the bail?
It's literally.
Yeah, there we go. And there's.
Was it the top of the stump or was it the bat?
Ishan is saying, Ale.
No, the bails are on. Look, that's half his bat. It's literally taken the edge off the bat and it's been caught.
Yeah, Ishan is saying, Ale, pra, avi leja, thoda glue leki hai na, glue de naal wapas lani. There it goes.
That's crazy.
It's come on the base of the bat. So, Ishan, first of all, he catches the grizzly.
Look, there goes.
Wait for it.
Literally the edge of the bat.
Wait for it. There it is, flying in the air. Yeah.
I mean, imagine trying to convince the umpire you haven't hit that one. Look at this. Yep, 2 pieces I counted, and Isan not distracted. I mean, it'd be funny if Isan tried to catch the bat coming his way rather than the ball.
Can you imagine?
Anyway, Abid has an expensive dismissal. He'll go for 6. This is 63 for 4 after 5 as we start a new over, and it's going to be Umar Ahmed to bowl it.
Yeah. So, it's a lovely shot there off this Mount Druitt cricket ground on a lovely sunny day. And that's good bowling, but that's a really good shot. Nice and straight. And they often say, don't they, if you're going to hit it dead straight, you'll get a boundary. These days, though, with the Southern Cross field that you can't get into place, maybe not, but they haven't got that field, and that's why Afzal gets good reward for that shot.
I know this is off camera, but you know how in the African wild, like a carcass attracts flies and things?
Yeah.
The cube carcass is attracting grizzly balls. That's the second ball that it's fielded just next to us. Now, thick edge and running away and beats the fielder. So Afzal moves to 9.
Yeah, got to throw the bat at this. And look, I know Afzal's out there. He won't stop throwing the bat. And we know all about Amir Siddiqui. He will also be having a go. So the runs could still flow here. And they need him to flow pretty quickly to try and post what would be a challenging score for Pak I Care Batting.
Kashif Afzal trying to counter-attack against Umar.
In the air, and it will elude the fielder. Now the question is, does it bounce and then go to the boundary, or does it go for 6?
Yeah, just inside. That's a little misjudgment from Jafar Raza down there on the square leg boundary. See, could have reached it, kind of did reach it in a way, and just kind of burst through their hands, bounces up and over the rope. So 4 more to the total.
Yeah, okay. This is nicely played. We'll make that another 4. So, like I say, these guys are going to keep throwing the bat at it and keep getting runs. So, at the moment, is all Afzal doing it. But Amir Sadiq, keep an eye on him as well. He's another guy who's a very good hitter of the ball. So, interesting phase here. And, well, Umar Ahmed going to have to try and tidy things up against 16 to come off it. Last ball off this over number 6. Short, and that will go in the same direction as well. Thank you very much. And this over, it will go magical. It goes for 20. And just like that, Sohal Hospitalet, well, they're staying in a sort of position to try and get to that 130 sort of score. And if you keep going at this strike rate, maybe you'd hit the 140 mark.
Yeah, Afzal takes it magical off Umar in the 6th. Look at the scorecard, Asjad with 49, and he got out at a point where he would have loved to have doubled that score and then some. But Afzal taking 20 off that in the last 5 balls, in fact, because that started with a dot, believe it or not, that 6th over. And Sohal trying to turn this into something competitive. I mean, even that 140, I don't think they'd be a favourite if they were to keep going at the rate that they're going at the moment. Siddiqui gets to face up for the first time. Mochim gets the 7th over here for Pak I Care.
Yeah, Mohamed Moshim didn't have to do too much. In fact, I don't think he had to do anything in that last match, last win, a close win that Pak I Care Barcelona had early on in the day against Catalonia Red. But he's been called upon to have a bowl here.
Yeah, so Mochim, I suppose he's shown promise with the bat and the ball.
Goes short, but this is hit hard. And once again, it's one that Raza isn't going to be able to stop. And this time, it's not his fault either. It's a little bit too short. It's into the body. Doesn't get the bounce that he would like to have got. And that's been hit away. And that's been a story, I think, with this pitch. The bowlers are not getting good bounce where they can get batters into trouble. So batters are able to play these kind of shots without any problems, without any surprises. The ball is not surprising and the ball is not shooting up. So you've got to get the ball pitched up. What Shim does pitch up this time is a better delivery. I think this one is going on to probably miss the stumps, but he does well to follow through and stop the batters taking the single.
Inner thigh is a tender area. And Siddiqui saw him up the order earlier on, didn't really work out. Guy that does like to swing the willow. Wonder if they're trying to tape that bat back together. They bid.
Well, I don't think they got all the pieces, though, did they?
I don't think so. The big ones.
In that same area, this time it should be fielded. It is nicely done by the young man. Safe hands from Jaffa as he gets the throw back in, so just a single.
Yeah, this is the thing for Sohal. Can they keep going at this rate or better for the final 3.5 overs of this innings? Won't be easy at all.
Absal had a good last over. Crunched a few boundaries. And this time he's placed this one with respect. It's a good delivery. And not one they can add a good swing on. So takes a single, rotates a strike. And says to Siddiqui, there you go. Have another go. Good over so far from Washim. It was a wide to start, and he went for a boundary. But since then, he's got it. He's tidied it up.
Yeah, a couple to come in the 7th for Mohamed Mocham. Got to say, I was watching some of the old games back from here. This pitch has made such a big difference to the look of the ground, I think to the quality of the cricket as well.
Yeah.
I just think it's held up really, really well when you consider that now we're into, this is day 10 in a row of 10 hours of cricket on the surface. And I just think it's been installed very well, it's played really well. Well done to everyone concerned.
Well bowled. That's a good finish to the over from Washim. Just the 8 from it, so nice and tidy. It just slows things up a little bit for Sohal Hospitalet. I said they were on course for maybe 130, 140. Still could get there, but they're going to need a good finish in the last 18 deliveries.
Hey, how about the ECCW squads coming out today? I think if you're on the stream, you're the first to see them. I don't think they've made it to the website yet, but it won't be far away till they will be there, so you can check them out, EuropeanCricket.com, including all the profiles of people that have played before on ECN. There's a fair few of them. And the only team that has never played on ECN is England 11. And we're having a few discussions about some of their players. What a great opportunity. It's no different to the England 11 men coming over and playing in a foreign format. And so, yeah, coming up in a bit less than 2 weeks' time. Right now, this ball is hit hard and hit over mid-wicket. Maximo Siddiqui, he wore one, but this time he gives a little back.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Siddiqui, Amir Siddiqui, we know what he can do. He's a good hitter of the ball. He's a good clubber. And if he gets it there in that slot, you might as well kiss it goodbye. Okay.
Atif Mohammed in the chat saying, Vamos chicos. Yeah, hello to you. Buenas tardes. Atif, always great to have you with us. Obviously, it's great when you're here in person, but obviously having the day off today.
And knocks him over. What a good comeback this is. And after being smashed for a huge 6, Ali Ahmed gets his full straight, and that really is a boogie grizzly fire ball as he knocks him over. Proper Jagadewante style. Well bowled.
Look at the length again, Rico. Look at the length. It's full. Okay, it's not quite the Yorker, but not far off. And it splays the middle and off stumps. So, like I say, it doesn't work all the time, but I just think it works more often as a tactic against good players or, you know, middle order, lower order players. And yeah, over goes the timber. Gives us a quick chance to say hello to Di Maria. Good to see you. Hello to Lance Hall as well, who's in the chat. Lance, maybe let us know where you're watching from.
Yeah, good, nice stuff. And I was talking. I know I mentioned it to you earlier about Atif Mohammed and saying he's a lovely guy, how he's come on leaps about. One thing's we're having his name one way or another, isn't he? And Atif on the chat. Well, Atif. It is Atif Mohammed, right? You can tell us. The man can tell us himself. So Atif Mohammed or Mohammed Atif?
But you assume that people know this. I've known people when I go, how do you pronounce your name? Is it this or this? They go, you know what? Don't know. Some people say it this way.
I'm sure.
I had a music teacher, Mrs. Kegi or Kegi. Sorry, it's Kegie. And she goes, you know what? Don't know. Half people call me this. Half people ask my husband. He doesn't know.
Oh dear.
Because names change over time, right, as well. There's pronunciations and things. Look at Labuschagne changing in less than a generation, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see what he says.
Yeah.
We normally have him as Atif Mohammed.
Yeah, I've always called him Atif Mohammed. Then I get thrown when I see sometimes on the screens it comes the other way around. So come on, Atif, tell us.
It was a glitch. It was Y2K. Right. Couple to come for Ali Ahmed here in the 8th.
Okay, this one I think has got the legs and it will go all the way. Probably bounces over, does it? Nah, just dropped short. Good hit. And this time it's a little bit shorter. It's all about the length. Vinny, you said to me the length of the one that bowled Siddiqui. This one is not the same length. It's a little bit short. So Afzal is onto it.
Great shot, actually. There was a big gap there because they didn't really have a traditional long on. And kind of targeted the gap and got it. Afzal playing a good hand here. Last ball of the 8th.
Well bowled. He's missed out on those a few times. So the bowler, after going too straight and a little bit too short, goes back to what was working for him. And he finishes with a good spell. 2 for 21. You'll take that. 104 for 5 at the end of 8.
Lance says that he's watching from the Isle of Man, the home of the Manximo. Of course, Manx, the traditional language of the Isle of Man, which is almost extinct. Also, the home of Chris Langford, which is the Isle of Man player that we thought was our commentating colleague Andrew Ryan's alter ego.
Yeah. Hey, Atif has come back. So he's now saying that we're wrong. He's saying it's Mohammed Atif. So there you go.
All right.
So, all right, we're going to... So now it's always Mohammed Atif. All right, we'll have to try and remember that. I'll have to try and
Why don't we all
change
just
it.
agree that both is correct?
Well, the thing is, though, on the chat, it's even coming up,
Yeah.
Atif Mohammed. So now I'm even more confused.
do we even know this is the real Atif Mohammed?
Yeah, are you the real? Are you the real one, Atif? Hey, Atif, is it true that Mohammed Ishan has been giving you coaching on batting? Because he says he's been giving you lots of coaching tips.
Taking the credit.
And
That's
you
called.
certainly have improved. Can I say that, Atif? You certainly improved.
He's
in your batting.
improved, but also I just think he's getting more opportunities. I think he's always actually been pretty solid with the bat when he's been given the opportunity. So Lance said he's coming for the ECL. So are you part of the Crosby team, Lance? In which case, welcome, even if you're not, welcome. But yeah, Crosby, the Isle of Man representatives at the ECL next year.
Is this just probably missing leg? I'd like to see this again. I think the ball is swinging in. And yeah, hits him. Luckily hits in the underside of the shoe. I think if that hits the toe, he's going to be hobbling around all over the place. Good delivery though, but yeah, just missing leg.
I think I know why Lance is popping in then, because of course Crosby from Isle of Man, they're in the same group as Pak I Care. I think he's doing a little bit of Oppo research here. Is that right? Come clean, Lance. Right now, this is hit clean. Over square leg, Maximo to Raza. Motion back for the 9th and disappears.
Yeah, well, nicely done by Raza. He's got to play his part in this as well. Afzal, he's hit a few good runs, hasn't he? And a few big balls. 28 he's on, and Raza gets his first boundary as well. So, with 8 balls to go, 112. And they'd love to get a 130 here.
That's going to be a great group. You've got Donnerstadt from Austria in there, big hitters. You've got Indies from Guernsey. You've got Talon Stallions with the big Baltic boss. I've got a question for you, Lance, then. Tell us some of the players that are returning from the national team that we had earlier in this year, as this is up in the air and out of here as well. So it is all happening in the 9th as Sohal continue to throw punches in the first half of this game. Maximo 6 going off the bat of Saeed Raza.
Yeah, well, Mutshim, he comes back for his second over, and he's getting a bit of punishment here. He started badly, didn't he, his first, but he managed to pull it round. But this one, they're taking a liking to him. He's going for the slot ball, and the batters are after it. Raza hits 2 big ones now. Now, well, we'd love to get another one out of here. He'll go for it. It has to. It's the last ball of the 9th. And he hits it hard, he hits it well, it disappears. Boom! Shakalagya, manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, well, we have the fan zone in Carter, man. That's the James zone down there, where James was startled on a phone call the other day, head of operations. But yeah, that one ends up going for 20, so a magical 9th, and it's 124 for 5. Case of the haves and have-nots there, you see 5 for 30 for Jafar Raza and Ali Ahmed combined, but everyone else going the journey in this first innings.
Yeah, we've seen some big overs. 28 came off that one by Hassan Ali, over number 3. Then we've seen, since then, 20 come off Umar Ahmed, and now 20 of that one from Wasim. So there's the last over. It will be bowled by Umar Ahmed. Played away. It's Raza makes a stop. They want to take him on. In comes the throw. And they do it. Good running. So,
What an interesting setup, Afzal. I mean, look at the way his bat he has an unusual kind of almost baseball-like setup, but his face of his bat is facing sideways. But it works for him. And now he's going to get a ball that's into the legs, and he's going to send this away for 4. So bit of kick in the tail from Sohal. Credit to them as they move up to 130 now.
Yeah, not a good delivery, is it? He's dragged it down the leg side. The batter has time because of the pace of Ahmed's delivery, has time to get into position and crunch it away. So valuable runs coming. So the 130 to 140, I said, and they're on it. And they've had to accelerate, but they've done it. Both these batters, Afzal and Raza, are putting in a good shift here. Slight change in the field, but I think Ahmed has got to change his line. He's got to get it back outside the off. So looks like square leg being pushed back. So nobody sweeping on the offside. Okay, out in the air, and that's the problem with this one. Chase
Spin.
it.
Spin.
And
Oh, yeah. I think he's done that.
yeah, I think his foot stays inside. He doesn't step over the rope, so does make the stop. But look, he's been, because of the line he's bowled, he's been forced to move that man from there. And if he had done...
This question is, does his foot land over the line before he makes the last touch? No, I think it's okay. You could actually see the rope get hit after he let it go.
Yeah, he does okay there for me, though. He pulls it off.
All right, here we go. Can they get 140? Not like that. Not through the legs. Where's he going?
Oh, wow. As he left himself stranded outside the crease, this is going to be really close.
This is so funny. They just can't believe he's missed this one, Afzal. Goes walkabout, as we'd say in Australia, and he's definitely out for a while. Does he get back in time? I think he's just in.
This is so close,
He's
you
in,
know.
look, just in there. That's when he touches down.
Just.
But you know, you've heard of going walkabout? So you just want to go think about life. I suggest doing it in your crease, though. Oh, well. Oh, Carl Hartman, the octopus, is going to be back. The keeper, he was great. Also the Burrows brothers. Oh, yeah, and we're going to have fake Rhino back as well for Crosby, Chris Langford.
That's right.
I'm looking forward to that. Look forward to meeting you as well, Lance. Right now, 133, a fighting chance at least. Given about a 1 in 5 chance here by the supercomputer. Last ball coming up. It's Raza to hit it.
Hits it well, and it's going to be a brave stop, and it is a brave stop. That's really good fielding. They're still running, and they're going to get 2. So a good bit of cricket all around there, apart from the thrower, has to be said, but it's probably because he's got a busted leg as he throws it. Mulshid makes a really good stop, but I like the way that the batter said, right, we're not getting boundary, but we're going to double up on this, and they do. And they finish with a healthy score, 135 for 5. Remember, in the earlier match, Pak I Care Batting on a plate, they left it late, winning, chasing 122 with 4 balls to go. So maybe Sohal Hospitalet have done enough here. This is the way it started. That was a great delivery to remove Raja Shazad, and it was the bowling of Raza. He really did bowl well. I like the way that he got the ball right up. And when you have a look at some of these earlier shots, I mean, Asjad was pumping it to all parts of the boundary, but Jafar Raza still managed to bowl his 2 overs in, picked up 3 wickets just for 9 runs. That is quite outstanding. That was another one he got LBW, no doubt about that at all. And that was an easy one for Umar Ahmed. So it's nice to see some of the younger bowlers coming in, but you know, this was just really good bowling. He's getting the ball in the right area, and that's on. You saw the bat being broken, and Ishan saying, here you go, a little bit of super glue, and it'll be as good as new. Don't you worry about it. And there we go, right on the money. That's a fabulous delivery as well. And full straight from Ali Ahmed. Yeah, and he liked that one. That was after being smashed for a big one. And the thing was, though, as we've seen so often here today, and today's been a good example of that, even though wickets have been falling, other batters coming in are making a contribution. I think Amir Sadiqi and Afzal showed just what they could do there. There's Kashif Afzal, 37 of 20. Well done to him. And then even towards the end there, Syed Raza, 21 of 6. And Syed Raza could be pretty keen with the ball as well. If he turns it on, he could cause a few problems. So runs on the board. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. 3 wickets there for Jafar Raza. Well bowled, 3 for 9. And also somebody else who was able to get the ball pitched up nice and full, Ali Ahmed, picked up 2 for 21. But I've got to say that Hassan Ali just seems to have lost his way a little bit, and he's going to be a little bit worried about his form. We saw him playing for Spain over a week ago here in the ECS, and he bowled really well, but he seems to have lost his rhythm, and the Yorker length delivery that he was bowling quite well and quite religiously, that seems to have disappeared at the moment. As said, Bart gave Sohal Hospitalet a very good start, 49 he made, and then, like I said, some good rear guard action there from Afzal and Raza, which means that I think we're going to have another exciting match here. Ishan will look to go big again, but well, can he stay there long enough to make this a comfortable victory for his side? Don't forget though, this time round, maybe we'll see more of Mohammed Moshim. You also have got Asad Abbas in the side as well. That can give the ball a pretty good whack. And maybe Umir Ahmed himself is going to make a bit more of a contribution in this one. Well, we're going to take a break, about 10 minutes, and we'll be right back with the conclusion of this match number 39. And it's the fourth in today, still one more to come a bit later, but join us right back for the conclusion of this one. We're going to see a pretty, I would say, an average kind of run chase for Pak I Care Batting, but their first run chase earlier today wasn't their best, so they're looking to return back to winning ways, or stay in winning ways, but with a much better performance. We'll be back in 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello everybody and welcome back to a sunny afternoon here in Barcelona. We've just gone past 3:30 local time and there's a chance to see if Pak I Care Batting can keep up their impressive start and keep their 100% record intact. You see there Mohammad Ishan doing his normal warm-ups, getting ready to face the first ball. He's going to be out there with an opening partner in the form of Umair Ahmed and looking to get off to a good start. And of course, Sohal Hospitalet will be wanting a wicket pretty early. And it looks like it's going to be Syed Raza who put in a good shift in with the bat as well. Got a valuable contribution in for his side. And a good sort of partnership there towards the end between him, who scored 21, and Kashif Afzal, 37 or 20. They helped the team to get to a what I would call here a sort of par score, 135. Pak I Care Batting were a little bit shaky in the way they batted last time round. They'll be hoping to be a little bit more impressive this time. Down the leg side and 4 runs. You can't be bowling bad balls at a guy who's seen the ball as well as Ishan at the moment after the golden duck that he got yesterday. Once that put an end to his 5 consecutive half centuries on a spin, he came back to form earlier today in match number 1 in the day when he scored 57 of 16 and got another player of the match performance, and he's looking to be in the runs again here. A good start from him, not the best of balls though from Raza. It's got to come out the offside. Better, high up in the air, chance, huge moment, and he puts it down. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now, I think this is where sometimes you just got to have faith in some of your other players. Ashjad is a fantastic catcher of the ball, but he's got to really allow the others to get a go on that. He wants it because he is a ball magnet and he's taken everything that's come his way, but the captain puts it down. Ishan gets dropped on 4. Yeah, you see he ran right the way around, called it, took it really sort of out of the grass off the fielder. This is going to be a dead ball as the bowler Raza comes and stops, and Assad now is rubbing his chest. I think that's hit him pretty hard on the chest, but yeah, it was the fielder right under it, and maybe Assad would have been wise just to allow the fielder to have the chance to take the catch. But Assad, I know what he's thinking. Big moment, take the catch, and we've got the danger man out the way. Umar Ahmed on strike here now. Also a very aggressive player, powerful hitter of the ball. First one, no runs from it, from Raza. Raza, what will he be fueling? Had the opportunity to get Ishan. Doesn't take the catch. Does Ashad. That's in the slot and that gets put away. And you just get the feeling, don't you? Having been here now for a week of this series, you start to feel which ball's going to the boundary, because especially when you see batters you've seen before, you know what their zones are, and every time the ball's in a particular area or a particular length, you just know it's going to go. And that's exactly what Ahmed did there. Short, and that's another one that will disappear. It's a 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro. That has been walloped. And it's a risky area to be. And that gets plastered, doesn't it? And, bang into the fence. Okay, let's see if he can get back to that fuller length. Raza, he'll be feeling it though, wouldn't he? Knowing he should have had the wicket of Ishan. Okay, this is high up in the air. Ashjad, this is more routine, and he can't get there either. A little bit slow getting under this for me, Ashjad. It looked like he was doing it very casually. He didn't get the sprint on early on to get himself in position, and then he's trying to take it away from his body. You see, he just doesn't get himself in the right position, and that for me is another opportunity. Both batters have given opportunities. They haven't been taken, And just like that, Pak I Care Batting get 18 off the first. Good time to welcome back Vinny Sandu as we have a look at how many matches since the golden ball.
Yeah, well, they used to say that was one of Bradman's weaknesses, getting a bit impatient in the 290s. But we're into the 290s. Unbelievable. A couple of Barron streaks in a row. Asjad, and you're right about him, just squandering a couple of opportunities in the first over. I didn't mind him calling that catch. It was comfortable for both of them to reach. And I think in the end, the other fielder knows, okay, that's Asjad's catch. But, you know, catching a bit like batting is a confidence game. It just looks a little bit down on confidence with the hands, probably because it's freezing cold a lot of the time here in Barcelona. Right now, another opportunity. This one is going to be taken. Third time lucky for Sohal as Umair's going to go for 13.
Yeah, Umar Ahmed hits it pretty well. This is a really good catch for a number of reasons. He is looking right into the sun. So it's been hit pretty well, but look at the sun. Look at these shadows.
Yeah.
That is a great catch.
Yeah, it was well held, and so Asjad just not able to catch any himself. It does create an opportunity, so that's a pretty decent hitter to go. Umair back opening the batting, but he falls early in the piece, 18 for 1.
Yeah, good catch taken. Really good catch because difficult. So well done to Hasib Abid. So 1 wicket goes. So, but like you said, not able to take the catches, but he's able to provide another opportunity, and it's taken. So Ahmed will go for 13 off 6.
So got to keep taking wickets here. Obviously, Ihsan's a big fish to miss. He's on strike zone at the moment as new batter comes out there, and yeah, giving Raja Nafiz a bat at number 3.
Yeah, Raja Nafiz, I don't think we've seen him have a bat yet for Pak I Care Batting. So he's out there with Ihsan, and Ihsan knows he's given a life. Let's see how he continues from here on in. Well, this is the answer to it. It's high up in the air. It's coming our way somewhere near us. Just in front of us. Yeah, you just know. Once again, I think Vinny says it. We know it goes in the air. The problem is it goes so high that then when we look up, that's probably the other problem we have with the tent as opposed to the cube. You get more of a vision with the cube.
Cube's got a higher ceiling.
Yeah, and then the eyes are on us.
And then I actually almost forgot rule 1. I protected myself rather than the equipment.
Okay, it's another miscue. It's another opportunity. And this time it goes down again. Ah, he has it for a moment, doesn't he? He has it for a moment, and then it pops out. And this time it's Qamar Shahzad that can't take it.
Tell by the body language and the little steps that Qamar was not comfortable under that. So his son leading a charmed life at the moment. Yeah, Nafiz is a guy we haven't seen with a bat before. He's only played a handful of matches, so I think also gives an opportunity for someone like Nafiz to bat with his son. I think that's important as well, his development. But he won't bat for too long because he gets castled here. So they miss Ihsan, but they do get another one of his partners. Nafiz will have to go. Second wicket to fall. It's 26 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Asjad. Look, he doesn't try to do anything too special with it. Gets it full, gets it straight. Look, almost a perfect Yorker length. A little bit slow to use his feet. Look, he wants to go back foot. He doesn't go forward. Stumps gets knocked over. So once again, the opportunity to take Ihsan goes down, but another wicket does fall. This is the way it's looking. You can see there, Pak I Care Batting 9 out of 9, sitting pretty at the top. Sohal Hospitalet, they would love to get a win here to go at the same number of points as Royal Barcelona and Catalonia Red. But okay, they have picked up 2 wickets. It's 26 for 2. Ihsan, though, is still there.
He is, and as long as he's still there, I think Pak I Care in control of the game. He's just hitting him so well into the over, and it will be Saeed Raza to bowl the third. Last over the power play.
Yeah, Mochim is the batter who goes out there. This one is a big appeal against Ihsan. I get the feeling this is going down the leg side. Ihsan doesn't look worried at all, and yeah, it is going down leg, and it's not coming back in either. So easy call for the umpire. Raza is trying to fire himself up to get a really good over in here to see if he can get the wicket of Ihsan. He believes he should have had him. He'd be right thinking that too. Oh, fingertips. Well, is that Asjad again? No, it's not. That's gone too quick. He's wearing that hat similar to Asjad. This was crunched.
Yeah, it was hit hard, wasn't it? And it's only really a half chance, I think, at that pace. But yeah, Raza, it's tough to bowl to Ihsan, no doubt about that. But he gives a bit of width, gives a bit of length to play with, and there's no fielders back on the offside. So Ihsan spots an opportunity and takes it, 4 runs.
Living dangerously, though. Yeah, that isn't where you don't bowl it. He wasn't able to get this work it around, was he? So it goes to the fielder that's out there in the mid-wicket area. A man that's taken that brilliant catch already. A bid.
Yeah, well, let's see if somebody can give Issy some support here. Mochim comes in at number 4. It needs to be a big upset if Sohal could do this.
Once again, probably just going down leg, and Ihsan wants it, and he gets there. Very good running from Mohammad Ihsan, making something out of nothing.
Don't hesitate is the key. You can see here, probably could have backed up a fraction more, but once he was going, he was motoring. He knew he just had to beat the bowler, didn't he? And he did.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference as well. You know, Ihsan playing and representing Spain, the national team, the standard's a bit different there. You need to try and take something out of nothing. And I think he knows that's what's coached into him now. If there's an opportunity, you take it. And that's what he does. Swivels on it. Doesn't get it as clean as he would like. It's a tricky one. And now they've got to try and stop it. And they do. Just, I think that foot stays inside. So it's another teaser. Ihsan gives another chance. Half one, but it's a chance.
The way things are going, I was just assuming this would stick to Mohammad Shah down there. This last touch, is he all right? Yeah, I think the ball's gone by the time the foot comes down.
Great work.
Yeah, but you know how sometimes you see some sitters go down and then you just see an absolute, just unbelievable catch? I thought that might have been it. But again, living dangerously. Giving opportunities, difficult ones, albeit most of the time, but Sohal need to get rid of Ihsan. If they can do that, I think they're ahead in the game.
I love the way Ihsan is looking at his bat there. It's like, what's the matter with this thing? Why isn't it working properly? Yes. Did I not charge it in or what?
Human after all.
Oh, well, this is gone because that's in the slot, but he doesn't have to look at the bat anymore because that's what you'd expect it to do. It was just one of those that's too full, but on the legs. And if it's anywhere near that area, that is what Ihsan does. That's when he looks majestic.
He's looking pretty good as always. Even if he's not quite at the top of his game, he's so destructive. 40 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, you can see the comparison of the 2 power plays. And
at least, yeah. Pak I Care haven't blasted 80, 70, 80, 90 in a power play. This game is very much alive, and you feel it does hinge on how long Mohammad Ihsan can stick around.
Yeah, I mean, normally, on average, they're gaining around 50, 55 in a power play. So Sohal Hospitalet have managed to control that. The thing is, though, that one really just takes off after the deck. Well done and well watched by Amir Siddiqui. Yeah, the thing is, Ashad Butt, he's bowled himself out. He picked up 2 for 9. So other bowlers are having to come into the equation here now. And this is when, if they don't bowl well, this is when Ihsan and Moshim can really get going. Don't forget Mohammad Moshim. He's a very good hitter of the ball as well. He's already shown that. Well bowled.
Yeah. You can see very straight bat from Ihsan, but can't beat the bowler. And these two know each other really well. They've represented Spain before. They're national teammates. And look, Asjad, he's a part-time bowler, really. You know, but obviously trying to step up for Sohal. Can he get the big wicket?
Gets worked away. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is such a big over because Asjad bowling himself here now. He knows that this is all about him. And I like this from him. He doesn't hold himself back. He knows he's got to stand up, the captain, and see if he can take the wicket of Ihsan. If he can get that wicket, it can change the momentum of this match.
Yeah, he's got 2 wickets. He has to bring himself back straight away, and he does.
Swing and a miss. Moshim, I was talking about him. He scored 47 of 19 and took for 2 for 3 against Barcelona International yesterday.
He's a good player. You know, he's a player we did see playing for Pak I Care in the ECL earlier this year. You know, he's a real up and comer. I've got high hopes for him.
Into the stumps, and it should be cut off. They won't go for 2.
Who was down the ground? Amir Siddiqui did not realise that deflected so far off the stumps. So he thinks this is just going straight at him. But look how much of a deflection it takes. Then he realises, hold on, I'm not getting anywhere close to this. But it was fielded on the other side of the ground. Hospitalet obviously not getting a finger on that, otherwise it might have created a run out.
Yeah, that would have been one way to remove the likes of Ishan. He gets on the strike here now, so I think this ball could be so important the last time, but has a chance to get Ishan, puts it straight up there, it's up in the air. Asjad has the chance. And
oh no. Oh, I mean, Ishan's not watching. He thinks he's getting out of the way, but he's kind of running in the way, but not deliberately.
I got to hand it to Ishan. Ishan tries to stay out of the way, so he's not impeding. And I think there's nothing wrong with this. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, they're saying he's obstructed.
Nah.
But and even if he has obstructed, it's not willful. See, he's not even watching, so he can't really be obstructing.
Yeah, he's trying to. Credit to Ishan here. He quite easily could have stand his ground, and he would have been in the way. He's actually seen what the problem is. Then he's running to get out of the way because he knows that Hospitalet is trying to get the guy. It's another opportunity.
That's so unlucky, honestly, for the fielding side. Yeah, Ishan, I think he does obstruct, but unintentionally. That's what I would put it there. He's definitely a distraction for the bowler, and yeah, where was the keeper in all that as well? You'd imagine it didn't fall that far from the stump, so he might have had a better path to that ball that didn't go through Mohamed Ihsan. Anyway, in the over 43 for 4, it'll just be a high dot in the end.
Yeah, a terrific over once again though from Asjad. And now this is what I'm talking about. This is where the danger could be. Asjad's been bowled out. Araza has bowled himself out. And
had to gamble on the openers. But
yeah, you had to.
But they haven't been able to get Ihsan yet. Just want to say a quick hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. I want to know, what's the weather like up there? I saw some snow in Central Europe. I didn't get all the way up to Estonia in my time off. How is it up there, James?
6, bang, big, adios. And that one, I don't know what that hits. It hits the top of something. It's a ball that's going to come back with a bit of a dent in it. What a big hit this is. Have a look at this. Oh, we can't see it, but it smashes into, I think it's the old, the equipment storage.
Yeah, it's classified.
Container out there.
But yeah, good hitting.
This one's a bit flatter. It'd be a spicy stop, but it's too spicy for Amir Siddiqui. This one is going to be 4 runs, waits for it, puts it away, and this is where now you can see Pak I Care Batting looking to really open up. That brings the 50 up as well.
That was hit so hard and flat, and Fielder had no chance. It was only just a few metres from him.
Halim flights it up, but it's going to go all the way again, so it's boundaries galore now. Well, this guy, I was surprised Mohamed Halim never got an opportunity to bowl in the last match. He is their leading wicket taker, and he was before the start of today, but at the moment he's gone 6 for 6 in the first 3 balls, and Pak I Care and now motoring.
Well, Corey would call this going shopping. He's going shopping for wickets. A few being put over the shelves at the moment, but will it pay off for Halim? Only halfway through his over.
This time he goes outside the off. Work to be done out here for the fielder. But he can't do it. He can't stop it. It's 4 more runs. So Halim this time goes a little bit shorter, goes outside the off. But the result is the same. It's another boundary. This is carved away. And just like that, there's over now is gone magical. It's the last thing that Sohal Hospitalet wanted.
Supersonic alert as well here with 2 to come.
And it's up, 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 and away. That's going to be 6 more. And you're right, Vinny. It could be a supersonic one because that takes it to 27 with 1 still to come.
Yeah, we're always wondering what would happen when they had to go to some other bowling options. It hasn't paid off. Credit to Mocham. I mean, it's not easy to keep hitting against the spin here. These aren't the worst deliveries that he's hitting over mid-wicket, but he's just backing himself. He's getting pretty close to the pitch of the ball. And backing his eye in. At the moment, it's paying off. He's actually outscoring Mohamed Ihsan at the moment.
Halim, will it be wide outside off? Yeah, it will, but it's hit hard. I think the fielder loses this. Now, does this go past him or over him? It's gone for 6, but in what manner?
Dangerously close is how I would put
Oh.
it. Just over his head, though. It is supersonic stuff. 33 come off the over. It started with the wide and then 6 consecutive boundaries in that over. So it's 76 for 2 after 5. A reminder that you can always get in touch with us on social media as well. Big finish to the year coming up. And yeah, a lot of stuff coming in as always. And I always love to go first thing in the morning to EuropeanCricket.com. Check out the Facebook page and see some of the bits from the day before. Some I remember, some I don't sometimes, but there's always a lot of action there, and it's probably one of the most active pages in world cricket at EuropeanCricket.com. Anyway,
Afzal.
yeah, Afzal's getting a ball here in the 6th.
Short, Gandhi, and walloped. You can't be bowling that. And Ishan, as to be said, it's not been the most flowing or the most convincing up until now. Chances sort of have come, but they haven't been able to take him. Drop on 4, 11 and 26, and there's probably a couple of other half chances in there as well, but he's weathered the storm, and particularly that of Ashjad Bhatt and Raza. Now he's looking to go after the other bowlers.
Yeah, that first one was Gundy from Afzal. So is this.
Oh, wow. I just don't know. Changi good pairia bowler nu. Both short bowling kar rahe hain. Mohammad Ishan, बहुत अच्छा player, बहुत तकड़ा player.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to work out what you're trying there. I mean, at least put the fine leg back if you're genuinely trying to. If he's deliberately trying to bowl a bouncer, he doesn't have the right field. If it's accidental, it's a bad execution error to bowl that short.
Yeah, I mean, at this pace, he can't be thinking of that's what he wants to bowl. He's getting it wrong. He's releasing it too early. And Ishan is just, well, he's lapping it up, isn't he? No, well, now he falls over. Well, he's down. Is he down and out, though? No, because they don't even go for the catch. What's happened here? You can't believe it. You cannot believe it. And that is, well, Mohammed Shoaib, you've got to go for this catch. Ishan trips himself up trying to hit it too hard. And then he says, oh, no, it's a grizzly. Leave it.
But yeah, what happens in the, I mean, that's a separate issue. He was into the sun and just didn't see it. And Ishan loses balance. Down he goes. Thinks that surely is it. But yeah. No, jazz hands, not doing the job. And no ball because it's the second bounce in the over. So it wouldn't have even been out.
No ball? Nah.
Because remember, well,
Is it over the shoulder, that one?
was it?
I don't know. I don't think he's got the power to get it over the shoulder, Vinny.
These are pretty short, though. Probably was, you know.
You reckon? Let's see.
Look,
I don't
go
think
back.
it's over the shoulder. I don't think he's got enough pace to get it over the dash.
Yeah, that's over the shoulder. Of course it is. Still going up. Yeah, it's a good call.
Well,
But I didn't think of it because you're right. And yeah, Shoaib obviously not risking the hands. So fair enough. I was going to come back to some stuff in the chat, but I might wait for the free hit now. But what about Ishan? He's had a bit of a workload. He's one guy, you can set your watch the fact he's going to open the batting. And if you want to try and stop him, good luck. His Pak I Care set up. Now he gets a free hit. What's he going to do with it?
Well, he's going to bash it away. He's going to send another one out of the park. And this time, well, he shows all the stumps to the bowler, says, there you go. He knows he's got the license to play this shot. Can't be out of it. And wallops it away. I suppose the good thing, well, he could have hurt his back trying to hit the last ball. I suppose he never knew, I suppose, at the time it was going to be called a no ball.
Yeah, true.
But it does, I suppose it can't really put it down as a chance because he couldn't have been out. Anyway, he moves to 44.
Could he make it 7 out of 8 half centuries? One swing in the bat and he can do it.
And I think he will do it. There you go. He's going to be raising his bat again. He's going to have to do it carefully because I think he's got a bit of a bad back after falling on it. But there we go. There's another one. This time he only needs 17 balls. It's another one. It's quite crazy what he's doing here now.
Difference between club and international level, though. I mean, he would have been out 4 times already.
Yeah.
If it was an international game. You miss him, you pay the price.
100 came up with that one as well. And now he just keeps on going. He's like a little machine, isn't he? He's El Mekina Agi Imonjuik. He's Mohammad Ishan. It's 6 after 6 after 6. And look at it. When he is flowing like this, there's nobody better to watch.
Yeah, you're right about that. He strikes the ball so far. Well, a ball's come back. I'm not sure if it was the ball. And it's 56 off 18 now. Heavily favouring the leg side. Partly because of where they're bowling to him, to be honest.
That's where they're bowling, and so that's where he's hitting it. Here we go again. Look, you can't bowl there. That is just Gundy bowling. They're loving it over there. It's another one. Another one bites the dust.
I don't often say this, but this is trash at the moment, really. I mean, it's out. He's bowling from around the wicket. He's outside the. What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah.
You know, miss offside if you're going to miss offside. Anyway, I've turned into Corey all of a sudden. Anyway, it's the end of the 6th over. 37 come off that. In my opinion, it wasn't enough. And it's the end of the 6th, 113 for 2. I'm going to go back to the chat. And Groom, said obstructing but not deliberate. Agree.
Yeah.
As someone that was always keen to obstruct it and make it look like an accident, but deliberate, there's a way to do that. But Easton, I think that was genuinely accidental. The other thing Jeff was asking about the pitch, he says, do I think it's stretched and more holding? It looks a few marks on it. I know it's been 10 days of cricket. It's held up incredibly well. They've drilled it back down in a few places. Where the bowlers are landing, that's starting to kind of, what's the word? Kind of, there's a bit of movement in it, but it's not the batting end. So I think the pitch is still playing really well, and the scores would kind of bear that out, wouldn't they? As another ball goes down the leg side to start the 7th over.
Yeah, Mushim leaves his go. Quite incredible fact, by the way. The last 2 overs went for 70. 33 and 37.
Was that 72? Yeah, 33 and 37. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite amazing striking. It really is. Quite incredible. And this is, again, not the best of bowling. Mushim allows the one before to go bar on the leg side. And this time he misses out on.
A bit critical of the bowling, but it's not. I know it's not easy to bowl to someone like Ishan, right? I know that. But at least, make him hit some proper shots. Don't just keep feeding. You could actually put a blindfold on him and he'd probably still hit most of these for 6. Because I don't mind. It was a better ball. It's pitch ups on the off stump. Okay, still gets smacked for 4. Doesn't quite get the Yorker in. But at least it's a better area. And, okay, it still gets hit. And this time it's Mocham. That's making a pretty good run at a half-century of his own.
Yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. To Wayne, James Stewart, to Dave as well, Tim Redmond. In there as well. And I think you were talking about Ishan. All right, this one is going to just drop short, so Ishan will get back and try. You were mentioning about Ishan and the half centuries, or he had that blip, and now he's scored 2 more since. Don't forget, before he started that run, there was an 80 and a blip. So if you include that 80 as well in it, it's quite incredible.
So we're talking 8 out of 10.
Yeah, that's quite incredible.
8 out of 10 dentists recommend. Ben asking, why is Pak I Care so much better than the other teams? Good question. No one's fielding this. The fielders have all gone a bit straighter.
There's nobody there.
Getting short, isn't it? I'm getting grumpy for some of this bowling. Just into the wheelhouse. But I would say we still haven't had a clash between any of the 3 teams that have played and haven't lost yet. Just vagaries of the fixtures. We haven't seen Pak I Care take on Catalunya Jaguar, and we haven't seen them play Barcelona CC yet. And of course, Bengali, still unknown how they'll go in this competition, though we have seen them before. So I won't call it just yet. Pak I Care, let's not forget, they haven't won the last couple of series here. This one's going to leak through the fielder for 4. East under 70. And again, let's have a look at where this one's pitched. I guess not the worst, but geez, someone that practices some Yorkers, please.
You can't hide fielders either. Bin Mahbub was the man who was out there on the offside earlier in the cover, and a few chances went his way. He got moved, and now he's making an error there on the boundary. What have you read?
Wayne's comments, good one as usual. All right, so this is the last ball of the over. It's going to be slashed away for 4. This game is still going to continue, but maybe not for long. End of the 7th over, and it's 131 for 2. Wayne saying his son looks like he's got a bit of a sore back. He said maybe it's from carrying Pak I Care on his back on the way to victory. I would say he's had a bit of help this time from Mocham, who's made a pretty spirited 39 on out as well. Match 40 coming up, and this is actually a rematch of the Tuesday night thriller from last week when it was Sohal that got over red on the last ball. It had cartwheels, it had everything, and the news from the toss is that Catalunya Red, well, they're going to play the script again because they'll win the toss and bat. So Sohal on the chase once again.
Interesting though, isn't it, for Catalunya Red? We saw the captain do something different and chase, and they won.
Chased 160 odd, but maybe he's got a score to settle with, so it's personal. Anyway, this one is going to bounce towards the bench as well. It'll tie the scores. Mocham, we need to hit a 7 to to get a half century. I don't think you can do that.
Yeah,
I suppose you could come back for 3 and get 4 overthrows. That would count. Now, if that happens, that'll be amazing. But, you know, I like him a lot. I got to say, he's a player they keep giving a bit more responsibility to. I think he held his own at the ECL when we saw him there. Any score wins it. And Mocham will do it in style. Maximo. So continues the runs of 99s and 49s. He'll finish 49 out of 15. Good knock from him. And Pak I Care, well, when the runs came, they came with alarming speed, didn't they, in the last few overs of this game?
Yeah, it's another terrific win for them. Once again, it's a half century for Ishan to add to the one that he scored earlier. Scored 57, and now this 74 in the day. He started the day shy of 500 runs in this series. He's gone past that now. I reckon by quick, rough calculations, he's on about 570 already.
He might get 3,500 before Hamza gets to 3,000. I was just going to say quickly, I feel for Mocham because he did score 47 not out against Barcelona International on the weekend. He scored 49 not out here. Still doesn't have an ECN 50. But maybe that'll just keep him hungry, Rico. Catalonia Red versus Sohal coming up in around about 40 minutes. I know that, Rico, you're going to go and have an early night. You've earned it after putting in the hard yards on the weekend. But, yeah, take us through this chase because it could have been very, very different had they just held on to one of these catches.
Yeah, well, Ishan dropped there by Ashad Butt on 4. Ashad, the captain, wanted to take ownership of it, and he thought if you could get there, he could make all the difference. He wasn't able to get there. And then you just thought Ishan was going to get going and really make him pay. He got dropped too many times when he dropped on 4. Dropped on 11 and 26. There were a couple of half chances in there as well. It was nice to see a bid taking a good catch, removing Nomer Ahmed, who could be pretty dangerous as well. They also got Raja Nafis out pretty early as well. Once again, Butt was doing good work. But the problem is, and we knew this was going to be the problem, once Ashad Butt comes out of bowling, who's going to do the job? Now, this was a talking point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He wasn't obstructing. I'm going to say fair play to Ishan as well.
Yeah.
He could have just stood there.
I would say he obstructed, but unintentionally.
Yeah.
It's funny, that's the rule in baseball. Even if you obstruct unintentionally, you'd be out. But obviously, a very different sport. As it was, though, then they just started serving him up on a platter. I've got to say, you know, for players of this skill level, they're missing by too many. Swings himself off his feet here. It was jazz hands, Broadway style on the free hit, or no ball would become a free hit. That disappeared. Some big upper deckers coming. That one was in the dirt. Oh, and well, like I said, it just completely went off the rails. So Hospitalet were pretty competitive for everything but the last kind of 3 overs of that game.
Yeah.
But when they lost it, they just lost it completely. We'll see them a little bit later on, but now here's the scorecard. More runs for Ishan. His dream series continues.
Yeah, Ishan, fantastic. He follows up Ishan Day yesterday after having another good day here today. With the, well, he continues his impressive form of scoring half century, 74 not out. And he was well supported here by a guy that I really like, Mohammed Washim. Didn't quite get it his own way with the ball, but when he got out there with the bat, he creamed it all over the place. He batted very well, a very quick-fire partnership from those two. With the bowling, Ashad Butt, 2 for 11, sensational, but nobody else really could make amends, and there were some painful ones in there as well.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, Dave saying his son didn't get a century. Didn't deserve one. I mean, he got dropped 4 times. They bowled, I don't often say this, that is some of the worst bowling I've seen in a while.
Now, are you going to be all right on your own? Because I'm worried about leaving you now.
Corey would say he'd take them out the back and go a bit old school on them. I would certainly be making the paint strip off the walls if I was chatting to the bowlers there for some of that effort. But anyway, yeah, Rico, you enjoy your night. And make sure you tune in a little bit later, though, from the hotel, because Catalonia Red versus Sohal Hospitalet in just over half an hour. That could be a thrill like was last time. Any last words?
Well, I think I'm just going to ask the chat to look after you, because I've never seen you. You're a bit angry at the moment here.
Why did I never get any of that? But I tried to make a run for 20 years and I couldn't. If they just served him up like that, it would have looked like, I don't know, insert star player here.
You know what? The thing that gets me, I can understand why you, but I look at the other side as well with Ishan. I mean, all the time that I batted, I don't think I ever ever got a chance. Never. If I hit, no matter how hard I hit it, if it's in the air, then snap it up. And when I watch that and I see Ishan and a few other batters getting all those lives, I think, that ain't fair. It ain't fair. But that's the game. That's the way it goes. But look, I will say, I think this is going to be a really good match. And, you know I'm not going to be around for it, but I'll be tuning in. Maybe we could perhaps stop that golden ball run going to that 300, because these two teams could do it.
Do you a little favour and send it back to Golden Ball Zero. So I'll be back tonight. Rico, enjoy your day off as well. I know you'll be back in a couple of days' time. Good sound to here, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks once again to Rico for. We'll be back with more action here in just over half an hour. Match 40 on the way between Catalonia Red and Sohal Hospitalet. We are watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Well, time to switch the lights on. The light will be fading away as we get into the fifth game of the day, match 40. I don't think the entertainment will be fading away as we'll see Catalonia Red taking on Sohal Hospitalet in this one. Let's not forget that earlier in the day there was one of the top chases we've ever seen pulled off by Catalonia Red. But Sohal, they played the World Cricket today as well. I think we could have a really exciting game here. And don't forget, last time these two teams met in match number 10, it was a real humdinger that went right down to the last ball. Tyrone Peters has the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Sohal's call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's tails.
We bat first.
So the news from the toss is that Sohal Hospitalet have won it. They will bat first, and it's a repeat of match 10. I was talking about a little bit earlier, and that was a crazy one, Tuesday night thriller. Well, this is Monday night cricket we got coming your way. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN to take you home. As Rico having a well-deserved break after flying solo across the weekend. These are the two teams, and Catalonia Red pulled off something quite remarkable earlier on by chasing down a score in the 160s. That was despite being 2 for 2, and then they were 6 for 3 after 8 balls. So that was very, very dramatic. This is match 40. The win percentages, Red, given the upper hand there, probably no surprises if you saw what we saw earlier on. So, yeah, almost ready to go. I want to welcome everyone back. It is the last match of the day. Typically, this is random question time. And maybe a bit of food chat as well. I'm planning a bit of both. I'll tell you that much. And, yeah, great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Always nice when you're running ahead of ahead of time. So maybe let us know what you got up to on your weekend. Yeah, I was away for just 3 days, but happy to be back. And looks like we're almost ready to get going here. It's going to be Said Raza to get us going. It's match number 40, live from Barcelona. Starts with a pretty correct looking shot. Ali Hassan, as per usual, opening up and looking pretty good. First up. We saw him go for a 2-ball duck earlier on. That really threw things for a loop, but credit to his teammates. They were able to claw the game back. He's out there with Abid Hussain. And this is a second baller, which isn't convincing either for Ali Hassan, but he does pull it down the ground and get off the mark. The first run of the contest. Yeah, that chase a little bit earlier on. 164, done with 3 balls to go. Remanula top scoring with 61 off 16. And he is in the side. Didn't see him play the first game of the day. Big day for Catalonia Red. 3 days off. They come back and have to play 3 games. And their preference was to have less match days, more matches per day. So there's kind of pros and cons of that. Obviously, getting players available is a bit easier when we're asking players to take maybe 1 day off work to play 3 games rather than just 2 or 1. Abid Hussain faces up for the first time and he gets a low full toss and he punches into the gap for 4. That's good batting. And again, it's nice to see players playing on the offside to balls that are pitched on the offside. Or well, this one wasn't pitched really, technically. It doesn't bounce at all, but certainly is in that direction. So it's going to be a fun last game of the day. There was a 2-minute kind of highlights package of the last over of this game from last week that certainly turned a few heads on social media. Another full toss, slashes this one away. This will be 4 more. Credit for Raza for trying to go full here, but he just misses. And when you just miss, it has big consequences, especially with a little bit of width there. Abid Hussain able to carve it away. So if we want to open with food chat, I'm willing to start. Okay. A little bit short this time, overcorrection, and this one will disappear. Adios pelota, that one's into the sunset. And it's a nice kind of swivel pull from Ahmed Hussain. He gets 6. And yeah, here's the issue you got with left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Forces you to change things around. It's more to do with line rather than length. Last ball, the over coming up. And he goes leg side again. And this is running away from the fielder. Can he catch up with it? He will just. Not really timed. But it will be 2 to finish the over. So Catalonia Red picking up where they left off in the last game. And the score is 17 without loss after 1. Just 13 days. We're under 2 weeks now. I'm really excited for the ECCW. The squads actually came out today. Might be able to show those in a little while. And yeah, every day is one closer. Of course, that ECCW is the last series of the season. So, nice Chad Butt, the captain, to bring himself on. Bowled really well in the last game, created chances against a Pak I Care side that does pack a punch. Here we go with the second over. It's hit straight and hit pretty well, and it goes the journey. Maximo! And that's what this guy brings to the table. It's a very correct swing of the bat here. It's not actually the worst delivery, but with a bit of length, that one disappears straight back over the bowler's head. That's Judd. It's his tactic here. Now, a bit of width and just opened up. Maybe not quite off the middle, but was playing for that a little bit. Ali Hassan gets 4 more. Well, we're talking food chat, and that is a classic 6 and 4, hungry for more. Interesting earlier, Murad Ali was able to bounce out Ali Hassan, which probably isn't a bowler, was not a tactic a lot of bowlers will be able to get away with. But he set the field back with the deep fine leg and was able to make that happen. Yeah, but us, Judd. Ball's in his court at the moment. This will just be scrambled through for a single. Yeah, look, it's never easy bowling to good players, especially in this format where I suppose the deck is kind of stacked in the batter's favour, but it also creates false shots because batters aren't being so aggressive. We saw that with Isan in the last game, but Sohal just weren't able to hang on to one. Now, that is hit high, and it's a steepler. It's going to be caught. Well, there's one difference. Sohal did not... Oh, there's no ball called. Well, he's knocked off the bails, has he, in the delivery motion? Well, let's have a look. Has he... Look at the foot, the trailing foot. Well, let's have a look. The bails come off. Now, how's it come off? Is it the movement of the pitch, or is it that he's kicked them off? It must be for the stumps. Yeah, maybe. He doesn't ever touch the stumps, does he? Unless he gets it in his follow-through. Yeah, we don't have the reverse angle. So, yeah. It didn't look like he touched the stumps, but maybe he did. Again, this won't show us either. I mean, it was clearly a clean catch. Yeah, but now I think he's been given. So, yeah, I tell you what's happened here. So, it's a big moment. No ball was called, but after the fact. So, I don't think it affected the stroke a bit. So, the bail must have come off, but it must have just been the vibrations from being around the pitch. It doesn't look from that angle, and that's all we've got to go on, that the bowler ever actually contacts the stump. So the umpire, you know, quite rightly, he's not really watching those stumps. He's watching where the ball's going, where the bowler's foot's landing. But I think they get that one right. It's a bit of a weird one, to be honest. got to say, it was a great catch, and it wouldn't really feel right if it didn't stand. Saeed Raza takes it. But yeah, Aschad, although he gets close-ish to the stumps, he never looks like he's going to knock the bails off or the bail off. So, yeah, I think they look at that and they decide it's not a no ball. I think it's the right call. It's a separate can of worms. We'll come back to that in a minute as Wazarat gets a bit of a gift first up. Aschad Butt strays on outside the front pad and gets knocked away for 4. Yeah, so what I was going to say is that, you know, if no ball's called at the point of delivery and it affects the stroke, well, then you can't really uncall it. But I think that one, the ball had already been hit before the umpire ever noticed that he was going to call a no ball. He just said it when he noticed the bail on the ground. So, you know, I think that's justice. There's been a natural justice in that in the end. All right. Now, classic drive, and it beats the fielder. That's going to be 4. So this one he had to work for a little bit. Wazarat Ali, he's been such a good addition to Catalunya Red and stands pretty still. Just plays the right shot for that delivery and gets 4 runs. Dave telling me that there's 2 Argentinian empanada kitchens in Nantes where he lives. 280 for one and 350 for the other. Sounds pretty good. Catalunya Red, what about that chase though earlier on? 164. The same as we saw Pak Riders chase down before. And Pak Riders formerly held the record. As for Sohal, well, I've had their ups and downs along the way. Yeah. So I was mentioning earlier that bowler's end, because of the amount of feet landing on it at pressure, has started to kind of move around a little bit. So maybe that was the case there, with Aschad landing near the stumps and knocks the bails off. But what timing for it to happen. It's actually a really good catch, kind of overshadowed by the controversy there. So yeah, I was going to open with food chat, but then the game got in the way. But yeah, I think tonight I'm going to walk down into the city and grab my arroz negro, the black rice, basically black paella with the squid ink. This is probably going to run away for the fielder as well. He's trying to catch up with it. Does very well actually in the end, and they're only going to take 1. It's not great running, but I think that's all about Hassan wanting the strike. And you can see the dominance of Hassan, even with a guy who's come out and hit back-to-back 4s. Hassan's not interested in the 2 he wants to face. He feels it's worth kind of paying a run on the free market to get the strike back. Let's see what he can do with it. Well, he won't get a run here. The Shoaib goes full and gets a result. So the Shinchan show was asking why the no ball was reversed. I'll explain it again. I think he called it thinking the bowler had disturbed the stumps, but it wasn't actually the bowler that knocked the bail off. So if the bail comes off essentially by itself, then that's not a no ball. But it is a no ball if the bowler makes contact with the stumps and dislodges a bail. So that's why. And I think it's a good decision in the end. I haven't agreed with everything today, but I'll speak my mind. Couple to come here in the 3rd, and this won't beat mid off. So look, these 2 played a bit of a low scoring thriller when we last saw them lock horns. That was in match number 10. What a game that was as well. Catalunya Red back from the dead, but then put to bed. They made 86 batting first. Oh, don't know how that missed, but it did. Just climbed over the stumps. End of a pretty good over from Mohammed Shoaib. Only goes for 3, and the score 39 for 1 at the end of the power play. Yeah, that game back in match 10 last Tuesday night. Catalunya Red making 86, and Sohal made pretty hard work of it, to be honest. In the end, it went right down to the last over, and it went down to the last ball, actually, with Sohal needing 1 to tie 2 to win. Classic golden ball situation. But it wasn't the single to bring up the golden ball. It was a 4. And that was after a record 6 run-outs had fallen in the innings. I suppose captured in the innings by Catalunya Red against their opponents. Go back to Saeed Raza here. And loses this one down the leg side. Well explained by Wayne as well. It's good to have that support in the chat. Yeah, Rico, he's been given permission to take the last game off, maybe have a bit of an early night leading into his day off. I think that makes sense. Worked hard, covered me all weekend. Raza. I guess it's pretty straight, and a catching opportunity held. Nice catch taken there by Amir Siddiqui. It's one of those ones where Hassan just didn't have a lot of room to manoeuvre his stroke. He was kind of trying to play it in the shoebox in the end. And although he did get a fair piece of it, he didn't get enough elevation to take it over Amir. See here, he's just kind of cramped up, isn't he? So that's effective and stood tall. Amir Siddiqui didn't want to jump, didn't need to. And so big moment in this game as Ali Hassan has to go out for 14, and the score is 40 for 2. But this brings Rehman Ullah to the crease, and how good was he earlier? 61 off just 16 balls. He was the real catalyst for that turnaround. Had a good partnership with Wazirat, so these two are reunited. Raza has something to show for it. You've got to go through a few more, though. Oh, good areas first up to the new batter. Ullah trying to be watchful, almost nicks off first ball. Raza. Love to get Ullah before he hatches here. A little bit short and pulled away. Pretty comfortable take down there. Just a single. I've got to say, this is the time of the day, even when I was off the last few days, I would pop in, and I'd make a special effort to pop in around now because we're on sunset watch, aren't we? Let me check what the exact time of the sunset today is. It says that we are only 22 minutes away from sunset. Mistimed, and they turned down the runs. It's been such a great comeback over from Raza. And sometimes you can gamble on a guy to come back and you know, bowl a good second over after he's gone for a few in his first. Sometimes it can backfire spectacularly, as we've seen as well. But yeah, 20 minutes to sunset. 5:22 local today. Just after 5 o'clock at the moment. All right, slice up in the air, but it gets away from the video. Well, it does, but only just, because I think Kamar gets a hand to this. Wasn't comfortable getting off his feet here. Let's check it out on the replay. I thought it was always leaving him, and it was, but again, the difference I think between club level and international level, players that are comfortable diving, especially on a surface like this. It's a pretty comfortable surface to dive on. Last ball for Raza in this one. Goes short and wide, lets himself down a little bit after a good over. As Ullah reaches and hits nobody back there on the boundary, so that'll be the end of the fourth over. Caledonia Red are 46 for 2. And Dave saying that was a statue catch down the ground by Siddiqui because he didn't move an inch. He didn't have to, did he? Yeah, they'll be hoping to convert a few more opportunities, no doubt. Sohal Hospitalet. Yeah, so I'll be going for the paella tonight. I think it's time. And as far as I'm going, I do have an engagement this weekend that's going to keep me away for a little bit. So I'm doing tomorrow by myself. I'll do Wednesday with Rico. Then Rico will kind of take you through Thursday onwards again. I'll be back, I think it's next Wednesday. But Srinath is going to cover me now. Srinath, let me tell you a little bit about him. You might remember him from Switzerland. As they go to spin now, and Halim, we know that he likes to attack the leg stump, but sometimes it just spins onto the middle of the bat. And that one is going to disappear. Maximo! It's asking for trouble, though. If you don't get the length right, you need to try and draw the batter forward into that stroke if you're trying to bowl that line. Even that's risky. This one will be a wide the other way. Different tactics. Yes, Srinath Sri Pataraman will be the guest commentator. I suppose he's going to be a guest, but he has commentated before during Switzerland. He's previously worked for Cricket Info. Think about Srinath. He's got a voice like honey. Oh, can't get up. He hit the ground and there was no getting up once he hit the canvas, but he almost turns this into a catch, Halim. Check this out on the replay. He almost can't believe he's turned this into a catch. Bang, and he thinks, yeah, I got it, but that last panic touch knocked it up and away from him. So, not able to finish the dismissal. Now goes down the ground, but missed time. Has to hustle in, can't get there, was just on his heels. Amir Siddiqui that time, misjudgment about how well it was hit. And look, I can understand outfielders not wanting to rush in, because a lot of these balls, you rush in thinking it's a miss hit, goes over your head. So I kind of have some sympathy for him there. But in the end, if he had the jump, maybe he could have gotten there before it hit the turf. This one's pitched up, and it's adios, Palota. And, well, I've got a shot of Rob there. That was my gift to him last year. I gave him my Christmas sweater, and it must have been in his closet for 12 months. But Rob, yeah, there he is. He's rocking it. Rob puts in a lot of work around the ground here, but Maximo time. Ulla trying to repeat the heroics of last time around now. Gets one that's short. He's found the fielder, though. Well, right on cue. The fielder comes in and didn't probably need to attack it that much. Frustration for Shabir Ahmed out there. And then throws it away. They think about going another run, but they won't. And look, I'm not going to say it's an easy part of the ground to field at this time of the day. Looking straight into the sun. But yeah, the judgment wasn't there, was it? There's the quicker one from Halim. He bowls that once or twice and over. And so that will be the end of the fifth. And Kellen Ureda, 62 for 2. All right, well, we saw Rob's in the Christmas jumper. So we have a look at the squads again at the end of the fifth over. Yeah, well, I'm getting some more information. Viking Bay saying, yeah, all the English players have at least county level experience, several pro-regional squad or academy experience. So obviously there's some very good cricketers in there, and I think they'll really enjoy the exposure. I also think they'll really enjoy the challenge of playing against, you know, some of the players that have a bit more experience in the format. Probably not as much experience in the format mismatch as you get in the men's ECC. Oh, pushed back, and he's gone. So it's going to be a zippy little ball from Shahzad Khan that'll do the job, and just kind of caught Wazirat Ali on the crease there, didn't he? And it looked pretty adjacent. Let me look at it from behind the umpire's hat. And he's blocking the stumps with his pads, and that's out. I don't think it's climbing over the top. That'd be the only question. But no, that looks pretty good to me. So good bowling. Look at the bounce there. Yeah, that's hitting. So good umpiring as well. Wazirat will have to end the partnership a bit earlier than he would have liked to with Rahman Ullah, who's been his partner in crime today. That will be the third wicket. 62 for 3. Immediate success for Shahzad Khan. Yeah, so yeah, I suppose what I was getting at is that, you know, when the ECC comes around, the men's ECC, a lot of these players have played kind of 40, 50 games of 10 over cricket, whereas England 11 hadn't played any, you know, in the beginning. Now they've played 3 tournaments. That's probably going to go for 4, you know. That really travels off the bat of Tanvir Iqbal. It's not off the middle at all, but he does start with a boundary. Ahmed Shah bowled a good over, but he couldn't catch up with that one. Yeah, so certainly something to observe. And there's a lot of unknowns going into the ECCW as well. I mean, probably one thing we've noticed in women's cricket is that, yeah, typically the best team wins more often, if you want to put it that way. As this is hit out to extra cover, probably because we haven't seen, you know, typically so far, as much kind of explosivity with the bat from some of the teams that are underdogs, just because it's quite difficult. I think playing bowling that might be a bit above what you're used to expecting in your country. That's a shot. It's well fielded though. Now, I mean, the fielders down there, they can't wait for the sun to go down because it's an awkward kind of time to field at the moment. And that is Rob the Groundsman wearing my Christmas sweater. I've got a question for you. Tell me your favourite Christmas article of clothing. Or kind of Christmas ornament. I know a lot of people into the elf on a shelf. And some people get quite creative with it as well. They'll hide it for the kids. And the kids love to find it every morning. But yeah, tell me maybe what your favourite kind of Christmas article of clothing or Christmas prop is. Maybe it's something you put on your tree if you celebrate Christmas. Again, full. I like that. It's been a good over. This will just be a single, so Iqbal will retain the strike. End of the 6th. Cattle on your red. 69 for 3. Well, Wayne saying that maybe we should get Conrad back in the cube, and all of a sudden Corey is back at work. He won't like Conrad sitting in his chair. Very astute observation. Yeah, we love Conrad. He was here for the ECIs coaching Portugal a couple of weeks ago. Oh, a bunch of teens there. Looks like a frat party. I suppose it'd be a house party, not a frat party. 14, 16, 18, 13. Powder keg. But 4 overs to go. And about 10 minutes to go to the sunset. Probably bring you some more pictures towards the end of this innings and the start of the next. It's normally when we get the phases. I call it, there's the yellow phase, the orange phase, and then the pink phase. And then maybe the dark purple phase. You can add on to that. As Halim comes back for a second. This is another opportunity, is it? No, it's not. And it's going to trampoline Tortuga straight over the fielder. Not the first time we'll see it, not the last time. And again, he finds himself in kind of no man's land. You kind of got to get this one on the way up, because once it really bounces in front of you too far, you might not get a chance to get it on the way down. So Halim is one of those bowlers, I think you feel you should be smashing him for 6 every ball, and that's why it creates opportunities. So, yeah, I mean, on this pitch, I think he's probably a handy bowler to have in your side. Tanvir. Don't think he was intending to bounce one over the keeper. Goalkeeper, I should say. Pitched up, but he gets a piece of this, and this is disappearing. Maximo! As Halim goes the journey again. Just trying to think. This is the kind of ball that maybe on a pitch with a bit more life, because it's tossed up, it might bounce a bit more and create a few more problems for the batter. They get it high on the bat, maybe a few more leading edges. But I think on this surface, we saw Mochim kind of take him down earlier. And Tanvir has similar ideas. Yeah, it's pretty tough to beat the bat. There's a quicker one. Down the ground. Wow, how's he manufactured the pace on that? That's an incredible shot from Tanvir Iqbal. He's still got it. Have a look at the bat, though. Is that an Isan bat? Oh, that was a nice little helicopter follow through as well. But that's great placement. Yeah, that's an Isan. So Isan, maybe he's got his own bat brand now. Oh, this is just going to be off the end of the bat over the bowler. Actually, I know it's not really Isan's company, because I remember when I used to play hockey, field hockey this is, back when I was a kid, Isan made quite good hockey sticks. The wooden variety. And Isan probably should have his own bat brand, the way he's been hitting him. All right, hit down the ground, and this is going to disappear. Well struck. Ground rule double over the fence. Maximo! Well, these two didn't really get a chance to bat together last time, but they both batted well, just at separate times in the innings. Helped engineer that 164 chase. Right now, if they stick around, it could be trouble for Sohal Hospitalet. 4 boundaries in the last 5 balls. Yeah, I'd probably try that. Easy to say now. But maybe float a few that would be wides on the offside and hope that they chase him, which is what Ulla does there. But he retains the strike into 7 overs. It's 91 for 3. Why don't we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow? Because, yeah, guess what? Jags are back. And Hamza, he's chasing that 3,000 run milestone as well. Match 41, first one of the day. Jaguar versus Spartans, and then Spartan Sohal in the Hospitalet derby. Magic CC here for 2 matches as well. And the Jags will finish against Sohal. That will start same time of day, 7:45 GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 1:15 PM in India, 1:45 in Bangladesh. Okay, Asjad comes back and beats the bat. And just look at the Jags there. Pretty sure they're the same fixtures that we had on day 6 on Saturday. It's just the reverse. The reverse matchups. All right, well, this is a bit of luck, isn't it, for Ulla? And when things are rolling your way, everything seems to roll your way. That one's almost rolling out the back door, but Asjad doesn't get the luck going his way, does he? This is a false shot, but it's going to be 4 runs in the end. Yeah, so remember the Sohal versus Spartans derby. It was a pretty good game on Saturday. Went down to the last over. Also, Magic defeated Sohal last over as well. But yeah, Hamza was just doing some crazy things so far in the series. But then also we saw Yasser Ali scoring 100 when the target was only 111 on Saturday morning. So I wonder if he'll be back in the side. Of course, work issues causing a few unavailabilities, as you'd expect. This will be a no-eat, and it's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo! And so, yeah, Asjad going for the Yorker, but just overcooking it a touch, left in the oven too long. And the result's going to be a 7-up, and these are costly because it means there's a free hit coming up. And that's exactly the kind of ball I think was outlawed on ECN. You might argue at another level that that's waist high, not above waist, and people and ah, but yeah, you shouldn't be bowling balls that full. Just not cricket. Here we go, free hit. And it's Tanvir trying to helicopter another one, but this time doesn't get off the ground, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, so tell us, what's your favourite Christmas decoration? Asjad, yeah, he has bowled a few of these. Bowled from behind the umpire. Let's see if he does it this time. No, he goes back to the crease. I've got to say, just as a cricket person, I don't really like that as a tactic. It is legal, and I'm not even saying it's outside the spirit of the game, but I just think then you create a bit of a loophole where the umpire isn't watching you bowl, and that's kind of one of their main jobs, right? So I'll come back to that in a second. All right, lifted up and over the leg side, and it's going to endanger the officials. Maximo! As Ramanullah goes deep, last ball of the 8th, and Asjad is going to finish with figures of 1 for 38. And Catalonia Red now 110 for 3 after 8. Yes, just going back to that. Again, I don't make the rules or the laws, but I would probably make a law that some part of your front foot needs to be in front of the stumps. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One thing is that if the umpire's not watching you bowl, he doesn't know, for example, how sideways you've bowled it from. So you might be outside the return crease, but no one's really checking that, because cricket's really all about checks and balances in the end. Also, he doesn't know, you could just throw the ball, and square leg umpire's probably looking at a few other things. Technically, you can bowl at the moment under the laws of the game from any time you start your run up. And we have seen that done before. As this one will, I'm pretty sure that's going to be 4. He says he's got it. I had a feeling that when he touches the ball, his toes on the rope. Let's have a look. What's our best? Yeah, look, that's 4. He's definitely over the rope. Well, I'll wait for the signal now. And yeah, it will be 4 byes. So yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think he does keep the ball inside the rope, but his foot, when he kicked it, even his whole toe was over the line, not even on the line, it was over the line. He's been good at just sliding the ball on here, Shazad Khan. Yes, I mean, I just think, and people might go, oh, well, bowlers, they need it as a tactic. I don't need it. It's pretty, I don't think it adds a lot. If you're going to bowl from 2 or 3 extra meters on me, I might be a bit surprised. Then I would have the time to go, well, you know what? I'm getting a much better look at the ball. So I just think that's a little tweak that I would bring in. Again, a lot of things are being tried that are in the rules, but not really ever tried much before modern day, where bowlers are trying literally anything. Remember Jason Gillespie kind of pulling a face and putting his, what was it, fingers on his nose and kind of going nya as he ran in some Sheffield Shield cricket. It's probably technically outside the rules now. This one might have just grabbed the pad on the way through. I don't think it was a chance, but it won't. It'll basically not be a wide. Yeah, but give us your opinion. I mean, and before you write in, yes, I know I use the word rules interchangeably. I know they're laws, but I said this before. Sometimes I think we're a bit precious in cricket calling them laws, because I think if you break a law, you should go to jail or similar. But yeah. Hits this straight, gets under it and hits it pretty well. Tanvir Iqbal. Maximo moves up into the 30s. And again, this is what happens when you don't quite hit your spots. Just misses the Yorker. And up and out of here. Wayne said it's a tactic he's used pretty effectively. And this will be 4 as well. Gets it away from the fielder. Iqbal is still dealing here, isn't he, on day 8. He's having a great time as the sun goes down. And, yeah, Catalunya Red climbing up to 124 now. Yeah, look, it's a debate at least. But I remember there was a Bangladesh versus Pakistan finish where the bowler did that as a surprise tactic on the last ball, and it worked. And they called it back, saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. And technically, it was in the rules. It was in the laws. Oh, this is going to be a tough stop for us, Chad. Great effort. Gave that everything. But I'm still amazed at how much pace Iqbal can get on this. And it's fractionally short of a Yorker. But he's able to kind of release the wrists at the right spot. Chad, he's probably feeling it after that. But I've got to applaud the effort. It'll be the end of the over, 128 for 3. Right, I think we're about 2 minutes off sunset. So show me sunset, Cam. Now that's a shot. Don't put any scoreboard over this. Let's just enjoy. Show to bowl the last over based on that. But go on. Let's enjoy. That's it. So we didn't get too much of the yellow phase tonight. We're straight into the orange phase. I think we literally might have got the moment there, but the clouds kind of enhancing but also spoiling the view of the circular sun going down behind the hills there. So some of the fielders breathing a bit easier, particularly those fielding on the right hand side of the field right now. Wide start the 10th over. I mean, a lot of people were wondering why would Catalunya Red bat first when they chased 160 plus in the last game. But that could have been a factor, because the team that fields second doesn't have to worry about the sun. And you could see it caused a few problems for those on the right-hand side of the field in the first half of this game. Short and mistimed. Fielder coming around. He won't hold on. They'll walk one. Here's Iqbal. He seems to be the hotter of the two right now, but they're both batting well. And so it'll be a single. This partnership has come out of nowhere, really. 68 it's worth now. Another catch goes down. It's been that kind of a day, hasn't it, for Sohal Hospitalet. Iqbal on 42. Short and good eye. He lets it go. Yeah, so a lot of people have ideas about laws that should be changed. People say, oh, but leave the game the way it is. And I agree with not changing things without good cause. But you've got to realise that the laws have never stopped changing, actually. First laws of cricket looked more like some weird version of hockey where the ball was rolled along the ground. All right, to the skies. I don't know if the fielder's getting to this either. Iqbal will only get one. So I think you've got to look at fairness and spirit of the game as key things. And I think, for example, having the ability to surprise the batter by just bowling unexpectedly, even very early in your run-up, doesn't quite feel right. They have it in baseball. They call it quick pitching, and it's kind of unwritten rule. It's a bit of a no-no and can cause some bad blood. So I kind of like the idea of, if it was up to me, I would say, don't worry about where the bowler's back foot is, but let's make a box which is the return crease, the sideways crease. You know, the two horizontal creases that are there, the front line and the back line, and then the kind of middle stump. And say, okay, some part of your front foot has to be in there. And just keep it really simple for the umpires. Theoretically, they're meant to look at 2 feet, and then what happens to the ball? Most don't look at the back foot. Up in the air, and this is going to be a thick edge, and Iqbal may make it to 50 here the way things are going. The veteran turning the clock back here on day 8 as the sun goes down. The sun's not setting on Tanvir just yet. He's batted really well today, setting a task for Sohal in the second half of this game. Hello to Trip, nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. I know you've had your ups and downs lately, but we're always happy to see you here at ECN. 2 to come. Tanvir Iqbal on 47. Again, smart batting. This is a skill in baseball more than cricket. Speaking of baseball, knowing what to leave alone. So knowing, don't swing at bad pitches is what they'll tell you. I often think cricket would be a very different game. Imagine if you didn't get a wide if you swung at it. And then you'd really have to be quite selective. Still 2 to come. And Iqbal is going to go to the fielder on the line now. Here's the question. If he knew that he was on 47, I bet he'd be running back with 2 to come. I think that the fielder's feet are inside. I was checking the feet here, but I don't know if we get a good look at them. Yeah, it seems like he's inside there. But Iqbal is going to unknowingly cost himself a chance at a 50 as he's at the non-strikers end now, 139. Ramanullah can finish things off. And he will. He goes up and over the top. Well, it's the team going in the end, isn't it? Ramanullah is going to finish 39 not out. Maximo to finish the 10. And Catalunya Red 1-4-5. Getting a lot more production out of their middle order now, and it's making a huge difference. Remember, Catalunya Red, this is a team, they played 10 matches in the first 3 and a bit days. They've had 3 days to think about it. Obviously, they've come up with some answers, playing a lot better cricket here on day 8. Let's have a look back at the start. I think that's Dennis's fingernails there. I know he puts a lot of effort into it. It is Catalunya Red bat first in this one, and Ali Hassan sent out there with Abid Hussain. And this was a funny moment, wasn't it? Well, not funny for a bit. Eventually he was given his marching orders, called a no ball initially, but overturned on the umpire review as the bails were disturbed, but not by the bowler. And so that's why Abid had to go. And then this was a big moment, wasn't it? When Amir Siddiqui was able to hold on to that chance. It was the statue catch, as we talked about it. A bit of the statue about Kamara as well, who stuck out the left hand in hope, but couldn't quite hold on to that one. But yeah, a bit of a mixture of good batting, but also some poor bowling in there. I mean, this would have been an incredible catch back to Halim. He's always a bit of a wild card with the ball, but some of those catching efforts plagued Sohal again in this one. This was a good decision, I think, as Shahzad was able to pin the batter on the back foot, and then, it was that little bit of keep away, wasn't it? The trampoline Tortu got over the mid-wicket, but the runs really were coming thick and fast at this stage. Again, some missed opportunities, come back to bite them a bit. That was late in the piece. By then, the score had climbed up to slightly over par, I think, if you look at the numbers on this ground, but still certainly an achievable chase. But Sohal, they're going to have to bat really well. How about that partnership from Ramanullah and Tanvir Iqbal towards the end? 39 not out of 16 for Reman, but Tanvir, the veteran, top scoring with 48 not out. 3 teen scores in the top 3, so better than nothing. And with the 10 extras, the score up to 145. But it really was all about that partnership of 73, in fact 83 in the end between those two for the 4th wicket. A bit surprised Shoaib doesn't come back after only going for 3 because they didn't stop the bleeding. There were wickets to Saeed Raza, Asjad Butt and Shahzad Khan in there. But I mean, yeah, you got to look at, maybe ask the question how Shoaib doesn't get a second over when he was so good at restricting, really the only bowler to do so in this innings. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Should be exciting stuff. Will it be another thriller under lights between these two? Last time I went right down to the last ball. Perhaps it'll be that way again. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Join us in a few moments for the exciting conclusion of Day 8 here in Barcelona. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Great to have your company here while the lights are on and we are home and we're ready for some entertaining cricket. These two games, a thriller under lights just 6 days ago. And yeah, looking forward to seeing what they provide on this occasion. News so far is that Catalonia Red batting first after winning the toss. They put 145 on the board. Their batting certainly has clicked, even in the face of some early wickets today. And so Sohal, Hospitalet are going out to bat, and they need 146 for victory. And so, yeah, it's an interesting discussion. We were talking about, bowlers bowling from behind the crease and the umpire, and Dave just responding to my comment. I was talking about, it used to be that bowlers were allowed to bounce the ball twice, but not 3 times. And we were talking about that as a tactic. And I said some tactics sound so clever and new agey until you realise that's pretty easy to hit and they get smashed. But a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. I think they outlawed double bounces. Used to be it could bounce twice, but not 3 times. I just feel it's not that inclusive when you look at junior cricket and some lower levels of cricket, where I think it's a very hittable ball. There's nothing particularly unfair about it. Anyway, that's an argument for another time. Right now, we're going to watch Tanvir Iqbal opening up. And he gets the first one to bend. And it gets away from the keeper too, so that'll be a bye to start us off. But Iqbal does get prodigious outswing. And if you speak to people who've been around the scene for a while, Tanvir is a very experienced campaigner. He is a guy that had a bit of pace about him when he was at his peak. But he still has that natural bowler's ability to swing the ball. And you saw it there first up. Theory would say this is a good time to swing the ball as well. This one hit top of the bounce and well fielded. It looks like they've gone for Amir Siddiqui back to the top of the order now. Sohal. Kroom's got a good comeback as well with the double bounces. Coming back, but not quite enough, I think. Just missing the leg stump. But again, good swing from Tanvir. And Kroom saying it can bounce twice on or after the popping crease. But yeah, I mean, not many people trying that. But yeah, got to love the thinking outside the box. Sometimes, it becomes a legitimate tactic. Sometimes it gets outlawed. Okay, this is going to be just sliced away, and there's nobody home in that quarter of the field. Not the boundary anyway. And so smart batting from Siddiqui. He gets 4. But yeah, some people think that I'm some sort of postmodernist as far as changing laws here, there, and everywhere. But I think it comes from my training, I suppose, when I was writing rules for games where there's a lot riding on it, and yeah, loopholes get exploited. So you've got to decide, is that a legitimate tactic or is it a loophole? Loopholes normally need to be closed. All right, well, they have a pop at the stumps here. Bowler asking why didn't he put it over the top, but I think he was right to have a go. Siddiqui will scramble home for 1. Good pick up and throw, but just not hitting the target. Bowler looked nonplussed, but direct hit was probably required. Bowler was coming back from his follow through. It would have been a tough gather and get onto the stumps. Asjad goes and cuts, and they run on contact. And that will be the end of the first over. Pretty good one from Tanvir, who was bending him like Beckham there, wasn't he? End of the first, and Sohal 7 without loss. Having a look at the sunset. 291 matches since the golden ball, so we're into the 290s. But what I really want to see is the post-sunset skyline of Barcelona. We are so lucky to do what we do. Sometimes I just pinch myself. I'll be heading down the hill into Barcelona. I already talked about the fact that I'm planning to have my paella negra tonight, arroz negro to be more correct. Get people writing and saying that technically you're talking about black rice, which isn't technically a paella. Won't get into the semantics, but I can tell you it'll be delicious. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Wazirat Ali comes on, edged and gone. So Asjad Butt swings hard to leg side here and doesn't really play the right shot when we look back at this. It's a fair bit wide of the off stump. It was a healthy edge through to the keeper. Ashraf holds on to the opportunity. Have a look at where he's trying to hit this. Just losing his shape. His head kind of ends up snapping towards leg, and Ashraf, pretty happy with that. That's your dream kind of edge as you're a keeper. You see a big deflection, but you don't have to move too much to adjust. And Ashraf takes it comfortably. So a big moment in this response as Asjad, who he's probably got the most pedigree of any of the Sohal batters. He's going to have to go. First wicket falls 7 for 1. Good to see Wazza in the chat as well. Must be getting pretty late. Let me try and do my sums here. I think east coast of Australia at the moment, they're 9 hours ahead. So I'm going to say, well, past 4:30 in the morning. Am I right, Wazza? Can't sleep. Shazad Khan comes out at 3. Oh, he goes the bounce first up. It's going to be a wide for height, but I think also it probably misses the leg stump unless it goes directly over their head. I think that's a fair enough call. Well, Dave's got a very good random question. And I don't really have a simple answer, but someone will find it. Was there right? Lifted today to the leg side, but it's going to be, fortunately, just land after the infield a bit before the outfielder. They had plenty of personnel in that area. It'll just be a single. Dave's question is quite simple, but it's kind of puzzled me. Why do we call it a loophole? Because every loop has a hole by definition. Yeah, so a loophole, let me try to think of a dictionary definition. It's kind of a rule that can be exploited. Looks like we've got a helmet change here because the Angelo Matthews strap has gone, the old strap break. Yeah, so someone tell us, where does the loophole come from? Yeah, it's like a rule that can be exploited, and it's not really in the spirit of the rule, but technically by the rule, it's legitimate. How about tell us some of your most famous loopholes? I mean, probably the one that comes to mind is the underarm. The underarm delivery. I hate to bring it up as an Australian, but yeah, it's a loophole that they hadn't closed. You hear it a lot in tax, don't you? You know, big companies exploiting these loopholes. Why is it called a loophole in the first place? Steaky with a new helmet. Now he's going to get this into the gap and he's going to get 4. So, Cattle in your red know for sure that this 140 odd might not be enough even with that early scalp, because they pulled off a Houdini job the last time we saw them chasing. Oh, more random questions coming thick and fast. Not finished with the first one yet, but Dave following up with, is there a foot on a bat? Because there is a toe. That is true. Yeah, you don't really talk about the foot of a bat, do you? Has a shoulder. Back to the bowler, who makes a partial stop. Good enough to save the run, in fact. They won't take one. Yeah, bats have shoulders, but they don't have feet, but they do have toes. Well, looks like I've got an answer. Have I beaten you to it? Slower ball, pretty well executed, hit straight. Again, they won't get a run. A lot of dot balls. A lot of balls can hit it. Fielders, or Kroom actually, now I popped into the chat. Looks like he might have beaten me to it, actually. He said that loopholes were initially a slit in a fortress where defenders could safely shoot, which was seen as an unfair advantage, and evolved to today's meaning of loophole. Okay. All right, up in the air and away from the fielder. This will be 4 as well, so Siddiqui certainly justifying his promotion to the top of the order, or promotion back to the top of the order. Again, he gets length to work with, and hoping for a miss hit. Cattle in your red doesn't materialise, and that'll be 4, and it'll finish the over as well. 17 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, there's starting to be a bit of a haves and have-nots. I'm thinking of top 4 and the rest, with a 6-point gap opening up there. Having said that, you've got Bengali, which is still going to be thrown into the mix. But the thing is, those teams in 5, 6, 7, they've actually played a fair few more games than that top 4. Okay.
So loopholes comes from war, and it was against the spirit of war to shoot through your little peephole. I don't know about that though. I mean, if you've built the fortress, that's almost like saying if you're higher up, you can't shoot at people below you because it's not very fair. Isn't that the whole deal with war? I'm happy that I'm not having first-hand experience here, living this day and age in the part of the world that I live. Dave's saying there's a neck of the bat. Yeah, I don't really call it the neck though, do we? Call it on the splice, maybe the handle. And a little bit of bat on this. It's going to run away for 4 as just squeezes past the fielder in the circle. Yeah, this is more good luck than good management, but it will bring 4 more runs. Okay, so loophole, the word came into use in the 17th century, meaning a small opening or outlet of escape. I mean, that's a bit more of it. It definitely makes sense to me. It's a small opening, but people can exploit it. Well, that's a cracking cricket shot from Shazad Khan. It's going to bounce off the wall, but just have a look at the timing on this one. No one had a hope of stopping that. So Sohal keeping themselves in the contest. Just look at the balance here. Perfect head position, perfect timing, 4 runs. Okay, Tanvir not having as much luck this over. Still bowling pretty well, asking the right questions. That'll be a dot ball. How about some of your favourite loopholes though? Elevated leg side, and this will be 4. 1 bounce just inside the rope. So Shazad Khan, he's dealing at the moment. Tanvir just kind of losing the shape a little bit here. You can see that one just holds it line. If anything, it kind of comes in. And Sohal turning this into a decent power play. Still a bit behind in the rate, but certainly some players there that can score quickly. Last ball of the 3rd. Back to outside off, but he pins the ears back and sends this one miles. And that's gone downtown Maximo. Oh, ira la playa, ira la Ciudad. That one disappearing into the sunset as it's the end of the over. 36 for 1 after 3. Maya has a random cricket question for me as we look at the power plays of the respective teams. 39 in the first half, 36 in this half, and over half of them coming in that 3rd over. So Iqbal bowled a good first over, but couldn't back it up. Having said that, some bad luck for some balls getting squeezed away to fine leg, but also some good cricket shots in there. Maya saying, what's the funniest cricket dismissal I've seen on ECN? How long have you got? How long have you got? Probably the ones that come to mind. First one that comes to mind for me. Oh, there's one that probably, it was ranked number 2 in the world in 2021. And it was a ramp shot that bounced off the keeper's helmet and got caught at kind of short 3rd in the circle. That was in Cyprus late in 2021. So that would probably come to mind. Okay, this is pulled away and it's going to get over the field as Aman. Or Nawaz, I should say, was the fielder down there, Fakar Nawaz, who is camped just inside the line, but enough muscle to get it over him. So, I mean, that's one that would come to mind. Probably one you wouldn't remember. I think Rafa Alphonse in the ECS Netherlands back in 2021. He ran in and missed the stumps. It was like an easy batters at both the middle of the pitch. The keeper ran in to just knock the stumps over after a swing and a miss, and he missed. Edged and it's put down. Abid Hussain. He had plenty of time to look at that. He was set. He had to jump slightly, I think. Let's check it out. Yeah, I mean, I say slightly. It's a decent jump that he has to come up with, but Yeah, this might show it actually, exactly what he had to do. Fingertip up. Gets a fair bit of the fingers on it, having said that. This is just going to be one down the ground. So yeah, Mayo, that's probably one that comes to mind. Rather missing the stumps, running straight past them, quickly having to like break and panic, goes back and whacks the stumps again. But yeah, there's weird dismissals and there's actual funny dismissals. I mean, I saw that one went viral. It wasn't our cricket, but the one where the keeper dropped it and it landed in the small of his back and someone else came in. I don't know who got given the catch with that one. Slow ball, clever variation, and well executed by Wazirat Ali. But yeah, there's a few ECN dismissals that probably some others that would remember. Yeah, not often you get the battle laughing though after they're out. There's that slow ball again, almost chops on. Gets past Ashraf, but they won't run. So that rate climbing, started at 14.6. It's heading up towards 17 at the moment. I think actually I'll tell you a funny one on ECN. This is a pretty random one. But it's from the HCL software VIP game where, remember, you've got a lot of people, our sponsors and our partners in countries that aren't cricket playing countries, from the Americas, for example. There was one where someone batted so far back in the crease that as soon as they moved their bat, they demolished the stumps. So that was hit wicket. That was a pretty funny one. All right, high. Surely someone's reaching this. Fielder comes in off the boundary and he can't get there. Finds himself searching for the ball. Couldn't get off his feet. And so Wazirat Ali will have to settle for just the one wicket. That's normally the Moazam Rasul zone out there as he comes in. And you can see there, it's got a stiff legs, doesn't organise a dive. And yeah, very hard to take those lurching forward. That'll be the end of the over. It's 44 for 1 after 4. Maya, if you're looking for that dismissal, I'll help you out. I can find the YouTube video because it was on a kind of top 10. I think it was on a show called The Back Page. So I'll do my best to track that down. All right, high. Who wants to go that time? It's another one for Rasul. In fact, this is Aman. Oh, he's gonna miss it. It's gonna be 4. But this one I think just blows away from Rasul, who wanted it. But then Zaman became more than just a bystander, didn't he? Sorry, Nawaz, I should say. Fagan Nawaz out there. Have a look here. As yeah, you can see it actually drifted on Fakar as well. And that was a little bit crazy. I think this is heading down the leg side. Might have been a bit of bat in that as well. So, yeah, okay, I think I've got this one coming up, if it's the one I'm thinking of. There's actually a few weird ones in this video, remember. Okay, up in the air, and that's 6 as well. Maximo. So, it's pretty exciting stuff at the moment. And it's going to be game on if they can keep getting that. I suppose the 2 boundaries and over. Oh, it wasn't the video I thought it was. I'm trying to multitask here. If you handle the ball, it's pretty funny. All right, next, another sky ball. Is anyone reaching this? Oh, well, he misjudges it. Then gets done by the spin, and then he almost chips over. I think that's been stopped, though. So be thankful for small mercies at the moment. Look at that. I mean, it's always hard when you're going with the flight of the ball, though. We'll say that. spending all this time trying to find this dismissal. Maybe I'll just send it to our production and they can show you. Okay. But a fair few top balls in here have just kind of saved Catalonia Red and got them in a pretty impregnable position in this game at the moment. There used to be a rule that you couldn't be caught off the helmet either. Chris is talking in the chat about some balls getting stuck in jumpers. I remember Ricky Ponting took a pretty crazy one. Saw one taken in last week, I think, where a fielder took it in his unmentionables. Almost. Might be Rusty Theron, if my memory serves me correctly. This will be the end of the 5th over, and the score is 57 for 1. So they're going to need a huge second half, but we've seen a few huge things happen, haven't we? Now we're clearly into the pink phase. Yeah, you can see some of the upcoming events. We'll put it on for a second. 3-week end of year break. Still working out the exact date we'll start the season, but we are planning it'll be, if not the 15th of January, it'll be in that week. But, you know, clear your schedule from the 15th of January. All right. Try and get all of this ready. Time for over number 6. All right, this is turned away and it will get to the boundary. So well, basically this rate now is getting a bit up and out of control. 89 off 30, so 17.8 and over. That'll help though. But yeah, going to try and track down that dismissal. Apologies, I don't have it for you on hand, but have a look it up. It's on a show called The Back Page in Australia. They did a bit on it, which we're watching at the end of 2021. We've seen a few funny things happen on ECN, but you're going to see it all. That's the thing. Okay. The next ball is hit to the long on region. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of obsessed with fighting this now. This is where Rico normally covered me for a little bit. Oh, that one's pinned him. Rasul getting it through. But yeah, you feel that they can just hold their own here. Red are going to finish with 2 wins out of 3 and really pushing Pak I Care earlier as well. Oh, this has gone wrong though. Rasul loses it down the leg side, but good keeping from Ashraf, who's certainly improved a bit with his sideways movement from when we first saw him in the series. I think it's just missing. Good umpiring. Say if you're gonna have a go at the umpires, if they make one that you don't agree with, you also got to pat him in the back in the moment for getting it right. Again, not able to find the boundary here. So I'll keep an eye out overnight for that one. But yeah, that's probably up there for me. Hit wickets are always funny, I think. But that wasn't one that I chose. 68 for 1 here after 6. And the sun's long gone now. Yeah, a little bit. They're really the only clouds, I think, in the whole sky over that skyline over there. Looking at the card, well, I haven't really lost wickets. It's just been a fact there's been too many deliveries. They haven't been able to get away, I think. We've seen 9 4s and 3 6s. So 3 6s or 1 every 2 overs. Probably the reason they're not keeping pace Looks like Naeem Sharp will bowl over 7. And he's going to start with the dot. Good to see Zishan Khan popping in from Gozo Zalmi. Well, tell us, Zishan, who do you think you'll get as your 2 wild cards for ECL for Gozo Zalmi? We're speculating about it before. We're talking about your group. This is a nice shot from Siddiqui off the back foot. So he's probably been the one that's been restricted a bit too much for Sohal Hospitalet's liking. Remember, Hospitalet did win against Catalunya Red on Tuesday night off the very last ball. Yeah, so spill the tea, Zishan, if you're able. I'll just know what your plans are. Steps across, and this is going to be more work for the outfielder, but he'll make the stop. So just a single. Another bit of work. So yeah, at least bowling to a plan here. It's not something we've always seen today. Well, close call, but yeah, not out in the end. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Chased a wide one. Is there an edge on this? No, I've got to say there must have been, because otherwise it would have been a wide. Hit pretty hard. I was going to say the temperature really does drop when the sun goes down here. It'll be the end of the 7th over. It's 75 for 1. And yeah, beautiful twinkling lights. I told you I'll be heading down there a little bit later on tonight. Now, we can have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. The Jags, they're back. And they play 3 matches tomorrow. Identical fixtures to Saturday, which was day 6. Join us same time tomorrow. Imran gets the ball and he almost gets his head taken off. In the end, it's a brilliant stop. But, well, I wonder who's the new captain if Imran has the head removed from his body. Well, he had to be pretty agile. We know he loves a cartwheel. But this was dangerously close. Not only to the bowler, but also to the umpire as well. Now, this one's pulled across, so this one's kind of petering out, you feel, at the end of the day. Siddiqui, I mean, he stayed there the whole time, but hasn't had the production he would have liked. Now hits this pretty hard, and yeah, I'm not fancying that at this time of night. It really does get chilly, and this is hit hard, and there's a little bit of self-preservation coming in here. In the end, it kind of goes with everything but the hands. Maybe fortunately for Mozam Razul, he doesn't get anything on it. It'll be 4, but you feel at this stage it won't cost him. Now we're going to have the next ball horned out of the ground. Maximo Siddiqui making up for lost time, even if it is a little bit of the too little too late. And that one was struck pretty sweetly. Well, Zishan, he's making a prediction in the chat. All right, top edge, but getting away from the fielder, surely. He's got a long chase ahead of him. Does well. Oh, no. It's going to be 4 in the end. I mean, he has the right idea here. He says, I'm going to get around the ball and get on the way back. But he just misjudges where the field is. Look, this last step there, he steps out before he pulls it back in. So, yeah, had the right idea. I like the thinking. Just didn't execute it. Yeah, Zishan saying they have a good balanced team, goes to Zalmi for ECL, and we will top the Group E. We've got a challenging group there from memory: Forfshire, VOC Rotterdam, BSC Rayburger. Big threats in there. Well, big threat here from Siddiqui, and this is why he was up the top in the first place, because he can hit a long ball. Imran Sandal going the journey. A bit lucky to survive the over in more ways than one. And now getting spanked, as it will be 97 for 1 after 8. 22 coming off that over. So yeah, you can see how never really got ahead of the rate, did they? Sohal, they lost Asjad, he got caught behind, that hurt, and just felt he could engineer this better than anyone. They lost him too early. Meyer in the chat saying that he loves watching Australia win World Cups, but he's also talking about the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Australia have won every edition, but I will make a comment on that. As this is charged, it's going to be 4 runs. This is the previous delivery, but yeah, the next one he charges, even though this is hit pretty much waist high. I do think that's coming down by the time he's in his crease, so no issues there. Now you're talking to someone that did represent Australia in indoor cricket, Meyer, so and I'm immensely proud of that, for sure. That's a pretty good adjustment. That's going to be, well, at least 4. Has that gone all the way? No, it's going to be 4 runs. So that will be the 50 for Shahzad Khan in a losing cause here. Well, I think it's a losing cause. I won't call it too early. Steps across and goes to the skies, and this is out of the ground. Wow, we have seen some unprecedented things here in Barcelona. Could they come back from this position? Maximo time. Lifted up and out of the ground. I was going to say, but that indoor cricket, Australia did invent it. And fairly recently, not like kind of saying, well, England invented cricket back in the 1600s or whatever, but I think 1979 was the first indoor cricket of that type, Meyer. So it is widely played in Australia compared to some of the other nations. I'll give you an idea. I think Australia's beaten Pakistan in indoor cricket, the Australian version, I'll call it. 200 and something to minus 80 or something like that. So maybe not as even as the outdoor game. But it's a great sport. All right, so down to the last legs now. This is the end of the 9th over, 112 for 1. So they need 34 off the last 6. Interesting, they didn't take the single there. So this is probably all about Shahzad Khan feeling he's the man to do it. As we've seen day turn into evening during this innings and during this match. Zishan saying he's got the Scots Forfeiture as his top hunt. Got it in his sights. That's going to be a really exciting Group E. All right. Well, you basically need 5 6s and a 4. They're almost perfect. Having said that, we have seen more supersonic overs here than anywhere else. And looks like Imran, well, is it Imran coming back? He did go for 4 consecutive boundaries the last 4 balls he bowled. But I mean, any bowler worth his salt should be able to defend 34 in any conditions. All right, boundary or bust now for Sohal, and he goes the short ball. It's not going to reach the boundary, even though it's dropped. It's an acceptable drop. And in the end, it'll just be a single. That means I need 33 off 5, which is over 6 a ball. Oh, I heard the sound that made off Fakano Waz's hands as well. 33 off 5. And now, I think that will certainly put the game to bed. Yeah, most of my indoor cricket was played before streaming days, although you get a little bit of me on there. See my Instagram, some of the more recent stuff. It's a good game. That's really honed my wicket keeping, the indoor game. I'm facing guys that are, in some circumstances, bowling kind of 130s, swinging the ball around and having to deal with that up to the stumps. Anyway, let's get back to the game here because we're almost done. And this should be a simple catch, which will extend our conversation a little bit longer. Siddiqui's going to go. He's going to join the 49 club. Well, he's got some company, doesn't he, in this series. And the second wicket finally falls 115 for 2. And yeah, Andrew saying they took off too late. It pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? And was it a combination of just the bowling maybe giving a few more opportunities to score? I didn't really perceive a lack of intent in this innings, but there was a lot of balls hit to the fielders, especially early on. Dave is asking, will there be an ECI in France next year? Well, I know we're planning that. And look, you know, if you've been doing your research, there's some issues in French cricket at the moment that may affect our ability to go there if those issues aren't ironed out or thoroughly kind of investigated, I suppose. Couple to come here. It's above my pay grade though. This will be called a wide, maybe a bit of a harsh one, but we'll still have 2 to go. Yeah, so, I mean, we'd love to go to France, to be honest. Obviously, got the European champions there, Drew. But, you know, some issues, and obviously it's caused the women's team to not be able to compete in ECCW, as this is punched through, and Raza looking as good as you like. So they're going to get close here, but not close enough. Sohal Hospitalet. I think there's a lot of people that love the cricket in France. We'd love to have an ECS there. And whether it's next year or not, again, it's kind of up in the air at the moment. But yeah, as soon as it's feasible and possible, we'll do it. All right, here's the last ball of day 8. And it's a painful one for Saeed Raza. And, well, Imran, well, there's the cartwheel. It's a matter of time. As it will be 3. Is he going to go the 4th? No, he's happy with the 3. So Catalonia Red, I mean, they pushed Pak I Care first game of the day. Then they look like they're for sure going to lose the second game they play, but they end up chasing 164. And in the end, they'll do this fairly easily. And Imran, well, he could have defended 4, but he could defend 34 against Sohal in the end. And there's the 1, 2, 3. The Cartwheel King living up to his name. We had to wait all day to get it. But we get it in the end. Final score here, Catalonia Red, 145. Sohal, 120. The Sauce Bottles get the win. And got to keep their chances alive with a couple of wins there. And I just reminded tomorrow we have the Jags up, and that means it's Hamza time, but maybe Yasser Ali, don't know what the lineup will look like. But we've got the 2 Hospitalet teams, also Magic CC, taking part tomorrow. Same time, 7:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, 1:15 p.m. in India. I'll be taking through that one. Rico with a very much deserved day off. Let's take you through the highlights of this one. And Asjad, well, he's an important cog of the batting order, isn't he, for Sohal? But he nicked off, just getting a little bit across that one. And I suppose the issue was that Amir Siddiqui, you know, he'll end up with a strike rate of 181, but that was after accelerating. But the run rate required just crept out of control, didn't it? So there was only that 1 wicket, and then kind of a long partnership that brought 108, but it just wasn't quick enough in the end. That was the plain truth. And they gave the odd chance out there. Okay, not easy catching conditions, but some misjudgments, maybe the breeze blowing the ball around. This is a really good example of that, actually, as it looked like Rasul wanted the catch, but it blew towards Fakar Nawaz and ended up missing everyone, bouncing over the rope. And look, yeah, when the run came, it was just a little bit too little too late, wasn't it? The rate had gone out past 20 and over, that kind of point of no return that we talk about. And then it had gone, you know, out past 4 a ball even. So that was the last wicket. And yeah, despite only losing 2 wickets in the innings, they're just silenced, I think. And Imran, well, he has to think about it. And it's interesting that no one ever joins in the cartwheels. And Imran is certainly an entertainer. He's at his ups, he's at his downs. Well, he gives you a bit of both there as he celebrates the win, 2 out of 3 for Catalonia Red. Really turning their day around after it looked like for sure they would lose 2 in a row. In this innings, Shahzad Khan with 61 off 28. So he kind of did go at the rate required. Siddiqui in 49. It was a frustrating 49 if there's such a thing. I suppose all 49s are frustrating in one way or another. Wazirat Ali, 1 for 18. Steals the figures there. Sandal with the other wicket late in the piece. But a pretty good holding job. You just look at all those economy rates. So they're not outstanding, but just as a team, they were all able to restrict enough so that Cattle and Red, they finish with the win by 25 runs. I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there for welcoming me back into the fold after I had the weekend away. And I want to thank all the viewers in the chat as well for some lively discussions. A reminder that you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com, to check out the stats, squads, fixtures for all of our tournaments, including, I'm pretty sure, the ECCW in the next day or two, and you can check out exactly who will be representing those 5 countries involved. The social media at European Cricket continues to entertain and delight with plenty of action here in Barcelona. And finally, don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, please give this video a thumbs up if you haven't already today, and subscribe to the channel. Each day we get a little bit closer to that magical 400,000 subscriber mark. Well, I'm going to head downtown and I'm going to enjoy my paella. I want to say thank you once again to all the crew at the ground, all the umpires, the officials. For now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. As the sun sets on another day in Barcelona, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll catch you tomorrow here for more action on ECN for more European Cricket Series. Enjoy some of the best bits of day 8. Thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. For me, it's hasta pronto.